Mark Walker grew up in one of the most dangerous areas of the city. Life here was harsh and merciless. Every day was a fight for survival. His mother worked tirelessly at 2 jobs to support the family. Mark did not know his father. He left the family when the boy was only 3 years old. Mark was forced to grow up early, helping his mother and taking care of his younger brothers and sisters. At the age of 10, Mark first got into street fights. An abandoned wasteland where teenagers gathered for illegal fights became his second home. He quickly earned a reputation as an invincible fighter. His blows were fast and precise, and his eyes were cold and determined. Mark fought not for fun, but for survival and respect. His fighting skills attracted the attention of local bandits. They saw potential in him and invited him to take on more profitable businesses. Mark agreed. He knew this was his chance to escape poverty and provide a better life for his family. From that moment, his journey into the criminal world began. Mark learned quickly and moved up the gang hierarchy. He was entrusted with the most important and dangerous tasks. Mark knew no fear and did not spare his enemies. He became one of the most respected and dangerous men in the underworld. By the age of 15, Mark was already commanding his own brigade. They were engaged in thefts, robbery, and drug trafficking. Each new day brought him more power and wealth. But with power came enemies. Mark understood that in this world the strongest survive, and he was ready to go to the end to stay on top. One of his first major cases was the theft of a large shipment of drugs from a rival gang. The operation was successful, and Mark received respect and recognition among his own. But competitors were not going to leave this unanswered. A war for territory began. Mark has shown himself to be a true leader, capable of making quick and tough decisions. His brigade was always one step ahead of the enemies. By the age of 20, Mark had become one of the most powerful criminals in the city. He was respected and feared. He continued to expand his possessions and strengthen his position. Mark understood that to achieve his goals he needed to act decisively and ruthlessly. But despite all the success and wealth, Mark always remembered his family. He took care of his mother and helped his brothers and sisters. They were his only weakness, but also his main motivator. Mark was willing to do anything to protect them and ensure a better future. However, as his influence grew, so did his problems. The police began to show increased interest in him. Mark knew that sooner or later they would come for him, and he was ready for it. He developed a plan to keep his family safe and prepare for possible danger. Mark continued his criminal activities, but he lived every day as if it were his last. He understood that it was always lonely at the top, and that enemies were not asleep. Mark was ready for any outcome, because for him there was no turning back. Thus began the story of America's most dangerous criminal, who began his journey with street fighting and became a legend of the underworld. Mark continued to strengthen his empire. His name inspired fear, and his reputation only grew. He soon decided to expand his business to new territories. It was a risky move that attracted the attention of other criminal groups. One day, Mark received information about a large arms shipment that was planned by one of the rival gangs. He realized that this was his chance to strengthen his position and strike at his enemies. Mark planned the operation carefully. His people were ready for any eventuality. At night, when the delivery was supposed to take place, Mark and his team set up an ambush. The battle was brutal and bloody, but Mark won. He captured the entire shipment of weapons and showed his enemies that it was better not to mess with him. This victory further strengthened his authority. After the successful operation, Mark began to think about the future. He understood that his lifestyle could not last forever. The police became more and more persistent, and the enemies were not going to give up. Mark began to look for ways to legalize his business. He wanted to create something that he could pass on to his children so that they would not repeat his path. Mark began investing in legal businesses, restaurants, clubs, real estate. He hired the best lawyers and accountants to protect his money and property. His legal empire grew, but the criminal world would not let him go. One day, Mark received a strange message. Someone knew about his plans and threatened to expose all his criminal affairs. Mark knew this could be the end for him and his family. He began his own investigation to find out who was behind the threats. Mark suspected that this was the work of one of his old enemies, whom he considered long defeated. He gathered his most trusted people and began the hunt for the traitor. Each step brought him closer to the solution, but the enemy turned out to be more cunning and insidious than he expected. Meanwhile, the police increased pressure on Mark. Officers conducted several searches of his homes and offices, but found nothing to prove his guilt. Mark understood that sooner or later his luck might run out and began to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Mark was always one step ahead of his enemies. He used his connections and resources to keep his family safe. He sent them to a safe place, away from the city so that they would be out of reach. Mark himself remained in the city, ready to meet anyone who dared to challenge him. Mark soon learned that the traitor was closer than he thought. This was one of his most trusted people, someone who had been by his side from the very beginning. It turned out that he had been working for the police all this time, collecting evidence against Mark. Mark couldn't believe the betrayal. He was angry and disappointed, but instead of acting in anger, he decided to use his intelligence and strategic thinking. He developed a plan that was supposed to get him out of this dangerous game. With the help of his remaining loyal people, Mark managed to organize a false operation, during which the traitor was exposed and arrested. The police had lost their main source of information, and the pressure on Mark had eased a little. But he knew that this was only temporary relief. Mark continued to look for ways to legalize and leave the criminal world. His new venture, a chain of restaurants and clubs, flourished. But he was always on the alert, knowing that his enemies could strike at any moment. He sought to find a balance between his past and future, hoping that one day he could leave his life of crime behind and start over with a clean slate. Mark continued to strengthen his legal empire, but the shadows of the past did not let him go. He understood that the enemies were not asleep, and sooner or later they would try again. He decided to enhance the security of his family and business by hiring the best security guards and installing modern security systems. One evening, while Mark was in his office, he received an unexpected call. It was an old friend and ally, Jack, with whom they began their journey in the criminal world. Jack warned Mark about a new threat. One of his old enemies was returning to him, who had teamed up with several influential criminals to destroy Mark and take over his business. Mark understood that this was a serious challenge. He decided to meet with Jack and discuss the details. The meeting took place in an abandoned warehouse, far from prying eyes. Jack said that the enemy was preparing a major operation to simultaneously strike all of Mark's key targets. Mark and Jack began to develop a plan for a counterattack. They decided that the best defense was an attack. Mark has assembled his team of the most dedicated and trusted people. He knew that he could trust them as he could trust himself. Soon they received accurate information about the meeting place of the enemies. Mark decided to launch a preemptive strike to catch them by surprise. The operation was planned down to the smallest detail. At night, Mark's team entered enemy territory and destroyed everyone who planned to attack his business. This victory strengthened Mark's position and showed everyone that he was not so easy to defeat. However, he understood that this was only a temporary respite. Enemies will continue to look for ways to overthrow him. Mark increased security measures and continued to develop a legal business, hoping that one day he would be able to completely leave the past behind. A few months passed and things were going well for Mark. His legitimate businesses prospered and his family was safe. However, he could not relax. One day he learned that one of his former comrades, Tom, who left the gang many years ago, returned to the city. Tom was known for his cruelty and treachery. Mark knew that his return would not bode well. Mark decided to meet with Tom and find out his intentions. The meeting was tense. Tom claimed that he had returned to start a new life, but Mark did not believe him. He knew that Tom had not changed and was probably planning something bad. The situation was heating up, and Mark decided to launch a preemptive strike. He organized surveillance of Tom and his people. It soon became clear that Tom was really planning to overthrow Mark and take over his business. Mark decided to act. Together with Jack and his team, he developed a plan to neutralize Tom and his gang. The operation was successful, and Tom was detained. Mark again proved that he is ready to protect himself and his loved ones from any threat. Despite constant danger, he continued to strive for his goal, to secure the future of his family and leave his criminal past behind. But the fight is not over. Mark knew that his enemies would always look for ways to harm him. He continued to build his legal empire, not forgetting his roots and those who helped him reach his current position. Each new challenge made him stronger and more determined. Mark was ready for any difficulties, knowing that only in this way could he achieve true peace and security for himself and his family. Mark continued to build his legal empire, but the constant threat from enemies did not give him peace. He began to understand that in order to truly find peace, he needed not only to defend himself, but also to restore order in his life and among his people. One of the key steps along this path was improving relations with local police. Mark knew that having allies in law enforcement could make his life a lot easier. He began investing in community projects such as building sports fields and funding local schools. These actions helped him win the support of the local population and partially soften the attitude of the police towards his activities. But soon Mark faced a new threat. A new player has arrived in town, an influential crime boss from a neighboring state named Victor Smith. Victor quickly conquered territory using brutality and intimidation. He made it his goal to destroy all competitors, including Mark. Mark understood that it was impossible to negotiate with Victor. He was too dangerous and unpredictable. Instead, Mark decided to gather all his old allies and prepare for open war. He knew it would be a difficult test, but there was no other choice. Starting with small skirmishes on the outskirts of the city, the confrontation gradually escalated into a full-scale war for control of the territory. Mark and his team fought tooth and nail, using all their resources and connections. Victor turned out to be a worthy opponent, and the battle went on with varying degrees of success. One night, as Mark was returning home, his car was shot at. This was a clear signal. Victor switched to aggressive actions. Mark miraculously survived, but realized that now he had to be even more careful. He increased security for his family and established new safety rules for all his people. Despite the constant danger, Mark did not retreat. He knew that victory was only possible with complete concentration and strategic thinking. Together with Jack and other trusted people, he developed a plan to neutralize Victor and his gang. During one of the operations, Mark and his team were able to capture an important person from Victor's entourage, who knew all his plans and weaknesses. The man agreed to cooperate in exchange for protection. With his help, Mark received valuable information and was able to organize a successful attack on Victor's main base. This operation was a turning point in the war. Victor lost many people and resources, which weakened his position. Mark continued to strike, methodically eliminating everyone who tried to resist him. In the end, Victor was forced to retreat and leave the city, admitting defeat. Mark won an important victory, but he understood that he could not relax. Enemies could appear at any moment, and he must be ready for new challenges. He continued to strengthen his legal businesses, attract new partners, and develop community projects to gain trust and respect. Meanwhile, Mark began to think about the future of his family. He wanted his children to grow up safe and not repeat his mistakes. Mark decided to send them to prestigious schools and universities to give them a chance at a normal life. However, The past would not let Mark go. He knew that for final victory he needed to find a way to peacefully coexist with those who remained in the criminal world. Mark began to look for ways to truce and negotiate with the remaining competitors, hoping to find a common language and establish stability. Mark continued to walk the fine line between legitimate business and the past, realizing that his main task was to protect his family and provide them with a better future. He was ready for any challenge, knowing that only in this way could he find true peace. Mark continued to engage in criminal activity, despite all efforts to legalize part of his business. He knew that his real strength and power came from the criminal world, and he had no intention of leaving it. Mark soon learned that after Victor was expelled, a new player appeared in the city, Raymond, a former ally of Victor, who decided to avenge his boss and seize control of the city. Raymond was known for his cruelty and lack of moral principles, making him a particularly dangerous opponent. Mark gathered his closest associates, including Jack, to discuss the new threat. They understood that Raymond would not act the same way as Victor. He preferred secretive and insidious methods, penetrating the structures of his enemies and destroying them from the inside. This meant that Mark needed to be even more vigilant and prepared. The first signs of Raymond's activity appeared when several key people from Mark's team disappeared without a trace. These were people who knew too much, and their disappearance meant a serious threat to the entire organization. Mark realized that Raymond had begun to act and was trying to find out his secrets. Mark began to retaliate, instructing Jack to investigate and find those who betrayed them. He also strengthened security measures by introducing a loyalty verification system among his men. Anyone who aroused the slightest suspicion came under surveillance. Soon Jack managed to find out that Raymond had infiltrated his spies into Mark's ranks, and one of them was transmitting information about his plans. Mark decided to play on this and organized a false operation to lure out the traitor. The operation was a success and the traitor was exposed. Under torture, he revealed the location of Raymond and his closest associates. Mark didn't hesitate. He gathered his team and organized an attack on Raymond's hideout. The battle was brutal, but Mark and his men prevailed. Raymond was captured and taken to Mark. Instead of killing Raymond outright, Mark decided to use him for his own purposes. He offered Raymond a deal, life in exchange for information about all his allies and plans. Raymond, realizing that he had no other choice, agreed. This allowed Mark to gain valuable information and strike at the remaining enemies. However, Mark knew that in the criminal world you could not trust anyone. He knew that Raymond could try to betray him at any moment. Therefore, he kept him under constant surveillance, using him as a human shield and source of information. During this time, Mark continued to develop his criminal business. He expanded his operations, introducing new schemes and methods. His influence grew and he became more and more powerful. But as power grew, so did the risks. Mark understood that his every step had to be carefully thought out and calculated. One day, Mark received information about a large shipment of drugs that a rival gang was planning to smuggle through the city. He decided to intercept this party and use it to strengthen his positions. The operation was risky, but Mark knew that success would bring him significant benefits. At night, his team ambushed and captured a shipment of drugs. It was a major success and further enhanced his reputation. However, he understood that the enemies would not ignore this and would try to get theirs back. Mark prepared for new attacks and strengthened his defense. Mark continued to remain at the top of the criminal world, balancing between threats and opportunities. He knew that a quiet life would not be possible for him, but he was ready for any challenge. His intelligence and cruelty allowed him to stay ahead of his enemies, and his loyal companions helped him cope with any difficulties. In the criminal world, Mark was a real king, and no one dared to challenge him. After a successful operation to seize a shipment of drugs, Mark began to feel that his enemies were becoming more and more resourceful. He decided to step up his intelligence efforts to stay one step ahead. To do this, he hired the best hackers and cybersecurity specialists to keep an eye on his enemies in the digital world. One day, one of the hackers intercepted interesting information. A large-scale operation was being prepared against Mark by federal agents. This information shocked him, as it meant that someone in his inner circle could be an informant. Mark knew that if he wanted to avoid arrest and the destruction of his empire, he needed to act quickly and decisively. Mark gathered his closest people and organized a secret meeting at one of his remote sites. He announced that an internal audit would soon be carried out to identify the traitor. Each of his associates was asked to take a polygraph test and give a full explanation of their actions over the past months. Some of them were unhappy with this approach, but Mark was adamant. During the investigation, it turned out that one of his closest assistants, Tommy, was playing a double game. He passed on information not only to federal agents, but also to one of his rival bosses, who promised him protection and significant money for his betrayal. Mark was furious, but he understood that emotions could only get in the way in such a situation. He decided to use this information to his advantage. Mark staged a mock arrest. He told Tommy that he had agreed with the agents to surrender and falsified documents that allegedly confirmed his cooperation with the authorities. Tommy was shocked, but saw this as a chance to save himself and make money. He agreed to Mark's offer to pass this information on to his new boss. When Tommy handed over the documents to his competitors, Mark and his men organized an ambush. During the operation, they captured several high-ranking members of a rival gang and handed them over to the authorities, receiving gratitude and temporary peace from law enforcement for this. Meanwhile, Mark continued to strengthen his empire. He expanded his sphere of influence, creating new channels for his operations. One of these channels was a legal cover, a charitable foundation that allegedly helped those in need. Mark conducted his financial transactions through this fund, remaining above suspicion. But he soon had to face a new threat. An old enemy has returned to the city, Carlos, the head of an international drug cartel, who wanted to take control of all criminal networks in the region. Carlos was known for his ruthlessness and willingness to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Mark understood that Carlos was not just a competitor, but a mortal enemy who was not to be trifled with. He began to prepare for a possible clash, increasing security measures and mobilizing his men. Carlos, meanwhile, began actively recruiting local criminal groups, promising them big profits and protection. In response to this, Mark decided to act cunningly. He learned that Carlos would arrive in the city to meet with local leaders and invite them to unite under his leadership. Mark decided to disrupt this meeting by showing everyone that Carlos is not as invulnerable as he seems. Mark organized an attack on the warehouse where the meeting was to take place. His people prepared everything so that Carlos would be trapped. When Carlos and his men arrived, they were surrounded. A fierce firefight ensued, during which many of Carlos's men were killed or captured. Carlos himself miraculously escaped death, but was seriously wounded. Mark did not finish off Carlos right away. He understood that a captured enemy could be useful. Carlos was taken to one of Mark's secret hideouts, where he was interrogated. Carlos, realizing that he had no other choice, began to speak. From Carlos's testimony, Mark learned about the scale of his operations and plans to seize new territories. This data allowed Mark to launch preemptive strikes on Carlos's networks in other regions, weakening his influence and reducing the threat to his business. After eliminating the threat from Carlos, Mark decided that he needed to be even more careful and prudent. He began introducing new methods of encryption and information security, increased checks on his people, and continued to expand his legal and illegal operations. Mark knew that the path of a criminal would never be easy, but he was ready for all challenges. His ability to find a way out of the most difficult situations and toughness in his actions allowed him to remain at the top of the criminal world, despite all the threats and dangers. Mark continued to maintain control of his empire, but realized that any enemy, including Carlos, could try to return. Carlos remained under strict security, and they managed to squeeze out some more useful information about international partners, which helped Mark strengthen his position. While Carlos was neutralized, a new threat appeared on the horizon: the unification of several small gangs under the leadership of one Anthony "Tony" Rossi. Tony was a young and ambitious leader, eager to prove himself and seize power in the city. He was aware of the previous failures of his predecessors and decided to act more covertly and strategically. Tony began by bribing minor officials and police officers in order to gain control over information flows. He also began spreading rumors and misinformation in an attempt to create panic among Mark's people. Mark understood that Tony was not just another competitor but a serious threat, and decided to act quickly and decisively. Mark gathered his team to discuss a plan to neutralize Tony. It was decided to use the hacker's intelligence capabilities to gain information about Tony's movements and plans. It soon became clear that Tony was planning a major operation to seize one of Mark's key assets, a warehouse with contraband. Mark decided to launch a preemptive strike. He orchestrated false information indicating that the warehouse would be lightly guarded in order to lure Tony into a trap. On the appointed day, Tony and his men arrived at the warehouse, expecting an easy victory. However, they did not know that Mark had already prepared an ambush. When Tony and his gang entered the warehouse, they were surrounded by Mark's men. A fierce firefight ensued, during which many of Tony's men were killed or captured. Tony himself was seriously wounded, but managed to escape in the confusion. Mark realized that this was a temporary victory, and he needed to prepare for the next step. Meanwhile, Tony, licking his wounds, began to gather the remaining people and plan revenge. He knew that open confrontation with Mark was no longer an option and decided to act from within. Tony began looking for traitors among Mark's people, offering them a lot of money and protection in exchange for information. Mark, anticipating such tactics, intensified checks among his people and introduced new agents into the ranks of the enemy. He knew that the war of information would be key in this confrontation. Soon, one of the agents reported that Tony was planning to blow up one of Mark's key facilities in order to cause maximum damage and destabilize his business. Mark decided to seize the initiative. He prepared his own plan to fake the success of Tony's operation so that he could then capture him red-handed. When Tony arrived at the scene with the intention of blowing up the warehouse, they were already waiting for him. During a short but fierce firefight, Tony was captured alive. Mark met Tony in person at his hideout. He offered him a deal: life in exchange for cooperation and information about his international partners. Tony, realizing that he had no other choice, agreed. This gave Mark not only valuable information but also the opportunity to neutralize the remnants of Tony's network. With each new challenge, Mark became more and more cunning and cruel. He understood that in the world of crime there is no place for weakness. His men knew that Mark was always one step ahead and that any attempt at betrayal would be punishable by death. Mark continued to strengthen his empire, balancing brutality with strategic thinking. While Mark was busy with business, a new threat began to emerge on the horizon: a secret organization operating at an international level. This group, codenamed Legion, was known for its methods of blackmail and elimination of competitors. The Legion began to show interest in Mark's territories and operations, which became another challenge for him. Mark decided to be proactive. He sent his best men to gather information about the Legion, trying to find out who was behind this organization and what their goals were. It soon became clear that the Legion had powerful connections and resources, making them particularly dangerous opponents. Mark knew that non-standard methods were needed against the Legion. He began to form alliances with other criminal groups who were also interested in neutralizing the Legion. Having joined forces, they began to plan an operation to destroy this secret organization, realizing that it would be a difficult and bloody struggle. Thus, Mark entered a new phase of his criminal career, where the stakes were higher and the enemies more powerful. But he was ready for any challenge, knowing that his strength and intelligence would allow him to survive and win this cruel game. Mark began to prepare for the confrontation with the Legion. He understood that this organization was not only powerful, but also extremely secretive. To successfully fight them, not only physical strength and weapons were required, but also information warfare. Mark hired top intelligence and cybersecurity specialists to find out everything he could about the Legion. The first information received by its agents showed that the Legion operated through a number of front companies and had powerful connections in government circles. This made them especially dangerous, as they could use their connections to manipulate and put pressure on their enemies. Mark decided that for a successful operation he needed to enlist the support of influential allies. Mark went to Las Vegas to meet with one of the most powerful mafia bosses on the West Coast, Donovan Ricci. Ricci was renowned for his cunning and ruthlessness, but he also had resources and connections that could help Mark in his fight. The meeting took place in a luxurious penthouse overlooking the city lights. Ricci, after listening to Mark, agreed to cooperate, but not without conditions. He demanded a share of all of Mark's operations and a guarantee of safety for his people. Mark, realizing that without Ricci's support it would be difficult for him to cope with the Legion, agreed to the conditions. They entered into a temporary alliance to stand together against a common threat. Having joined forces, they began a series of operations to expose and neutralize Legion agents. Using a network of informants and hackers, they were able to identify several key figures working for the Legion. Each successful operation brought new information and weakened the enemy's position. One of these operations was a raid on a secret Legion warehouse where documents and equipment were stored. During the attack, Mark and Ricci's men captured a wealth of valuable information, including lists of Legion agents and plans. However, this also caused a backlash. The Legion began to take revenge, organizing sabotage and attacks on the enterprises of Mark and his allies. In one of these attacks, Jack, Mark's old friend and loyal ally, was seriously wounded. This event was a turning point for Mark. He realized that the war with the Legion had become personal. Mark strengthened security measures, implemented double checks on his people, and began developing a plan for the final elimination of the Legion. Meanwhile, the Legion did not sit idle. They began to use their government and law enforcement connections to increase pressure on Mark and his allies. Police raids and searches began to occur more and more often, and Mark understood that one of the high-ranking officials was playing on the side of the Legion. Mark decided to use one of the riskiest moves, go directly to the feds. He knew that among them there were honest people who could help expose corrupt officials and agents of the Legion. To do this, he prepared a series of incriminating materials collected during the operations and sent them anonymously to several influential media outlets. The effect was immediate. The public exploded with scandal and investigations began. Many high-ranking figures came under suspicion, which significantly weakened the Legion's position. Mark used this time to deliver the finishing blow. He rallied his men and allies to carry out a decisive operation against the Legion's main base. It was a carefully planned attack using a full arsenal, including hacking, sabotage, and armed raids. The battle was brutal and bloody, but in the end, Mark's men were victorious. The Legion's base was destroyed and many of its leaders were killed or captured. Mark knew this was not the end, but a significant blow had been dealt, and the Legion had lost much of its power. Now Mark could focus on restoring and strengthening his empire. He continued to be a criminal, But his influence and power reached a new level. Mark strengthened ties with other criminal groups to create an unassailable alliance. He knew there were still many challenges ahead, but he was ready for them. Mark continued on his path without looking back, and every day he strengthened his power and influence, knowing that in the world of crime he had no equal. Mark continued to rebuild his empire after defeating the Legion. He soon began to feel his influence growing, and many of those who had previously dared to oppose him now sought an alliance or tried to avoid conflict. However, with the expansion of its territory and strengthening of control, new threats began to appear. One day, Mark received a message from one of his informants that a group of mercenaries hired by an unknown customer was arriving in the city. These mercenaries were known for their ruthlessness and professionalism, and their goal was clear: to eliminate Mark. Realizing that someone big wanted him dead, Mark began to prepare for a new round of confrontation. Mark has strengthened security measures, distributing his best people to key facilities. He also implemented additional surveillance and security systems in his homes and offices. However, he knew that defensive measures alone would not be enough. He began his own investigation, trying to find out who was behind the mercenaries. During the investigation, it turned out that the mercenaries were hired by none other than the international crime syndicate known as the Shadow League. This organization operated in different countries and controlled many illegal operations, from drugs to arms trafficking. The League decided that Mark had become too powerful and was a threat to their interests. Mark decided that the only way to deal with this threat was to strike first. He began collecting information about the League, their leaders, and operations. He soon managed to identify several key figures managing the League's activities in his region. Mark developed a plan to neutralize them. The first thing Mark did was organize several diversionary operations to disorient the League and divert their attention. He staged attacks on their warehouses and secret bases using cunning and deception. This gave him time and opportunity to prepare for the main blow. Mark decided that the most effective would be to strike at the very center of the League's control. He learned that one of the leaders of the League, a man named Ricardo, was arriving in the city to conduct important negotiations. Mark has prepared a trap to capture Ricardo and use him to his advantage. On the day of their arrival, Ricardo, Mark, and his team set up an ambush at the meeting point. The firefight was short but intense. Ricardo and his guards were captured. Mark personally met with Ricardo, offering him a deal: life and freedom in exchange for information about the Shadow League. Ricardo, realizing that there was no chance of salvation, agreed. The information received from Ricardo allowed Mark to learn about the League's weaknesses and their plans. He organized a series of attacks on key League targets using the information he received. This dealt a serious blow to their activities and weakened their influence. However, Mark knew that he couldn't stop there. He continued to expand his operations, creating new alliances and strengthening old ones. His influence grew, and he became more and more powerful. But along with this, the risks also grew. The enemies became more sophisticated and cruel. Soon, Mark began to notice strange incidents appearing in his surroundings. People he trusted began to act suspiciously. He realized that someone from within was trying to undermine his power. Mark decided to conduct a secret investigation to identify the traitor. After several weeks of intense surveillance and testing, Mark discovered that the traitor was one of his closest advisors, a man he considered almost family. This man, it turns out, was bribed by the League and gave them information about all of Mark's actions. Mark set a trap for the traitor by staging an important meeting to discuss future operations. When the traitor relayed the information to the League, Mark and his men were ready. They surrounded the meeting place and captured all the League agents who arrived there. The traitor was captured and put on trial by his criminal circle. Mark understood that betrayal cannot be forgiven. He was personally present at the sentencing and carried it out. This was a warning to everyone else. Treason will be punishable by death. Having eliminated the internal threat, Mark continued to strengthen his empire. He knew there were still many challenges ahead, but he was ready for them. His ability to find a way out of the most difficult situations and cruelty in his actions allowed him to remain at the top of the criminal world. Mark continued on his path, confident in his strength and determination. Mark continued to strengthen his empire, but every new day brought new challenges and threats. After eliminating the traitor in his ranks, Mark felt momentary relief, but knew that his enemies would never stop looking for ways to destroy him. One evening, while Mark was sitting in his office, he received an alarming message from one of his informants. A new criminal group known as the Black Shadows has appeared in the city. This group was known for its brutality and ability to hide in the most unexpected places. They were well armed and had high-tech means of warfare. Mark understood that the clash with the Black Shadows would be a serious test. He decided to gather his team and develop a plan to neutralize this new threat. It soon became clear that the Black Shadows were preparing for a major operation to capture one of Mark's main warehouses. Mark decided to use this information to prepare an ambush. He carefully planned the operation, using all his resources and connections. On the day of the attack, the Black Shadows found themselves waiting for them. A fierce firefight ensued, during which Mark and his men were victorious, but lost several of their best fighters. This victory showed that Mark was ready to defend his empire at any cost. However, he also understood that the Black Shadows would not stop there. It soon became clear that their leader was a man named Viktor Sokolov, a former military man who used his knowledge and experience to create this group. Mark began an investigation to find out more about Viktor and his plans. He learned that Viktor was a highly skilled tactician and strategist who never stopped halfway. Mark realized that defeating him would require not only strength, but also the ability to predict his moves. He began to use his connections in military circles to collect as much information as possible about Viktor. Soon he managed to find several former colleagues of Viktor who agreed to help for a significant reward. With their help, Mark drew up a detailed plan of action and began to prepare for the decisive battle. Meanwhile, Viktor continued his attacks, using sabotage and cunning tricks to weaken Mark. He attacked small targets, carried out sabotage, and spread disinformation. Mark understood that he needed to act quickly and decisively. One of the key operations was the attack on Viktor's secret hideout. Mark and his team carefully planned the attack, using all available resources. The battle was fierce, but in the end, Mark managed to capture Viktor alive. Viktor was taken to one of Mark's secret places, where he was interrogated. At first, Viktor refused to talk, but after several days of interrogation, he began to testify. It turned out that the Black Shadows had the support not only of local criminal groups, but also of some high-ranking officials who wanted to weaken Mark and take control of his territory. Mark understood that the fight was not over yet. He used the information received from Viktor to launch preemptive strikes against the remaining Black Shadow cells and their allies. Gradually, he managed to weaken their influence and regain control over his territories. After a successful operation against the Black Shadows, Mark decided that it was time to strengthen his positions and look for new allies. He began negotiating with other powerful crime bosses, offering mutually beneficial cooperation and protection. Many of them agreed, seeing Mark as a strong and reliable leader. Meanwhile, Mark did not forget about his family. He has increased security measures to protect his loved ones from possible threats. His children grew up and realized that their father was not just a businessman, but a man who controlled a huge empire. Mark tried to keep them away from his affairs, but he knew that sooner or later they could become part of this world. One such moment was when his eldest son, Jason, witnessed one of the operations. Jason saw his father work and began to take an interest in his affairs. Mark knew this could be both a blessing and a curse. He decided to begin gradually introducing Jason into his affairs, teaching him the art of management and protection. However, Mark was always on his guard. He knew that in the world of crime there was no place for the weak and that every day could bring new threats. Therefore, he continued to strengthen his empire, preparing for any eventuality and maintaining control over his territories. Mark continued on his path, knowing that his strength and determination would allow him to remain at the top of the criminal world. He was ready for any challenge, confident in his ability to protect what was dear to him. Mark continued to introduce Jason to his affairs, teaching him the intricacies of running an empire and methods of defense. Jason showed talent and learned quickly, earning the respect of Mark's older teammates. But despite this, Mark understood that his son still had a long way to go to become a real leader. One evening, Mark received disturbing news. One of his old enemies, who was thought dead, had returned. It was Alexei Ivanov, a Russian crime boss who once tried to take over part of Mark's business. Ivanov was known for his cruelty and ability to get out of the most difficult situations. Mark knew that his return meant new problems. Ivanov began by organizing a series of attacks on Mark's targets in an attempt to weaken his position. He acted quickly and decisively, using his connections and resources to create chaos. Mark understood that Ivanov was a serious opponent and began to develop a plan to neutralize him. At this time, Jason offered to help. He knew his father trusted him and wanted to prove his usefulness. Mark, although he feared for his son, decided to give him a chance. He assigned Jason to conduct an intelligence operation to find out Ivanov's plans and his weak points. Jason did a brilliant job. He was able to obtain information about a secret meeting between Ivanov and his allies, where it was planned to discuss further actions. Mark realized that this was his chance to strike the decisive blow. He carefully planned the operation, using the best people and using all available resources. On the night of the meeting, Mark and his team were ambushed. The firefight was fierce, but Mark and his men were victorious. Ivanov was seriously wounded but managed to escape. It was a temporary victory, but Mark knew that Ivanov would not give up so easily. After this operation, Mark decided to strengthen security measures and develop a plan to finally neutralize Ivanov. He understood that this enemy would not rest until he destroyed him or was himself destroyed. It soon became clear that Ivanov was hiding in one of the remote areas of the city, preparing a new attack. Mark decided to launch a preemptive strike to end him once and for all. He assembled his team and carefully planned the attack. When the hour came, Mark personally led the operation. His men surrounded Ivanov's hideout and began an assault. The battle was brutal and bloody, but in the end, Mark managed to capture Ivanov alive. He brought him to one of his secret places for interrogation. Ivanov, realizing that his situation was hopeless, began to speak. He revealed a lot of valuable information about his allies and plans, which allowed Mark to strike the remaining enemy cells. However, Mark knew that even in such a situation one could not completely trust Ivanov's words. After interrogation, Mark decided that the only way to end the threat was to eliminate Ivanov. He understood that leaving such an enemy alive was too risky. Mark carried out the sentence, sending a clear signal to all who dared to oppose him. Meanwhile, Jason continued to prove his dedication and skills. He began to take on more and more responsibility, participating in the administration of the empire and developing strategies. Mark saw him as his successor and was proud of his success. But the enemies did not sleep. Soon, a new threat emerged, an international human trafficking group. This group began to actively operate in Mark's territory, trying to undermine his influence and seize part of the business. Mark understood that this threat required immediate action. He gathered his best people and began planning an operation to destroy this group. With the help of Jason and his allies, Mark was able to gain information about the group's leaders and their modus operandi. They developed a plan to neutralize key figures and free the prisoners. The operation was difficult and dangerous, but Mark and his team managed it. They captured the group's leaders and freed many of the people they were holding captive. This not only strengthened Mark's position, but also brought him respect among the local population. Each victory made Mark stronger, but he knew that the struggle would never end. In the world of crime, new enemies and threats will always appear. Mark continued to act decisively and toughly, knowing that this was the only way to maintain power and protect his loved ones. Jason, following his father's example, grew and became an increasingly experienced and skilled leader. He understood that one day he would have to take full responsibility for the empire, and he was ready for this. Mark knew his legacy was in good hands, and he continued on his path, confident in his choices and his actions. Mark continued to strengthen his empire, expanding his influence and maintaining control of the city. After defeating an international human trafficking ring, he decided it was time to move on to more ambitious projects. One of these projects was the creation of a new network of illegal casinos and underground clubs, which were supposed to generate significant income. These establishments began to quickly gain popularity among the city's elite. Mark understood that as his business grew in popularity, it would attract the attention of not only competitors, but also law enforcement agencies. Therefore, he carefully thought through security measures and a strategy for camouflaging his operations. He also made several lucrative alliances with local politicians and officials to provide cover for himself. However, one day Mark received disturbing news. A new federal agent named Karen Foster, known for her integrity and uncompromisingness in the fight against organized crime, arrived in the city. Karen quickly began investigating, focusing her attention on Mark's new casinos and clubs. He understood that it would not be difficult for her to get to his business if he did not take measures. Mark began to act proactively. He assigned his best people to collect information about Karen and her methods of work. It soon became clear that she had her own weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Mark decided to use this information to distract her attention and force her to make a mistake. He organized a series of false operations, creating the appearance of large illegal transactions and crimes in order to distract Karen from his real affairs. These tricks worked, and Karen, carried away by the investigation of fictitious crimes, temporarily eased the pressure on Mark. While Karen was busy with false leads, Mark continued to grow his business. It opened up new avenues such as the illegal trade in antiques and the smuggling of rare artifacts. These operations required a high level of secrecy and the ability to circumvent laws, but Mark and his team handled it brilliantly. However, Karen soon realized that she was being led by the nose. She returned to investigating Mark's affairs with renewed vigor. Mark knew that this was inevitable and was ready for a new stage of confrontation. He decided to launch a preemptive strike to finally neutralize her threat. Mark learned that Karen was planning a major operation to arrest several key players in his case. He decided to use this to his advantage. Mark arranged a meeting for his men to attend and set up an ambush for Karen's agents there. When they arrived, misfortune awaited them. Instead of being detained, they found themselves trapped. The firefight was short but brutal. Mark's men managed to capture several agents, including Karen. She was taken to one of Mark's secret places. Instead of immediately eliminating her, Mark decided to use Karen for his own purposes. He offered her a deal: life and freedom in exchange for stopping the investigation and providing information about the plans of her superiors. Karen, realizing that she had no other choice, agreed. She began working for Mark, giving him information about upcoming operations and plans of federal agents. This gave Mark a significant advantage, allowing him to avoid arrests and launch preemptive strikes against his enemies. Over time, Karen became a valuable source of information. Mark used her data to strengthen his position and further expand his influence. However, he always kept her under strict surveillance, knowing that at any moment she could try to betray him. Meanwhile, Jason continued to grow and learn from his father. He took the initiative and proposed new ideas for business development. One of these ideas was the creation of an illegal network for the sale of rare and valuable cars. This business required a high level of organization and secrecy, but Jason handled it brilliantly. Mark was proud of his son's success, seeing in him his continuation and the future of the empire. He knew that there were still many challenges ahead, but he was confident in his strength and the strength of his team. Each new day brought new challenges, but Mark was ready for them. He continued on his path, remaining at the top of the criminal world and maintaining control of his city. Mark continued to run his empire, enjoying relative peace after neutralizing the threat from federal agent Karen Foster. But as often happens, a new test was just around the corner. Rumors began to spread in the city about the emergence of a new competitor, a mysterious and influential businessman named Maximilian Crowe. Maximilian was known for his unconventional business methods and ruthlessness in eliminating competitors. Mark knew he couldn't ignore such a threat. He assigned his best people to collect all possible information about Crowe. It soon became known that Maximilian Crowe began actively buying real estate in key areas of the city, trying to establish control over strategically important objects. Mark realized that he needed to act quickly and decisively. He developed a plan to discredit Crowe and undermine his reputation. Mark began to spread rumors about Crowe's illegal transactions and machinations, trying to create a negative opinion of him among the business community and the population. However, Crowe was not such an easy opponent. He quickly realized who was behind these rumors and launched his own counterattack. Maximilian hired the best lawyers and PR agents to clear his name and regain the trust of his clients. Moreover, he began to put pressure on Mark's business, arranging sabotage and fake deals. Mark realized that the war with Crowe would be long and difficult. He decided to strike where it hurt most, Maximilian's finances. Using his connections in banking circles, Mark organized a series of attacks on Crowe's accounts and assets, seeking to deprive him of the resources for further action. Meanwhile, Jason came up with a new plan. He suggested creating a fake deal that would supposedly bring huge profits and thus lure Crowe into a trap. Mark approved of this idea and tasked Jason with organizing everything. The fake deal looked extremely attractive and Maximilian Crowe took the bait. He invested heavily in a project that ended up being a trap. Having lost a lot of money, Crowe found himself in a difficult situation. His reputation was again shaken, and his business suffered serious losses. However, Crowe was not going to give up. He decided to use his last trump card, to hire professional killers to eliminate Mark and his closest associates. Mark, anticipating this possibility, strengthened security measures and established round-the-clock surveillance of his facilities. One night, while Mark and Jason were in one of their clubs, they were attacked. A group of armed men burst into the building, trying to get to Mark. A fierce firefight ensued. Mark and his people put up worthy resistance, but the forces were unequal. Mark personally led the defense, setting an example for his men. Jason followed his father, fighting alongside him. During the shootout, Mark managed to wound one of the attackers and capture him. After interrogation, it turned out that the killers were hired by Crowe. Mark realized it was time to strike the finishing blow. He gathered his team and developed a plan to neutralize Crowe. They soon learned that Maximilian was hiding in one of his luxurious mansions outside the city. Mark and his men began a capture operation. They surrounded the mansion and began the assault. The battle was brutal and bloody, but in the end, Mark managed to capture Crowe alive. He brought him to one of his secret hideouts for interrogation. Maximilian, realizing that his situation was hopeless, proposed a deal. He agreed to hand over all his assets and leave the city in exchange for his life. Mark, realizing that such a step would ensure his complete victory, agreed. After all the formalities were settled, Crow left the city, and Mark received control of his assets. This was a significant victory that further strengthened his position. But Mark knew that he couldn't relax. Every new day brought new challenges, and he was ready for them. Mark continued to develop his operations, strengthening his connections and expanding his influence. Jason, seeing his father's example, became an even more decisive and skillful leader. Together, they continued to rule their empire, maintaining control of the city and preparing for any eventuality. Mark continued to rule his empire, enjoying a temporary lull after the threat from Maximilian Crow was eliminated. His influence reached new heights, and his competitors preferred not to enter into open confrontation with him. However, the world of the criminal world is never calm. One day, Mark received a message from his longtime friend and ally, Tony. Tony reported that a new criminal group known as the Red Dragons had appeared in a nearby city. This group was extremely dangerous and had close ties to Asian crime syndicates. The Red Dragons have begun to actively expand their influence and may soon threaten Mark's territory. Mark realized that he needed to be proactive to prevent the Red Dragons from gaining a foothold and becoming a threat. He decided to travel to a nearby town to meet with local leaders and learn more about the new group. Jason offered to help, and Mark agreed to take him along. Arriving in a nearby town, Mark and Jason met with a local crime lord known as Victor Fist Martinez. Victor was an old friend of Mark's and managed his affairs with an iron grip. He agreed to help Mark in exchange for future support. Victor said that the Red Dragons act extremely secretively and cruelly. They quickly gained the trust of local gangs by offering protection and lucrative deals. Mark realized that fighting them would require cunning and tactics. He decided to infiltrate his people into the ranks of the Red Dragons in order to gather information and prepare the ground for the strike. One of those who agreed to this dangerous mission was Jason. He infiltrated the group under the guise of a small-time drug dealer in order to gain their trust and convey important information to his father. Jason quickly earned the respect of the Red Dragons by showing courage and determination in completing missions. While Jason was working undercover, Mark and Victor began planning an operation to neutralize the leaders of the Red Dragons. They learned that the group's leader, Li Cheng, was planning a major meeting with international partners to discuss expanding his operations. Mark decided this was the perfect moment to strike. He assembled a team of his best fighters and prepared everything necessary for the operation. Jason, having learned about Li Cheng's plans, conveyed the information to his father. Everything was ready for the decisive blow. On the night of the meeting, Mark and his men surrounded the place where Li Cheng's meeting with his partners was to take place. The operation was carefully planned. Mark used all his resources and connections to neutralize the guards and capture the leaders of the Red Dragons. Jason was inside the building when the attack began, continuing to play his role. He helped coordinate the efforts from within, ensuring the success of the operation. The firefight was brutal, but through carefully planned tactics and coordination, Mark and his men were victorious. Li Cheng and several key Red Dragon figures were captured alive. Mark understood that this was not only a victory, but also an opportunity to gain valuable information. Li Cheng began to be interrogated, and soon he began to speak. He revealed a lot of information about his connections and plans, which allowed Mark and Victor to launch preemptive strikes on the remaining Red Dragon cells. After a successful operation, Mark returned to his city, knowing that another threat had been eliminated. His empire continued to grow and strengthen. Jason, having proven his dedication and skills, took an even more important place in the management structure. Mark saw him as a worthy successor and was confident that his empire was in good hands. However, despite all the victories, Mark understood that peace in the criminal world was temporary. Enemies will always look for ways to undermine his power. He continued to develop his operations, strengthening his connections and expanding his influence. Mark knew that only constant readiness for new challenges and decisive action would allow him to remain at the top of the criminal world. There were new challenges ahead, and Mark was ready for them. His strength and determination, backed by the loyalty of his comrades and experience, allowed him to maintain control of the city and protect his interests. Mark continued to go his own way, confidently walking on the edge of a knife in a world where every decision could cost his life. Mark continued to run his empire, confident in his strength and loyal people. But the world of the criminal world knew no peace. Mark soon learned that his old ally, Victor Fist Martinez, was in trouble. Victor had been arrested on false charges and was now in prison awaiting trial. Mark knew that this was the work of someone from high ranks who wanted to weaken his influence by eliminating his allies. Mark decided to act quickly. He tasked his best people with finding out who was behind Victor's arrest and finding a way to free him. It soon became clear that the arrest was orchestrated by a corrupt prosecutor named Richard Harper, who was on the payroll of one of the rival criminal gangs. Mark began to develop a plan to free Victor and expose Harper. He decided to use his connections in media and politics to collect evidence of Harper's corruption and put it in the hands of journalists who would not be afraid to publish the truth. In addition, Mark decided to organize Victor's escape so as not to wait for the slow progress of justice. Jason, eager to prove his usefulness, proposed his own plan. He proposed staging an attack on the convoy that was transporting Victor from prison to court. Mark approved of the idea and assigned Jason to coordinate the operation. On the day of transport of the convoy, Mark's people ambushed one of the deserted sections of the road. Jason led the group that was supposed to free Victor. The attack was lightning fast and well planned. Mark's people neutralized the guards and freed Victor, leaving not a single trace that would point to them. Meanwhile, the accumulated evidence of Harper's corruption began to circulate in the media. Journalists published revealing articles, which caused a huge resonance in society. Harper was forced to resign, and an investigation was launched against him. Victor, now free and grateful to Mark for saving him, decided to support his ally even more actively. Together, they began to develop plans to expand their operations and strengthen their position in the city. However, a new threat soon appeared. A group of international mercenaries known as the Dark Jackals arrived in the city. They were hired by an unknown customer to eliminate Mark and his people. Mark knew that mercenaries were a serious threat and decided to be proactive. He instructed his intelligence officers to find out who hired the Dark Jackals and what their plans were. It was soon established that the customer was an influential figure from Europe, a crime baron named Konstantin Volkov. Volkov wanted to take control of Mark's criminal networks and establish his influence in the city. Mark knew that the fight with Volkov would be difficult and dangerous. He began preparing his team for the meeting with the Dark Jackals. Jason suggested using sabotage and guerrilla warfare tactics to weaken the mercenaries and demoralize them. The first step was an attack on the Dark Jackals' base, where their weapons and equipment were stored. Mark and his men organized a night raid, during which they destroyed a significant part of the mercenaries' arsenal. This was only the first step in a long and grueling war. Volkov, having learned about the attack, became furious. He increased security measures and began sending additional reinforcements to the city. Mark understood that it was necessary to strike a decisive blow before Volkov had time to fully strengthen his position. Mark and his team began planning an operation to capture Volkov. They learned that Volkov was going to hold an important meeting with representatives of other criminal groups in one of the elite clubs in the city. This was the perfect opportunity to attack. On the night of the meeting, Mark and his men surrounded the club and began an assault. A fierce firefight ensued, but thanks to careful preparation and coordination, Mark managed to capture Volkov alive. He brought him to one of his secret places for interrogation. Volkov, realizing that he had no other choice, began to speak. He revealed a wealth of valuable information about his connections and plans, which allowed Mark to launch preemptive strikes against the remaining enemies. After this, Mark decided to get rid of Volkov in order to eliminate the threat once and for all. Mark continued to strengthen his empire, using the information he gained to expand his influence and eliminate competitors. Jason, having proven his dedication and skill, became an even more important figure in the management structure. Together, they continued to rule their empire, maintaining control of the city and preparing for any eventuality. With each new challenge, Mark became stronger and more experienced. He knew there were still many challenges ahead, but he was ready for them. His ability to find a way out of the most difficult situations and cruelty in his actions allowed him to remain at the top of the criminal world. Mark continued to rule his empire, confident in his invincibility. However, the enemies did not sleep. In the world of crime, there are always those who are ready to do anything for power and money. Among them stood out a man whom Mark underestimated, Alexander Alex Korsakov, a former subordinate of Volkov, who decided to avenge his boss. Alex was smart and calculating. He carefully studied Mark, his behavior and habits to find the perfect moment to strike. Alex knew that open confrontation would not lead to success, so he decided to use cunning and deceit. Alex began by introducing his man into Mark's circle. This agent, John, was a master of disguise and manipulation. He managed to earn Mark's trust by carrying out various assignments and proving his loyalty. Over time, John became one of Mark's closest people, having access to his plans and personal information. While John went undercover, Alex began to create a network of allies among Mark's enemies. He made secret deals and promised support to those who were dissatisfied with Mark's dominance. Gradually, Alex gathered significant forces, ready to deliver the decisive blow. One of these allies was Ricardo, the leader of one of the local gangs, who had long wanted to overthrow Mark. Ricardo provided resources and people to help Alex with his plan. Together, they developed a detailed plan to eliminate Mark. John, working undercover, informed Alex that Mark was planning to hold a meeting with several important allies at one of his country mansions. This was the perfect moment to attack. Alex and his men prepared everything necessary for the attack. On the day of the meeting, Mark, Jason, and their closest associates arrived at the mansion. They were unaware of the coming threat. John, following the plan, was next to Mark in order to give a signal to Alex at the right moment. The meeting began, and everything went according to plan. When the moment came, John gave the signal and Alex's men began to attack. They broke into the mansion using automatic weapons and explosives. A fierce firefight ensued. Mark, Jason, and their people put up worthy resistance, but the forces were unequal. In the midst of the battle, John betrayed Mark. He shot him in the back while he was busy fending off an attack. Jason, seeing what happened, rushed to his father, but it was too late. Mark was mortally wounded. Jason, enraged by his father's betrayal and death, continued to fight, trying to protect the others. Alex, seeing that Mark was dead, ordered his men to retreat. They left the mansion, leaving behind only destruction and death. Jason, seriously wounded, managed to survive, but the loss of his father left a deep mark on his soul. Mark was buried with honors as a legend of the criminal world. His death came as a shock to everyone who knew him. Jason, now the sole heir, vowed to avenge his father and continue his work. He began to gather strength and strengthen his influence, preparing for a new war. Alex, enjoying his temporary victory, did not know that Jason was already preparing a retaliatory strike. Soon a new chapter began in the history of the criminal world, where one king was replaced by a new one, ready to protect the legacy of his father at any cost. Jason understood that his path would be difficult and dangerous, but he was ready for it. He knew that only strength, determination, and the ability to predict the moves of his enemies would help him stay on top. And in the heart of his every action lived the memory of Mark, who did everything to build an empire, and now his son had to protect it from all enemies. After Mark's death, Jason took over control of the empire. At first, he acted decisively, developing plans to destroy enemies who could take advantage of the death of his father. Jason began by organizing retaliatory strikes against the group of Alex Korsakov, who was the main culprit in Mark's death. Jason and his men began attacking Alex's bases and warehouses, destroying resources and neutralizing key people. But Alex was an experienced and cunning opponent. He understood that Jason was out for revenge and used this to his advantage by luring his men into traps and ambushes. Over time, Jason began to notice that his people were becoming increasingly tense and tired. Continuous battles and losses undermined their morale. In addition, internal divisions and power struggles began to eat away at Mark's empire from within. One of the first serious blows was the betrayal of one of Mark's most trusted people, Carlos. He decided to side with Alex, offering him information about Jason's plans in exchange for money and protection. This betrayal was a serious blow to Jason, who did not expect this from a close ally. After this incident, Jason began to rely more and more on his most loyal people, but the circle of trusted people began to noticeably narrow. People began to leave the gang, fearing for their lives and families. Jason knew that without loyal allies, it would be difficult for him to maintain control of the empire. Meanwhile, Alex began to actively work to weaken Jason's position. He used his connections and resources to bribe Jason's people and spread misinformation. Gradually, Jason's influence began to wane, and his gang began to shrink. One of the most serious blows to Jason came when Alex organized a major attack on one of the gang's key targets. As a result of the attack, Jason lost many of his best fighters and significant resources. This event seriously undermined his position and left him with limited forces for further struggle. Jason knew his empire was collapsing. He began to look for ways to conclude a temporary truce with Alex in order to buy time and regroup. But Alex was not interested in a truce. He saw Jason as a threat and wanted to completely destroy him. Ultimately, Jason was left with a small group of his most loyal people. They continued to fight, but the forces were unequal. Alex and his people gradually captured more and more territories and objects, leaving Jason with less and less chance of survival. Realizing that things couldn't go on like this, Jason decided to change tactics. He began to use guerrilla warfare methods, staging surprise attacks and sabotage, in order to somehow slow down Alex's progress. This allowed us to gain some time, but did not change the general course of events. As a result, left with virtually no support or resources, Jason decided to take one last desperate step. He launched a major attack on Alex's main headquarters, hoping to inflict maximum damage and possibly eliminate the main enemy. The attack was brutal and bloody. Jason and his men fought to the last, but the forces were unequal. Eventually, Jason was captured. Alex, triumphant, personally carried out the sentence, finally destroying Mark's legacy. The empire that Mark had been building for years collapsed. The remnants of his gang were destroyed or scattered, trying to start a new life away from the criminal world. Alex Korsakov has seized control of the city, becoming the new king of crime. But the memory of Mark and his empire continued to live in the hearts of those who knew him and fought alongside him. The story of a great criminal and his son, who tried to preserve his father's legacy, has become a legend in the criminal world. The empire that Mark had been building for years collapsed. Alex Korsakov, having seized control of the city, became the new criminal king. His rule was cruel and merciless, but he understood that maintaining power was only half the battle. He needed to strengthen his position and suppress any possible uprisings. The remnants of Mark and Jason's gang scattered, many of them trying to start a new life away from the criminal world. However, some of them could not forget their leader and what they had lost. These people became underground fighters, carrying out sabotage and minor attacks on Alex's targets, hoping to weaken his power. Alex understood that these small attacks were just the beginning and decided to carry out a purge among the remaining people loyal to Mark. He used his resources and connections to identify and neutralize them. Many of Mark's former comrades were arrested or killed, and the resistance began to fade. But even during this dark period, there were those who continued to fight. One of these people was Thomas, Mark's former loyal ally and Jason's friend. He survived the attack on Alex's headquarters and managed to escape. Thomas decided to gather the remnants of the gang and continue the fight for justice. Thomas began to act carefully and secretly, attracting to his cause those who were dissatisfied with Alex's rule. Gradually, he created a small but determined group of fighters ready to fight to the end. They staged targeted attacks, sabotaged Alex's operations, and tried to undermine his influence. However, Thomas understood that long-term resistance was impossible without external support. He began to look for allies among other criminal groups who could help in the fight against Alex. Some of them agreed to help, seeing this as a chance to weaken their main competitor. Thomas's allies helped organize a major attack on one of Alex's key facilities. This attack was a turning point in the resistance. Alex lost significant resources and men, giving Thomas and his men the chance to launch a series of strikes against other targets. However, Alex was not going to give up. He increased security and launched counterattacks in an attempt to destroy Thomas and his group. The fight became more and more fierce and bloody. Ultimately, Thomas and his men were cornered, but they continued to fight, hoping for a better future. The final battle took place in an abandoned factory, which became a refuge for Thomas's group. Alex and his men surrounded the building, and a fierce firefight began. Thomas, knowing that this was their last chance, fought with desperation and determination. In the end, the forces were unequal. Thomas and his men died, but their sacrifice was not in vain. Their actions inspired others to fight, and rumors of resistance began to spread throughout the city. People began to understand that Alex's reign was not the end, and the fight for justice continued. Alex Korsakov, although he won, could not completely calm down. His reign remained under threat, and he knew that there would always be those who would fight for freedom and justice. The story of Mark, Jason, and Thomas became legendary, inspiring new fighters to fight. Thus ended the history of the great empire of Mark, but its legacy continued to live in the hearts of those who believed in justice and were ready to fight for their ideals to the end. There will always be heroes and villains in the world of crime, but the spirit of struggle and thirst for justice will never fade. Second story of the criminal. In a poor area of New York in 1985, a boy named Benjamin Reynolds was born. His family lived in a small old house that required constant renovation. Benjamin's mother, Linda, worked as a cleaner in one of the local office buildings, and his father, James, worked as a truck driver. The family struggled to make ends meet, and Benjamin realized the severity of life in poverty from an early age. Benjamin was an inquisitive and smart child. From early childhood, he observed life around him, absorbing every detail. He often walked the streets, exploring the shops and banks that were located in the city center. He was always interested in how these institutions worked and asked many questions. One day, walking past a large bank, he thought about how much money was stored inside and how he could get to it. At school, Benjamin showed himself to be a capable student, but his mind was often used not for the best purposes. He became a leader among his classmates, organizing petty pranks and practical jokes. His charisma and ability to persuade attracted other children to him, and he soon became the center of a small group that engaged in petty thefts and pranks. One day, during recess, Benjamin saw one of the students showing off his new toys. At that moment, he had the idea to steal these toys. He came up with a plan and, together with his friends, successfully carried out the theft. This first success inspired him and made him realize that he had the gift of planning and organization. Living in a disadvantaged area, Benjamin often encountered criminal elements. He watched as local bandits quickly became rich through robbery and theft. Despite his parents' attempts to keep him away from this environment, the streets of New York were themselves a school of life, where the fittest survive. One evening, while returning home, Benjamin witnessed a robbery at a local store. He carefully followed the actions of the robbers, remembering every detail. This incident left a deep imprint on his mind, and from that moment on, the thought of easy money and the adrenaline of robbery did not leave him. Every year, Benjamin's interest in the criminal world only intensified. He began studying books and films about famous bank robbers, dreaming of one day repeating their exploits. In high school, he already knew exactly what he wanted to do in the future. Benjamin did not strive to obtain a higher education or find an honest job. He believed that his destiny was to become a legendary bank robber. A plan gradually matured in his head, which was supposed to bring him the wealth and fame that he had dreamed of for so long. Thus began the journey of Benjamin Reynolds, a future serial bank robber who would forever change the criminal history of America. After graduating from school, Benjamin decided not to waste time and began to bring his plans to life. He found a job in one of the large banks in New York, getting a job as a security guard. This job gave him a unique opportunity to study the inner workings of a bank, including security systems, employee routines, and customer habits. Benjamin carefully studied every aspect of the bank's work. He memorized the collection schedule, observed how and where the money was stored, and analyzed all possible escape routes. He made himself duplicate keys to various rooms and secretly copied the access codes. During this time, he also strengthened his physical fitness and learned to move stealthily so as not to leave traces. In parallel with his work at the bank, Benjamin began to train in the art of breaking and entering. He bought several books and studied every detail, from picking locks to cracking safes. In the evenings, he practiced his skills, turning his small apartment into a training ground. He knew that only careful preparation and absolute confidence in his abilities would allow him to achieve success. Benjamin decided to carry out his first robbery in a small bank branch on the outskirts of the city. He chose a night when security was minimal and entered the building through a ventilation shaft. His heart was pounding, but he acted calmly and methodically. Using his knowledge and skills, he quickly opened the safe and took the money. Benjamin left the bank as quietly as he entered it. This first success inspired him and gave him confidence. He realized that his plan was working and that he was capable of more. Benjamin soon began carefully planning his next raids. Each time he chose new targets, studied them to the smallest detail, and acted with impeccable precision. Over time, his robberies became more and more daring. He infiltrated the largest banks in New York, leaving the police in confusion. Benjamin acted alone, relying only on his skills and sharp mind. He never left a trace and always went unnoticed, making him a real mystery to law enforcement. Benjamin Reynolds became a legend in the criminal world. His name aroused fear and admiration, and the New York police put him on the wanted list. But despite all their efforts, they were never able to catch him. Benjamin continued his journey, proving that he was capable of the impossible and that his genius knew no bounds. Benjamin realized that with each successful robbery, the pressure on him increased. The police and FBI began an intensified search for the unknown robber. They created a special working group to study each of his crimes, analyze his methods, and look for any possible clues. But Benjamin was always one step ahead. He began to change tactics to make their job more difficult. Instead of operating at night, he began committing robberies during the day when the bank was full of people. This required more careful preparation and incredible composure. He entered banks under the guise of an ordinary client, studied the situation, and waited for the right moment. Then, quickly and decisively, he would get down to business, using his skills and charm to avoid suspicion. Benjamin also began using disguises. He bought different costumes and wigs, changing his appearance to make him harder to recognize. This helped him remain unnoticed and leave without a trace. He became a master of disguise, and the police could not find a single description of his appearance. One day, when Benjamin was preparing for another robbery, he noticed that he was being followed. He realized that one of the bank employees might have suspected something was wrong. Benjamin changed his plans and decided to act differently. He went to another area of the city and chose a new goal, completely changing his usual routes. This incident made him even more careful. He began using technology to track police activity and avoid traps. Benjamin studied how surveillance cameras worked and found blind spots to stay undetected. He also began using fake documents to confuse those who were trying to track him down. Benjamin knew that sooner or later his luck might run out. But every time he committed another robbery and walked away with the loot, he felt that his skill was only growing. He liked to be the center of attention, even if it was from the police. With each new success, Benjamin became more and more daring. He didn't just steal money. He left behind himself peculiar signatures, small notes with riddles that further confused the police. These notes became his calling card, and people began to talk about him as a legend. However, despite all the precautions, Benjamin understood that the game was becoming more and more dangerous. He was at the top, but he also knew that every wrong step could lead to his fall. So he continued to act cautiously, always preparing for the next step and never forgetting that his freedom and life were at stake. Benjamin continued to operate with unprecedented dexterity, improving his skills and strategies. Each new day was an opportunity for him to improve his techniques and learn new ways to bypass security systems. He became a technology geek, learning how to hack alarm systems and forge digital traces. One of the most complex and ambitious robberies for Benjamin was the penetration into the central branch of one of the largest banks in New York. This department was equipped with the latest security systems, including biometric scanners, laser sensors, and continuous video surveillance. But for Benjamin, this was a challenge he couldn't miss. For months, he carefully planned every detail. He learned the security shift schedule, studied all the entrances and exits, and also found a way to bypass the biometric scanners using fake fingerprints. He was even able to access blueprints of the building, allowing him to study the ventilation system and find possible escape routes. On the day of the robbery, Benjamin, dressed in an elegant suit, entered the bank as an ordinary customer. He looked impeccable and did not attract attention to himself. Stealthily bypassing several guards, he walked to the service door and, using a fake pass, entered the restricted area. There he began to implement his plan, disabling the security systems one by one. When he reached the main vault, the last obstacle awaited him, a safe with a combination lock. Benjamin used a stethoscope to hear the lock's mechanisms and, after several minutes of hard work, was able to open it. Inside, bags of money and securities were waiting for him. He quickly grabbed everything he could carry and headed for the exit, carefully keeping track of the time. But this time, something went wrong. A security guard who happened to be passing by noticed something suspicious and raised the alarm. The bank began to panic, and Benjamin realized that he had only minutes to get out. He rushed to the ventilation hatch, which he had prepared in advance, and literally disappeared from the field of view of his pursuers. Pursued by the police, he ran across the roofs of neighboring buildings, using previously prepared routes. After a few blocks, he changed clothes and mixed with the crowd, heading towards a previously prepared shelter. When he was finally safe, he realized how close he had come to failure. This experience was a lesson for Benjamin. He realized that he could not afford the slightest mistake. He began to act even more carefully, planning each robbery down to the smallest detail. His name became synonymous with elusiveness, and each new successful operation strengthened his reputation in the criminal world. Meanwhile, the New York police and the FBI did not give up trying to catch him. They stepped up surveillance of banks, checked all suspicious persons, and analyzed every little detail that could lead to his capture. But Benjamin was always one step ahead, playing cat and mouse with them and enjoying every moment of his dangerous life. With each new robbery, Benjamin improved his methods and strengthened his reputation in the criminal world. He became a legend, talked about throughout the country. Meanwhile, the police and FBI intensified their efforts to capture him. They collaborated with top security experts and analysts to try to predict his next move. Benjamin realized that each new robbery became more and more risky. He began looking for ways to leave New York and start a new life, perhaps even abroad. But his passion for adrenaline and thirst for new challenges did not allow him to stop. One of these challenges was the decision to rob the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. This bank was one of the most secure places in the city, and even the thought of robbing it seemed crazy. But Benjamin saw this as an opportunity to prove to himself and the whole world that he was capable of the impossible. This heist took months to plan. Benjamin studied every aspect of the bank's security system, analyzing employee routes and studying the building's ventilation layout. He also monitored how and when money was delivered to and collected from the bank. On the day of the robbery, Benjamin acted with incredible precision. He entered the bank under the guise of a maintenance contractor using false documents and forms. He bypassed the security systems and entered the vault, taking advantage of the time when the guards were busy with other matters. When he reached the main vault, he had to overcome several layers of defense. He used his technological training to disable alarm systems and bypass laser sensors. Finally, he found himself in front of a giant safe, which was to be his last obstacle. Opening the safe took longer than he expected. His hands shook with tension, but he continued to work methodically and calmly. At that moment, he realized how close he was to his goal. When the lock finally gave way, he opened the safe and saw mountains of cash and gold bars in front of him. Benjamin began loading the loot into the bags he had prepared. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps. The guards returned earlier than he expected. His heart beat faster, but he kept his cool. He had to act quickly and decisively. He took as much as he could carry and headed towards the exit. This time, the path to salvation turned out to be more difficult. The guards noticed him and raised the alarm. Benjamin rushed to the ventilation hatch, but one of the guards managed to see him. A chase began through the corridors of the bank. Benjamin used all his skills and experience to escape his pursuers, but he realized that the situation was getting out of control. He got out of the building and headed towards a previously prepared shelter. At that moment, he realized that he could no longer continue to live like this. He decided that this would be his last robbery. But thoughts of a new life and freedom were overshadowed by the realization that he was now being persecuted with redoubled force. Benjamin hid in one of his hideouts, watching the news. He saw police and the FBI intensify their search, launching a massive operation to capture him. He needed to decide how to proceed. He knew that every step now had to be thought out to the smallest detail in order to avoid capture. The situation was heating up, and Benjamin realized that the game had become even more dangerous. His freedom hung in the balance, but he was ready to take on the challenge. He continued to develop a plan that would allow him to escape forever, leaving behind his legendary criminal career. Benjamin knew his time in New York was coming to an end. His latest operation caused a huge outcry, and the police increased patrols of the city, blocking all possible escape routes. However, Benjamin was always one step ahead. He knew he needed to think through his next move even more carefully to avoid the inevitable arrest. Benjamin decided that he needed to get as far away from New York as possible, but this required preparation. He created several false leads to confuse the police. He began spreading rumors and fake documents that indicated his possible presence in different parts of the country. His plan was to travel in a private vehicle, avoiding major roads and highways. One night, Benjamin secretly left his hiding place and set out on the road. He chose an old SUV that didn't attract attention and headed west. His path ran through forest roads and sparsely populated routes, where the chances of stumbling upon patrols were minimal. He understood that every kilometer removed him from danger, but he also knew that it was too early to relax. At one of the stops, when Benjamin was resting on an abandoned farm, he heard news on the radio about his capture. Police said they were on the verge of arresting him, but he had a plan. He continued to move, trying not to leave any traces. He changed cars from time to time, buying old cars for cash in small towns. After a few days of travel, Benjamin reached his goal, a small town on the Pacific coast. Here he found a secluded place where he could hide and start a new life. He changed his appearance, giving himself a new haircut and dyeing his hair, and also began using fake documents to avoid recognition. Benjamin got a job at a local restaurant where no one knew about his past. He lived a modest life, enjoying every day of freedom. Deep down, he knew that his criminal career was behind him, and that now his main task was to remain unnoticed. However, Benjamin could not completely abandon his past. He continued to follow the news, studying how the search was progressing. He knew that the police and the FBI would not give up trying to find him, but he was prepared for any development of events. Time passed, and Benjamin became more and more convinced that he had made the right choice. He began to make plans for the future, dreaming of a life free from crime and danger. He hoped that one day he could disappear completely, leaving behind only the legend of the elusive bank robber. Benjamin knew that his story was not over yet, and that a new chapter awaited him, full of unexpected turns and challenges. Benjamin enjoyed his new life in Mexico. He changed his name to Miguel and settled in a small town where no one knew about his past. He found work on a local farm, which gave him a sense of peace and security. But he understood that his past could return at any moment. One day, while Miguel was working in the field, a local policeman approached him. Miguel froze, but the policeman only asked for help in repairing the tractor. This incident reminded him that he must always be on alert. Despite the risk, Miguel made several friends among the locals. He became part of a small community, and people valued him for his hard work and kindness. Sometimes in the evenings he sat by the fire with new friends, telling them stories from his past life that were invented on the fly. One day, a stranger came to the town. He stopped at a local hotel and began asking residents about Miguel. Upon learning of this, Miguel realized that he had been found. He knew that there was no time to waste, and began to prepare for another escape. At night, when the town was sleeping, Miguel packed his things and left the house. He headed towards the border with Belize, hoping that there he would be able to get lost among tourists and local residents. The road was dangerous, and he crossed paths with patrols several times, but each time he managed to escape. When Miguel finally made it to Belize, he felt like he could start over. Here he found work in a small restaurant on the seashore. He changed his name and appearance again, trying not to attract attention to himself. Life in Belize was calm and regular, and Miguel enjoyed every day. But despite his apparent calm, he knew that his past would always haunt him. He continued to live with alertness, ready to flee at any moment. Every night as he fell asleep, he thought that one day he would be able to find a place where no one would find him and begin to live truly freely. So continued the life of Miguel, the man who was once known as Benjamin Reynolds, the legendary bank robber. His story is not over yet, and new challenges and adventures await him. Despite his quiet life in Belize, Miguel, or Benjamin Reynolds as he was once known, could not shake his adrenaline rush and the excitement he felt during robberies. Thoughts about New York and his fame as a legendary bank robber haunted him. He decided that he had to return and carry out one last robbery, the most daring and large-scale in his career. The plan was thought out to the smallest detail. Benjamin chose a target, the largest bank in Midtown Manhattan, where huge amounts of cash and securities were stored. He knew that for such a robbery he would need to return to New York unnoticed, avoiding old connections and places where he might be recognized. He arrived in New York under a different name and rented an apartment in Brooklyn. The first few weeks he did reconnaissance. He watched the bank, studied the security schedule, the security systems, and the daily routine of the employees. He also purchased advanced hacking equipment and fake documents. The day came when everything was ready. Benjamin decided to act on a weekend when there were fewer people in the bank. He put on a suit that hid his face and headed towards the bank. After going through the back entrance, he used counterfeit keys and codes to gain access to the office premises. Entering the vault, he encountered a system of laser sensors and biometric protection, but Benjamin was ready. Using special glasses and devices, he bypassed lasers and forged fingerprints to fool the system. Soon he found himself in front of the main safe. Using a stethoscope and his skills, he began to pick the lock. His heart was pounding, but his hands were confident. When the safe opened, Benjamin saw mountains of money and jewelry in front of him. He began quickly filling the bags, trying not to waste a second. Suddenly, he heard a noise. Someone noticed his presence. Benjamin knew time was short. He took as much as he could carry and headed towards the exit. At that moment, the security system was activated and panic began in the bank. The alarm went off and the guards headed to the vault. Benjamin used a smoke bomb to escape and ran out the back door. The chase was close, but he was ready for it. A motorcycle was waiting for him on the street and he quickly drove off, leaving his pursuers behind. He managed to hide in an abandoned building nearby, where he hid his loot. Benjamin knew that now he needed to leave the city as quickly as possible. He changed his clothes and appearance, blending in with the crowd on the streets of New York. The police and FBI were furious. A robbery of this magnitude could not go unnoticed. The news discussed the audacity and professionalism of the robber, but no one knew that the legendary Benjamin Reynolds was behind it. He crossed the border again, this time heading to South America. There, he decided to start a new life, away from old enemies and memories. However, he knew that his story was not over yet, and that every new day could bring new challenges and adventures. In South America, Benjamin Reynolds found temporary refuge in a small village on the banks of the Amazon River. Here, far from civilization and under close police surveillance, he tried to adapt to a new life. He used false documents to settle in the village and took any job that would allow him to remain in the shadows. However, the thought of returning to New York and his latest robbery continued to torment him. He knew that his legend lived on in people's minds and that he couldn't just disappear. Benjamin felt that his destiny was connected with the city where he became famous. He understood that sooner or later he would have to return. Several months later, Benjamin began preparing for his return. He knew he had to be more careful than ever. He contacted several old acquaintances who could help him with fake documents and logistics. They arranged for him to have a safe passage back to the U.S. so he could get back to New York. Returning to New York, Benjamin acted with extreme caution. He rented a small apartment on the outskirts of the city and carefully concealed his identity. He began to study the city again, its changes and new security measures. He understood that the police and FBI had not forgotten about him and that he needed to be one step ahead. This time he chose one of the oldest and most guarded banks in the city as his target. The bank was a symbol of New York's financial power, and robbing it would be the greatest achievement of his career. He began collecting information using his old connections and new technologies. Benjamin carefully studied the bank's security system, collector routes, and security shift schedules. He developed a detailed plan that included breaking into the bank through the sewer system, bypassing laser sensors, and opening the safe using state-of-the-art tools. The day came when everything was ready. At night, Benjamin entered the sewer system and, using a map he had made in advance, reached the bank's basement. There he carefully made his way through narrow corridors, avoiding security cameras and laser sensors. He acted methodically and quickly as always. When he got to the safe, the most difficult part awaited him. Using his skills and the latest gadgets, he began to pick the lock. Time passed, and he felt the tension growing. Finally, the safe opened, revealing money and securities. But this time Benjamin decided not to take everything. He left a symbolic amount to show that what was more important to him was not wealth, but the process itself. He quickly left the bank, again using the sewer system, and headed towards his hideout. The police discovered the robbery only in the morning, and it caused a huge outcry. Everyone was talking about the return of the legendary robber and discussing his audacity and skill. But no one knew where he was now. Benjamin disappeared from New York again, this time heading to an unknown location. He knew that his story was not over yet and that new adventures awaited him. He relished the thought that his name would remain in people's memories as the name of a man who never gave up and continued to play his dangerous game until the very end. After successfully returning to New York and daringly robbing one of the city's oldest banks, Benjamin knew he had to keep moving. He knew that the police and FBI would not give up trying to catch him, and he decided that the next city for his great final heist would be Chicago. Chicago, with its rich history of organized crime and financial institutions, seemed an ideal place for the next strike. Benjamin carefully studied the city, its largest banks and security systems. He chose a target, one of the most prestigious banks in the city center, with a long history and a reputation for invulnerability. He arrived in Chicago under a different name, rented a small apartment, and began scouting. For the first few weeks he observed the bank, studying security schedules, security systems, and employee work schedules. He also looked at different escape routes to ensure he had multiple options in case of unforeseen circumstances. One of the main tasks was to enter the building undetected. Benjamin found a solution. He got a job as a technical specialist in one of the companies that maintains the bank's security system. This gave him access to important information and allowed him to plan his actions with maximum precision. Benjamin thought through every step. He knew that mistakes would not be tolerated and acted with the utmost caution. Finally, the day came when everything was ready. He chose a night when the bank was empty and security was minimal. Using his knowledge and fake passes, he entered the building through the service entrance. Having entered the bank, Benjamin bypassed the security systems and reached the main vault. He used modern technology and tools to break the locks and disarm the alarms. Soon he found himself in front of the safe, which was the last obstacle on his way. Benjamin began to open the safe, listening carefully to every click of the mechanism. His hands acted confidently and quickly. When the lock gave way, he opened the door and saw in front of him huge amounts of cash and securities. He began filling the bags, trying not to waste time. However, at this moment something went wrong. One of the security guards patrolling the building noticed the stranger and raised the alarm. Benjamin realized that he had only minutes to leave the building. He quickly collected everything he could carry and headed towards the exit. A car was waiting for him on the street, which he had previously parked nearby. Benjamin rushed to the car, hearing the guards chasing him. He started the engine and took off, leaving his pursuers behind. Soon he found himself on one of the central routes, heading towards a previously prepared shelter. Chicago woke up to news of a daring robbery. The police and FBI were furious, and the city began to search for a mysterious robber who managed to bypass all security systems and escape with the loot. But Benjamin was already far away. He left behind another legend, adding a new name to the list of his successes. Now his path lay further, to new challenges and adventures. Benjamin understood that his story was not over yet. Each new robbery brought him closer to his final goal, to become the most famous and elusive bank robber in history. And he was ready for new challenges, knowing that many interesting things awaited him ahead. After a daring robbery in Chicago, Benjamin found his reputation as an elusive bank robber had reached new heights. The police and FBI redoubled their efforts to find him, but he had already left town, leaving them confused. Benjamin headed west, deciding to lay low for a while and plan his next great heist. He chose Los Angeles as his next destination. The city of angels, known for its luxury and wealth, provided many opportunities for the ambitious robber. Benjamin knew that this city was home to some of the largest banks and financial institutions in the country. He decided that his next target would be a bank known for its strict security measures and large cash reserves. Benjamin arrived in Los Angeles under a new name and rented an apartment in the suburbs. He spent the first few weeks again on reconnaissance, studying bank security systems and security patrol routes. He established surveillance of the bank and its employees, collecting all the necessary information for his plan. Benjamin knew that for a successful heist he needed to use the latest technology. He purchased electronic lockpicking equipment, signal jamming systems, and other devices that could help him bypass the bank's security system. He also began working out to maintain his fitness and sharpen his skills. The day came when everything was ready. Benjamin chose a night when the bank was closed for maintenance and the number of security guards was minimal. He entered the building using forged documents and key cards obtained through his job as a technician. Entering the bank, he carefully avoided security cameras and laser sensors as he approached the vault. Having reached the safe, Benjamin began his work. He used the latest devices to hack electronic locks and disarm alarms. Soon the safe opened to reveal millions of dollars in jewelry. He quickly filled the bags, trying not to waste time. But just as he was ready to leave the building, the security system was activated. The sirens started blaring and the bank filled with red alarm lights. Benjamin knew he only had a few minutes to escape. He rushed to the exit, moving along a pre-planned route. A motorcycle was waiting for him on the street, hidden in the alley behind the building. He quickly started it up and rushed away, escaping his pursuers. The city was filled with the sounds of sirens, but Benjamin was already far away. He navigated the streets of Los Angeles using his driving skills to escape pursuit. A few hours later, when everything had calmed down, he reached a previously prepared shelter in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Benjamin knew that he now needed to leave Los Angeles as quickly as possible. He left the motorcycle and got into another car, which he had previously parked nearby. This morning, the news reported a daring robbery in Los Angeles. The police and FBI are once again left in disarray, not knowing who is behind this crime. Benjamin continued his journey, heading to a new location where he could lay low and plan his next heist. He knew that his story was not over yet. New challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, but he was ready for anything. Benjamin Reynolds, the legendary bank robber, continued his game, never resting and always staying one step ahead of his pursuers. Benjamin Reynolds decided to lay low after a daring robbery in Los Angeles. He realized that the FBI and police were intensifying their pursuit, and he needed time to prepare for the next step. He moved to a quiet town on the coast, where he rented a small house and started a new life under the name Mark Winters. Mark enjoyed the sea air and long walks on the beach. He made acquaintances with local residents, tried to fit into their circle and not attract attention. As time passed, he began to feel that he might have found a place where he could spend the rest of his life in peace. But his inner craving for adrenaline and thrills did not allow him to forget about the past for long. One evening, while sitting in a local bar, Mark overheard a conversation about the largest bank in Chicago, which was famous for its invulnerable security system. Something clicked inside him. He understood that this information was not accidental. This was a sign. It was time to act again. Returning home, he began preparing for a new robbery. He carefully planned every step, recalled old skills, and developed a strategy. He had to become Benjamin Reynolds again and commit his most ambitious crime. Benjamin knew Chicago didn't forgive mistakes. He rented an apartment near the bank and began surveillance. He spent every day on the streets, studying the routes of the guards, the bank's work schedule, and the habits of its employees. He created a false identity, Jacob Martinez, an IT specialist working for a company that services banking systems. Time passed, and Benjamin prepared carefully. He installed hidden cameras to monitor everything happening inside and outside the bank. Finally, the day came when he was ready. Dressed in a work uniform, he entered the bank under the guise of a technician, ostensibly to check security systems. His heart was pounding, but he kept his cool. Benjamin began to bypass the security systems one by one, disabling cameras and alarms. He knew he had limited time and acted quickly and decisively. When he reached the vault, he was greeted by a massive safe that required not only skill, but also patience. Using modern tools and his skills, he opened the lock. Inside, millions of dollars in cash and securities were waiting for him. Benjamin quickly filled the bags and prepared to leave. But at that moment, he heard footsteps. Someone was approaching. His heart began to beat faster, but he didn't let panic take over. He hid in a dark corner, watching the guard who passed by without noticing him. Benjamin took advantage of the moment and left the vault, moving towards the exit. When he went outside, a car parked in the alley was waiting for him. He got behind the wheel and, without looking back, left the crime scene. The news reported a daring robbery in Chicago, and Benjamin Reynolds' name was back on the front pages. But he was already far away, heading towards a new shelter. New challenges and adventures awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them. Benjamin knew that his story was not over yet and that new challenges lay ahead. Several months have passed since the successful robbery in Chicago. Benjamin Reynolds, hiding under the name Mark Winters, moved to Europe. He knew that the persecution by the American authorities continued unabated, but the change of continent gave him temporary refuge. Mark settled in a small town in the south of France where life moved slowly and calmly. However, despite the tranquility of the new place, Benjamin was again drawn to his old habits. He began to take an interest in the large banks of Europe, realizing that the European banking system could offer new challenges and opportunities. He was particularly interested in one of the largest banks in central London, known for its huge reserves and the latest security technologies. Mark started planning again. He spent several weeks exploring the city and the bank, creating a new identity for himself. Now he was John Smith, a security expert for an international company. This allowed him to access the necessary information and study all aspects of the bank's work. John got a job at a bank security company and began preparing for the robbery. He examined the guards' routes, shift schedules, and any weaknesses in the system. The day came when everything was ready. John entered the bank under the guise of an ordinary employee. He acted confidently, disabling surveillance cameras and alarms, using his knowledge and experience. When he got to the vault, he had to use all his skills to pick a complex electronic lock. When the safe door opened, not only money appeared in front of him, but also valuables that he had never seen before. John filled the bags with money and jewelry and headed out. He knew he had little time and acted quickly. But this time, everything did not go so smoothly. One of the security guards noticed the cameras were turned off and raised the alarm. John realized that he only had a few minutes to get out. He rushed to the emergency exit, which he had prepared in advance, but met several guards on his way. The chase began. John ran through the hallways, dodging guards and using his skills to stay one step ahead. When he ran outside, a motorcycle hidden in an alley was waiting for him. He started the engine and took off, leaving his pursuers behind. London was shocked by the news of the daring robbery. Police and international security services launched a large-scale operation to catch the robber, but John was already far away, heading towards a previously prepared shelter. Realizing that London was now dangerous for him, he decided to change his place again. This time his path lay in Asia, where he hoped to find a new refuge and new opportunities. Benjamin Reynolds, again changing his name and appearance, continued his dangerous game, remaining one step ahead of his pursuers. He knew his story was not over yet. New challenges and adventures lay ahead of him, and he was ready for them. Benjamin knew that every new city and every new robbery brought him closer to his ultimate goal, to become the most famous and elusive bank robber in history. Benjamin Reynolds decided to hide in one of the largest cities in Asia, Tokyo. This city attracted him with its combination of ultra-modern technology and ancient traditions. Here, among the skyscrapers and narrow streets, he hoped to find temporary shelter and prepare for the next, even more grandiose robbery. With a new name and a new appearance, Benjamin settled in a neighborhood where culture and innovation mixed. He rented a small apartment and got a job at a company developing and implementing security systems. This allowed him to study the latest technologies that were used in the largest banks in Tokyo. He devoted several months to observing and studying the security system of one of the largest banks in Japan. This bank was located in the heart of Tokyo's business district and was considered one of the most secure institutions in the country. Benjamin carefully planned every detail, developing a plan that was to be the pinnacle of his career. Finally, the day came when everything was ready. He chose a night when the bank was undergoing maintenance work and the number of security guards was minimal. Dressed in the uniform of a technical service employee, he entered the building using fake documents and equipment. Benjamin disabled the alarm system and surveillance cameras, then began to crack the safe. This time he had to cope with a multi-layered security system, which included biometric data, laser sensors, and complex mechanisms. But his skills and experience allowed him to bypass all obstacles. When the safe door finally opened, he was faced with billions of yen, jewelry, and securities. Benjamin quickly filled the bags, knowing that every second counted. He was about to leave the bank when he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. A security guard patrolling the building noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. Benjamin realized he had to act quickly. He rushed to the prepared exit, but the guards had already begun to tighten the ring around the building. A tense chase began. Benjamin rushed along the narrow corridors, trying not to fall into the hands of the guards. Using smoke bombs, he created a curtain to hide from the line of sight of his pursuers. When he ran outside, a motorcycle hidden in an alley was waiting for him. He started the engine and took off, leaving chaos and sirens behind. The night was dark, and he moved through the narrow streets of Tokyo, trying to avoid police patrols. Soon he reached an abandoned warehouse, where he hid his loot and changed his clothes. The next day, news of a daring robbery in Tokyo shocked Japan. Police and international security services launched a large-scale operation to catch the robber, but Benjamin was already far away, preparing for the next stage of his journey. He knew that now he was being pursued not only by American and European services, but also by Asian law enforcement agencies. This made his situation even more dangerous, but also added adrenaline and excitement. Benjamin decided to move on, this time heading to Singapore, a city famous for its financial institutions and high technology. New challenges and new opportunities awaited him ahead. He continued to play his dangerous game, staying one step ahead of everyone who tried to catch him. Benjamin Reynolds, changing his name and appearance, continued his legend, never resting and always ready for new challenges. After a successful robbery in Tokyo, Benjamin Reynolds decided to change things up and headed to Singapore. This city, known for its cutting-edge technology and strict security measures, seemed like the perfect place for a new challenge. However, this time he planned not just a bank robbery, but something more ambitious, the theft of an important artifact, which was kept in a high-tech museum in the city center. Benjamin knew that this artifact was a point of pride for Singapore, and its theft would be a big deal. He began studying the museum, its security system, and employee work schedules. Attention has been drawn to the latest technologies using biometrics, laser systems, and artificial intelligence to ensure security. He carefully thought out a plan that included the use of drones, fake biometric data, and hacking artificial intelligence systems. It was risky, but Benjamin was confident in his abilities. He began to prepare, gathering the necessary equipment and working out the details of the operation. The day came when everything was ready. At night, Benjamin entered the museum building using forged documents and his burglary skills. He disabled the alarms and surveillance cameras, then used drones to bypass the laser systems. Having reached the hall where the artifact was kept, he used his knowledge of biometrics to fool the scanners. When he finally stood in front of the artifact, a feeling of triumph washed over him. But at that moment, something went wrong. The security system activated and the museum filled with red alarm lights. Benjamin realized that he only had a few minutes to escape. He quickly took the artifact and headed towards the prepared exit. But this time, a surprise awaited him. The guards were already on the spot and began to pursue him. A tense chase began through the corridors of the museum. Benjamin used all his skills to elude his pursuers, but he realized that the situation was getting out of control. At the last moment, he ran to the roof of the building and used a grappling hook to get down to the street. A motorcycle was waiting for him on the street, on which he quickly drove off, leaving chaos and pursuers in his wake. The city was plunged into panic, and news of the daring kidnapping spread throughout the world. Benjamin went to a previously prepared shelter, where he hid the artifact and changed his clothes. He knew that he was now being pursued not only by Singaporean law enforcement agencies, but also by international security services. This made his situation even more dangerous, but also added excitement and adrenaline. He decided to lie low for a while, hiding from his pursuers. In his hideout, he began to analyze the past operation, studying his mistakes and developing new strategies. Benjamin knew that his story was not over yet, and new challenges and adventures awaited him. Now his goal was not just to rob banks, but to leave his mark on history as the most daring and elusive criminal. He understood that each new step would require even greater caution and skill from him, but he was ready for it. Benjamin Reynolds, changing names and appearances, continued his dangerous game, always remaining one step ahead of his pursuers. Benjamin Reynolds, now known as Richard Stone, sat at a table in a luxurious Macau casino. That evening he was a model of calm and confidence. His eyes closely followed the dealer's movements, but his thoughts were far from the card table. He was preparing for the most daring robbery of his career. In Richard's head, every action was calculated down to the second. He knew the guard schedules. He knew when the security cameras were changing, and he knew that every second would be worth its weight in gold. He had become a regular visitor to the casino in recent months, carefully studying the behavior of the staff and finding weaknesses in the security system. The evening was noisy, as always in Macau. Casino visitors were enjoying the game, not suspecting that at this time one of them was preparing to pull off the robbery of the century. Richard knew now was the perfect time. He stood up from the table, apologizing to the dealer, and headed towards the elevator leading to the underground floor. As soon as the elevator doors closed, he quickly changed his clothes to the security uniform he had prepared in advance. In his pocket were counterfeit key cards and a device for breaking electronic locks. He was ready. The elevator doors opened and Richard found himself in the corridor leading to the vault. He moved forward, confident and calm. Guards met him at every step, but the fake uniform and confidence in his eyes did not allow them to suspect anything was wrong. He walked up to the vault doors and used a fake card to gain access. The door opened with a slight click. The vault was protected by several layers of security, but Richard was prepared for this. He began disabling alarm systems using his hacking device. The tension grew with every minute. It seemed to him that time had slowed down. Finally, he reached the safe. At this moment, his breathing quickened. He knew that every step could be his last. Richard used a stethoscope to hear the locking mechanism, and within minutes, the safe gave way. Millions of dollars in jewelry were waiting for him inside. He quickly filled the bags with money and jewelry. Time was running out. Richard left the vault and headed back to the elevator, trying not to attract attention. As soon as the elevator doors closed, he changed out of his uniform into regular clothes and took his bags with him. When he returned to the casino floor, everything was as calm as before. Richard smiled as if nothing had happened and headed towards the exit. His heart was pounding, but he maintained his outward calm. As he walked out of the casino and into his rental car, he felt the tension subside. He knew that he now needed to leave Macau as quickly as possible. Richard headed to a private airfield where a plane was waiting for him, ready to take him to his new country. He knew that every second counted, but he knew that he did everything he could. The plane took off and Richard sat back in his seat with relief. He did it. New adventures and new challenges awaited him ahead, but now he could enjoy the moment of victory. Benjamin Reynolds, or Richard Stone as he was known in Macau, continued his legend, leaving behind another heist and another city. A few months later, as Benjamin Reynolds was beginning to get used to his new life as Richard Stone, the FBI was finally able to catch a lead leading to him. It all started with one seemingly insignificant mistake. One of the FBI agents, Jennifer Miller, who had been working on the Reynolds case for several years, came across traces of unusual transactions in Macau. After carefully analyzing bank data and monitoring suspicious transactions, she noticed regular large transfers that connected seemingly unrelated events. Each time a robbery occurred, it was followed by large transfers to unknown accounts registered in false names. Jennifer began to dig deeper and discovered that these transactions had similarities to those carried out in other countries following the robberies attributed to Reynolds. She theorized that Reynolds used these accounts to move stolen funds. This gave her her first real mark in years. She shared her findings with the team, and they began tracking down any transactions that might match the pattern. They soon came across transactions leading to one specific account in Switzerland. The FBI contacted Swiss authorities and gained access to information about the account owner. Swiss authorities provided information about a client registered under the name Richard Stone. This information attracted attention because it matched Reynolds' description. Agent Miller and her team realized that they had finally found the real Reynolds. They began to monitor his movements using Swiss resources and international connections. They managed to track him to one of the luxurious villas on the French coast, where Richard was hiding after his last robbery. The FBI decided to act carefully so as not to scare him away. They sent a small team of agents to watch the villa and record all his movements. For several days, they carefully monitored Richard, recording his every meeting and movement. One morning, when Richard went shopping in a nearby town, the agents decided to act. They were waiting for him near the supermarket. When he left the store, he was surrounded by several agents. Richard, realizing that he had no choice, decided not to resist. He was arrested and taken to the local police station, from where he was to be extradited to the United States. During the interrogation, he remained calm and confident. The agents asked questions, trying to find out all the details of his crimes, but Richard was persistent and said only what he considered necessary. However, the evidence collected was undeniable, and he was charged with multiple charges. The news of the capture of Benjamin Reynolds, the legendary bank robber, spread throughout the world. His name was again on the front pages of the newspapers, but now in the context of his arrest. People reacted differently to this news. Some admired his skill, others rejoiced at his capture. Richard was taken to the United States, where a long trial began. The FBI and prosecutors prepared carefully for this case, collecting all possible evidence and testimony. Richard knew that a harsh sentence awaited him, but he did not lose hope. He understood that his legend would live on, regardless of the outcome of the trial. Behind bars, he remained calm and confident. He knew that his story was not over yet. Perhaps new trials and challenges awaited him ahead, and he was ready for them. Benjamin Reynolds, or Richard Stone, continued his game, remaining true to himself and his principles until the very end. The trial of Benjamin Reynolds, or Richard Stone as he was known in recent months, has proven to be one of the most talked-about events in the world of forensics. His name again appeared in newspaper headlines and on television screens. Many were waiting for a fair trial, and some hoped to see him behind bars for many years. However, fate prepared an unexpected twist. One morning, prison guards discovered the body of Benjamin Reynolds in his cell. He was dead. Death came unexpectedly and for no apparent reason. Soon rumors of his death began to spread throughout the prison and beyond. Prison doctors said the cause of death was a heart attack, but many doubted this version. There was talk among prison guards and prisoners that the FBI might have been involved in his death. Some argued that a dangerous criminal like Reynolds could pose a threat even behind bars, and that authorities chose to eliminate him to prevent possible escapes or further crimes. These rumors intensified when it became known that, shortly before his death, Reynolds met with FBI representatives for another interrogation. Witnesses said he appeared tired and depressed after the encounter, and that FBI agents left the prison with their faces covered. The medical examination could not definitively confirm the version of a heart attack, leaving many questions unanswered. Journalists, criminologists, and the public began to build their theories about what really happened. Some speculated that Reynolds might have been poisoned, others that his death was staged and that he might still be alive and under government protection. Meanwhile, the FBI categorically denied any involvement in Reynolds' death. Officials have said they are interested in a fair and just trial and that any suggestions that the agency was involved in his death are false and baseless. However, doubts remained. For many, Reynolds was not just a criminal, but a legend who was able to deceive the system and remain free for so long. His death gave rise to even more myths and rumors about his life and crimes. Sometime later, on one of the independent internet forums, information appeared from an anonymous source claiming that Reynolds was indeed killed on the orders of high-ranking officials in order to cover up the traces of some of his affairs that could expose corruption in high circles. This information caused a wave of discussions and controversy, but was not confirmed. One way or another, the death of Benjamin Reynolds left a deep mark on the history of the criminal world. His name continued to inspire admiration and fear, and his legend lived on. For many, he remained a symbol of audacity and elusiveness, a man who played by his own rules until the very end. The death of Benjamin Reynolds left behind many questions and theories, but life went on. His legend, as one might expect, took on a new twist. People discussed his possible death, built conspiracy theories, and searched for answers. Meanwhile, his story has inspired numerous films, books, and articles. Benjamin became a symbol of insolence and rebellion. But among all the rumors and speculation, one theory stood out in particular. Some claimed that his death was staged and that Reynolds was able to negotiate with the authorities to start a new life under a different name. These rumors were supported by secret reports and anonymous sources claiming to have seen Reynolds in different parts of the world. A few years later, in a small town in southern Italy, a mysterious man opened a cafe. He called himself Luca Ricci and was friendly and welcoming to his visitors. No one knew about his past, and people respected him for his hard work and good nature. However, some noticed that a shadow of the past sometimes flashed in his eyes, and there was amazing dexterity and precision in his movements. One day, while Luca was sitting at the counter enjoying a cup of espresso, a young woman entered the cafe. She was a journalist who came to the town looking for inspiration for a new article. She started talking with Luca, and her attention was drawn to his hands, strong and skillful, but with thin scars that spoke of a difficult past. The journalist began to ask Luca about his life, but he only smiled and answered in vague phrases. She felt that there was something more behind his goodwill. Curious, she decided to do her own research, but found no trace of his past. Time passed, and Luca Ricci continued his life in a small Italian town. He became a respected member of the community, and people valued him for his kindness and help. But those who knew him better sometimes noticed how he, sitting over a cup of coffee, looked into the distance as if remembering something from a past life. Benjamin Reynolds may have actually died in prison, as authorities claimed. Or maybe he started a new life, leaving behind his past and the legend of the elusive bank robber. Be that as it may, his story remained alive in the hearts of those who remembered his daring robberies and elusive nature. While the truth of his fate may never be known, his spirit lived on, inspiring new adventurers and reminding him that sometimes to be free, you have to risk everything. Third criminal story. In one of the poorest areas of a small town in southern Colombia, a boy was born who was destined to become the most dangerous drug lord in the world. His name was Pedro Montalvo. From an early age, Pedro was faced with the harsh realities of life. His family lived in a small house with a leaky roof, and food on the table was rare. Pedro's mother, Maria, worked day and night to provide her children with everything they needed. She was a cleaner in rich houses, and every evening she returned home exhausted but with a smile on her face. His father, Juan, was a farmer, but his earnings were barely enough to make ends meet. Pedro often saw his father returning home after a long day on the field, covered in dirt and fatigue. He listened to his father's stories about the difficulties and injustices faced by poor people. These stories sank deep into Pedro's soul and awakened in him a desire to change his life and the life of his family. From childhood, Pedro was distinguished by his intelligence and observation. He attended a local school but often skipped classes, preferring to spend his time on the streets, where he quickly realized that the world did not work as his teachers told him. The streets became his real school. Pedro learned to survive in a cruel world by watching older boys commit petty thefts and sell drugs. One of his first teachers on the street was Raul, a local drug dealer who saw potential in Pedro. Raul was cruel and ruthless, but he taught Pedro a lot. The boy realized that the world of crime offered quick money and power, which he could never achieve through honest work. Pedro listened carefully to Raul's advice, quickly learning the art of deception and cunning. He started with small assignments, delivering drugs around the city, keeping an eye on competitors and passing on information. Raul saw Pedro as a future underworld star, and their connection grew stronger. Pedro soon became a key figure in Raul's operation. His courage and intelligence allowed him to build a network of informants among local residents who supplied him with information about the movements of the police and the actions of competitors. At the age of 14, Pedro already had a reputation that made even adult criminals respect him. But the world of the streets was merciless. One day, Raul was ambushed by competitors and was brutally killed. For Pedro, this was the moment of truth. The loss of his mentor and friend made him realize that there is no place for weakness and gullibility in this world. He decided that he would never rely on others again and took matters into his own hands. Pedro began by creating his own small group, which included the most reliable and loyal people. He offered them not only protection, but also a chance for a better future. Under his leadership, the group quickly expanded its activities, capturing more and more new territories. Pedro applied all the lessons he learned from Raul, adding his own ideas and strategies. He was not afraid to take risks, but always acted calmly and prudently. Pedro began making connections with larger drug cartels, using his wit and charisma to secure lucrative deals. He understood that in order to rise to the top, you need to be not only cruel, but also smart. Every day, Pedro faced new challenges, but this only strengthened his character. He became more and more influential and powerful, but never forgot about his past. In his heart, there was always a hatred of injustice and a desire to escape poverty, which continued to spur him to action. Years passed, and Pedro grew from a little boy living on the streets into a fearsome and respected drug lord. His name became known throughout the world, inspiring fear and respect. But he knew that there was no end to this path, and even more difficult trials awaited him. After defeating Carlos, Pedro felt invincible. But this feeling was deceptive. He knew that there were more and more enemies, and that in his position, any step could become fatal. Pedro decided that he needed to go into the shadows and begin to act even more carefully. Pedro began using new methods and technologies to cover his tracks. He hired the best cybersecurity experts to protect his communications and financial transactions. All his actions began to be carefully planned and coordinated through a complex network of intermediaries and trusted persons. Pedro understood that any mistake could cost him everything he had achieved. Meanwhile, Pedro continued to develop his legal businesses. He became an influential figure in business circles, and his name was increasingly mentioned in the news in the context of philanthropy and social responsibility. He opened several schools and medical clinics in poor areas, trying to improve the lives of the people among whom he grew up. But even his good deeds had a hidden meaning. Pedro bought the loyalty of local residents, who became his eyes and ears on the streets. One day, Pedro received information that several agents of an international anti-drug organization had begun an investigation into his activities. They worked undercover, trying to gather evidence that could lead to his arrest. Pedro decided to be proactive. He ordered his men to find out everything they could about the agents and their methods of work. With the help of bribed informants and hacked databases, Pedro learned about plans for an operation against him. He realized that the only way to maintain his freedom and influence was to eliminate the threat. Pedro developed a cunning plan that would allow him to lead the agents onto the wrong trail. He organized a fake operation to transport a large shipment of drugs, setting everything up so that the agents received information about it. When the agents arrived at the scene, an unpleasant surprise awaited them. Pedro and his men captured them and took them to a secret hideout. Pedro personally interrogated the agents, learning about all the details of the investigation. He realized that the problem was much more serious than he thought. Not only local law enforcement agencies, but also international intelligence agencies were working against him. Realizing that his enemies had become even more dangerous, Pedro decided to make a move that would shock everyone. He released the agents, but not before forcing them to convey a message to their superiors. Pedro said that he was ready to negotiate, and that his power was so great that no one could stop him. It was a bold move that was meant to show his confidence and power. However, Pedro knew inside that the game had become too dangerous. He began to prepare escape routes if the situation became unbearable. Pedro developed several false identities and secret hideouts around the world where he could hide if necessary. Time passed and tension grew. Pedro knew that each new day could be his last free, but he was determined to go to the end. In his heart there was always a hatred of injustice and a desire to escape poverty, and now he was ready to defend everything he had built until his last breath. Despite pressure from law enforcement, Pedro continued to expand his empire. He began to play on the international stage, making deals with cartels from Mexico, as well as with European and Asian criminal organizations. His name became synonymous with power and fear in the criminal world. However, Pedro knew that his enemies would not stop. He needed to find a way to strengthen his position and reduce the risk of exposure. He began to look for allies among high-ranking officials and government officials. Through bribes, threats, and blackmail, Pedro managed to recruit several influential people who could protect his interests. One of these people was General Armando Velázquez, head of the Colombian National Police. Velázquez was known for his intransigence towards criminals, but Pedro managed to find incriminating evidence on him and use it for his own purposes. The general reluctantly agreed to cooperate, realizing that this was the only way to save his career and life. Pedro began to receive information about all the operations planned against him. This allowed him to always be one step ahead of his enemies. He organized false operations to divert the attention of the police and intelligence agencies, and also held secret meetings with international partners, strengthening his connections. Soon, Pedro decided to expand his influence in the political sphere. He began supporting several up-and-coming politicians by financing their election campaigns. In exchange for this, they promised to protect and lobby Pedro's interests in government circles. One of these politicians, Rafael Garcia, became the mayor of a large city. With his help, Pedro gained access to information about the actions of local law enforcement agencies and control over some city enterprises. But despite all the precautions, Pedro could not get rid of the feeling that the circle around him was shrinking. He knew that his enemies would stop at nothing to overthrow him. This feeling was confirmed when one of his trusted men, Carlos, was found dead. This was a clear attempt to intimidate Pedro and show that no one around him was safe. Pedro decided that the time had come for drastic measures. He began to plan an operation that could not only protect him from his enemies, but also secure his position for many years. He was going to organize a large-scale supply of drugs to the United States, using a new network of routes and methods not yet known to law enforcement agencies. This operation was to be the largest and most daring of his entire career. To prepare the operation, Pedro attracted the best specialists, including former military personnel, engineers, and hackers. He spared no expense and resources, realizing that his life and everything that he had built was at stake. Every detail of the plan was thought out to the smallest detail, from transportation to local distribution of goods. But even the best laid plans can go wrong. On the day of the operation, Pedro received a message that one of his key agents had been arrested. This meant that the entire operation could be in jeopardy. Pedro quickly gathered his closest associates to discuss how to proceed. Time was running out, and Pedro decided to continue the operation despite the risk. He understood that retreat now would mean defeat. He ordered his men to follow the plan and make every effort to complete it successfully. The operation continued despite the arrest of a key agent. Pedro knew that now everything depended on coordination and speed of action. He contacted Miguel, his chief logistics officer, to ensure delivery routes were changed and all safety precautions were followed. At this time, in the United States, a special anti-drug group, headed by Agent Rebecca Smith, received information about the impending operation. Rebecca had been hunting for Pedro for a long time and saw this operation as a chance to put an end to his empire once and for all. She understood that she needed to act quickly and decisively. Pedro knew about the approaching danger and decided to play it safe. He ordered his men to create several diversionary maneuvers to confuse law enforcement. False loads were launched and sent along secondary routes, diverting attention to themselves. At this time, the real cargo, carefully disguised, crossed the border under the guise of legal goods. Pedro understood that discipline and coherence of his team played a key role at this stage. Each person knew his role and acted strictly according to plan. However, Rebecca did not give up. She intuitively felt that Pedro was preparing something big. Through data analysis and information from informants, she was able to identify several suspicious routes. She decided to conduct several raids simultaneously to catch Pedro by surprise. The decisive moment has arrived. One of the cargoes, following the main route, was discovered by Rebecca's agents. A chase began, which could lead to the failure of the entire operation. Pedro watched events unfold from a safe distance, receiving constant updates from his men. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, Pedro decided to activate the last stage of the plan. He gave the command to destroy the cargo to prevent its capture. At the same time, the remaining routes continued to move, avoiding clashes with law enforcement agencies. Rebecca was furious when she learned that the cargo had been destroyed, but she didn't give up. Her team continued to follow other routes, hoping to find at least some traces of Pedro's activities. Despite all the difficulties and risks, most of the cargo achieved its goals. Pedro knew that the victory was temporary, and that Rebecca and her team would not stop there. But he also understood that every successful move brought him closer to the unattainable ideal of complete immunity and control. Pedro decided that he needed to strengthen his defense. He began investing in even more sophisticated security systems, including biometric locks and monitoring systems. He also stepped up measures to protect his loved ones, aware that his enemies might try to use them to put pressure on him. Meanwhile, Rebecca was developing new strategies. She understood that Pedro had become even more careful and cunning, but she was not going to give up. Her goal was clear: to overthrow Pedro and destroy his empire. Pedro realized that his game of survival was becoming more intense every day. He knew that his inner circle of trusted people was his most valuable resource. Two people stood out among them: Alejandro, his chief strategist, and Sofia, a talented analyst who could predict the moves of enemies several moves ahead. Alejandro proposed expanding operations to other regions where Pedro's influence was still weak. This would provide an opportunity to create additional sources of income and reduce dependence on current routes that were already under the radar of law enforcement. Sofia, in turn, developed a comprehensive plan to collect and analyze data on the movements of Rebecca's agents in order to always be one step ahead. During this time, Rebecca realized that she needed to go beyond standard methods to catch Pedro. She decided to involve international organizations in the investigation and strengthen cooperation with the authorities of other countries. Her goal was not just to catch Pedro, but to destroy his entire network. Pedro continued to strengthen his position. He began investing in high-tech companies that could give him access to advanced security and monitoring systems. One of these companies was an artificial intelligence development company that created a unique data analysis and threat prediction system for Pedro. One day, Pedro received disturbing news. One of his closest associates, Ricardo, was captured by Rebecca's agents. This was a serious blow, since Ricardo knew many of the organization's secrets. Pedro knew he needed to act quickly to prevent information leakage. Pedro called an emergency meeting with Alejandro and Sofia. They decided that they needed to carry out an operation to save Ricardo, but to do it in such a way as not to arouse suspicion. It was decided to use a diversion to divert the attention of Rebecca and her team. On the night of the operation, Pedro's team set off a series of explosions at several sites associated with his activities. This forced Rebecca and her agents to focus their efforts on investigating these incidents, leaving the base where Ricardo was being held with minimal security. Meanwhile, a specially trained group led by Alejandro entered the base. They acted quickly and decisively, using advanced technology and equipment. Ricardo was rescued and taken to safety. The operation was successful, but Pedro understood that it was only a temporary victory. Rebecca was furious. Her plan to capture Ricardo failed, and she realized that Pedro was willing to do anything to protect his people. She decided it was time to use unconventional methods. Rebecca enlisted the help of an old friend and colleague, a psychological profiler, to try to predict Pedro's next moves. Pedro, in turn, understood that he needed to further strengthen security. It began installing facial recognition and biometric identification systems at all its facilities. Each member of his team was thoroughly vetted and trained to operate in high-threat environments. Several months passed and the situation seemed to have stabilized. But Pedro knew that this was just the calm before the storm. He continued to develop new strategies and plans, preparing for the inevitable clash with Rebecca and her team. As months turned into years, Pedro continued to strengthen his empire despite Rebecca's relentless attempts to destroy him. Each new obstacle only strengthened his character and made his operations more sophisticated. With the help of Alejandro and Sofia, Pedro created increasingly complex schemes to evade justice and expand his network. Pedro decided that he needed to infiltrate the political elite, not only of Colombia, but also of neighboring countries. He started with Mexico, where he found several promising politicians willing to cooperate in exchange for financial support. He created a powerful coalition that allowed him to control important transport routes and expand his operations into new territories. One of his key allies was the governor of the Mexican state of Sinaloa, Miguel Aguirre. Miguel was an ambitious, well-connected politician with a willingness to take risks. He provided Pedro with access to ports and logistics centers, making it much easier to transport drugs to the United States and other countries. In exchange, Pedro supported Miguel's election campaign, ensuring his victory in the elections. With the help of his new allies, Pedro developed an even more complex smuggling network. He began using underground tunnels running under the U.S.-Mexico border, as well as underwater transport systems that allowed drugs to be delivered almost undetected. His operations became so sophisticated that even Rebecca's most experienced agents were unable to uncover them. Rebecca, in turn, did not give up. She understood that Pedro had become much more powerful than before, and his influence had spread to several countries. She began to cooperate with international law enforcement agencies, including Interpol and Europol, to join forces in the fight against him. She also stepped up measures to protect her informants and agents, knowing that Pedro would stop at nothing to protect his empire. One day, Pedro received information that Rebecca was planning a major operation against him. She assembled an international coalition to simultaneously strike several of his targets in different countries. Pedro knew that this could be the decisive moment in their confrontation. He called an emergency meeting with his closest associates. Alejandro suggested setting a trap for Rebecca by giving her false information about a large drug shipment that was about to cross the border. Sofia devised a plan to misinform Rebecca's agents in order to divert their attention from the real operations. The plan was simple and risky. Pedro orchestrated a series of fake operations that were intended to divert the attention of law enforcement and make them believe that they were close to capturing Pedro. While Rebecca's agents were pursuing false targets, the real drug trafficking operation took a completely different route. Rebecca and her team were ready. They received information about a large shipment of drugs that was supposed to cross the border on the night of the operation. All efforts were devoted to intercepting this shipment. However, when agents arrived at the scene, they found empty containers and dummies that were distracting their attention. The real cargo, carefully camouflaged, has already crossed the border through tunnels and underwater systems. The operation was successful, and Pedro was once again one step ahead of his enemies. But he understood that this was only a temporary victory. Pedro knew he needed to continue to strengthen his position and look for new ways to defend. It began investing in advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence and biometric security systems, to protect its operations from intrusion. He also stepped up measures to protect his loved ones, aware that his enemies might try to use them to put pressure on him. Several years passed and Pedro continued to rule his empire, becoming more powerful and influential. But there was always anxiety in his heart. He knew that sooner or later his enemies would find a way to break through his defenses. And when this happens, he will have to face the greatest test of his life. After a temporary respite, Pedro decided to redouble his efforts to strengthen his criminal empire. He realized that he needed to not only defend himself, but also attack. His enemies must understand that it is better not to mess with him. The first thing Pedro did was strengthen his security. He hired the best mercenaries from the former military and intelligence agencies, providing them with the most modern weapons and equipment. He also created several hidden bases throughout the country where his men could take refuge and regroup if attacked. Next, he decided to strengthen his network of informants. Pedro knew that information was the key to power. He began paying generous bribes to police officers, officials, and ordinary citizens to inform him of all the movements and plans of his enemies. Thus, he was always one step ahead of his competitors and law enforcement agencies. Pedro also decided to strike at his enemies. He knew that Rebecca and her team would not rest until they caught him. So he began to develop a plan to neutralize them. With the help of his informants, he learned about several key agents who were working with Rebecca. He decided that they needed to be eliminated. The first target is Agent Thomas, who led operations against Pedro in South America. Pedro sent his best men into an ambush, and Thomas was killed under mysterious circumstances. This sent a strong signal to the other agents. Pedro was ready to defend himself by any means necessary. The next target was Agent Anna, who was involved in financial investigations against Pedro. She was kidnapped right from her home, and a few days later her body was found in the river. This caused a wave of fear among the agents, and many of them began to leave Rebecca's team, fearing for their lives. Rebecca was furious. She understood that Pedro would stop at nothing to protect his empire, but she also knew that these actions made him even more vulnerable. She decided it was time for a decisive blow. Rebecca began working to create an international coalition to capture Pedro. She contacted authorities in the U.S., Europe, and Asia to organize joint raids on his facilities around the world. This operation had to be coordinated down to the smallest detail so as not to give Pedro any chance of escape. Pedro learned about the impending operation through his own channels. He understood that this would be the most difficult battle of his life. He gathered his best people and began to prepare for defense. He ordered to strengthen the security of all his facilities and prepare alternate routes for retreat. The day of the operation arrived. Raids on Pedro's properties began around the world, but he was ready. His people fought back fiercely, using all available resources and technology. In some places they managed to repel the attack, but in others they suffered serious losses. Pedro personally supervised the defense of his facilities. He knew that his life and everything he had built depended on the outcome of this battle. He fought to the last, but understood that the forces were unequal. He had to make the difficult decision to retreat. Pedro and his closest associates hid in one of his secret hideouts. He knew that this was a temporary solution and that his enemies would not stop until they caught him. But he was determined to continue the fight. In his heart there was always a hatred of injustice and a desire to escape poverty. And now he was ready to defend everything he had built until his last breath. Pedro realized that his empire was under threat as never before. International raids and the murders of his comrades shook his position, but he was not going to give up. He decided to go on the offensive and show his enemies that he could not be easily destroyed. Pedro knew he had to strike a series of brutal blows to demoralize his enemies and strengthen his influence in the criminal world. He decided to start by eliminating the main competitors in Colombia and neighboring countries. To do this, he turned to his old allies Miguel and Alejandro to coordinate these operations. The first target was José Rodríguez, a drug lord who controlled vast areas of northern Colombia. Pedro sent a group of his best mercenaries to capture and destroy his entire organization. The operation was quick and merciless. Pedro's gunmen broke into José's mansion, destroying all the guards and José himself. This sent a signal to other competitors: no one can feel safe. The next target was a cartel from Venezuela, which began to threaten Pedro's border operations. Pedro developed a plan that included bribing corrupt military personnel and launching an organized attack on the cartel's main bases. At the same time, he used his connections in the Venezuelan army to provide cover for his operations. The plan was carried out with cold-blooded precision. The cartel's bases were destroyed and their leaders were either killed or captured. These actions strengthened Pedro's reputation as a ruthless and all-powerful leader. His influence spread, and even his enemies began to think twice before challenging him. Meanwhile, Pedro decided to expand his operations in the United States. He began working with local gangs, providing them with drugs in exchange for support and protection. These gangs helped distribute the goods and eliminate competitors who tried to enter Pedro's market. One of these gangs was especially important to Pedro. This was the Northern Wolves Group, which controlled a significant part of drug trafficking on the west coast of the United States. Pedro offered them a deal that included regular supplies of drugs, as well as financial and military support. In exchange, the Northern Wolves pledged to protect Pedro's interests and ensure the safety of his operations. With the help of the Northern Wolves, Pedro was able to quickly expand his network throughout the United States. He used bribery and blackmail to subjugate corrupt officials and police officers. His influence grew and he began to feel more confident. But even in this success, Pedro understood that his main threat remained Rebecca. He knew she wouldn't stop until she got her way. Therefore, he decided to strike at her too. Pedro began to collect information about Rebecca and her closest associates. He learned that she had a family, which she tried to keep secret. Pedro decided to use this to his advantage. He developed a plan that involved kidnapping her family members to force her to stop hunting him. The operation was carefully planned and executed with precision. Pedro's men kidnapped Rebecca's son and husband, leaving her a message demanding that she stop all operations against him. It was a daring and cruel move that should have forced her to retreat. Rebecca was furious, but she understood that now not only her life was at stake, but also the lives of her loved ones. She decided to take a risky step and enter into negotiations with Pedro. She proposed a temporary truce and a meeting to discuss the terms of her family's release. Pedro agreed to the meeting, but he did not trust Rebecca. He understood that this could be a trap. He prepared for any eventuality by placing his men around the perimeter of the meeting place and installing hidden cameras for surveillance. At the meeting, Pedro and Rebecca came face to face for the first time. There was tension in the air. Pedro offered his own conditions. He would release her family if Rebecca stopped all operations against him and revoked the international warrants for his arrest. Rebecca reluctantly agreed, realizing that this was the only way to save her loved ones. After the release of Rebecca's family, a temporary truce took effect. But Pedro knew it was only a matter of time before Rebecca started hunting again. He began to prepare for the next stage of his struggle, realizing that every day could be decisive. After meeting with Rebecca and a temporary truce, Pedro decided to take advantage of the respite to further strengthen his empire. He understood that this truce was only an illusion of security and that Rebecca would soon resume the hunt. Pedro decided to be proactive. The first step was the creation of a new, more complex smuggling network. Pedro began collaborating with international crime syndicates to expand his drug supply routes into Europe and Asia. He established connections with the Italian mafia, Russian and Chinese triads. These alliances allowed him to strengthen his position and create a powerful network spanning the entire world. One of Pedro's key partners in Europe was Lorenzo De Luca, the head of the Italian mafia in Naples. Lorenzo was known for his cruelty and skill in business. Pedro offered him a deal that included joint operations to transport drugs through the ports of Italy and other European countries. In exchange, Pedro gave Lorenzo access to his supply chains and protection from competitors. In Russia, Pedro established connections with an influential crime lord named Sergei Volkov. Volkov controlled a significant part of drug trafficking in Eastern Europe and was interested in expanding his activities. Pedro offered him a partnership that included a mutually beneficial exchange of resources and information. This allowed Pedro to strengthen his position in the region and expand his network. But Pedro knew that external alliances were not enough to protect his empire. He decided to strengthen internal security measures. Pedro hired the best cybersecurity experts to create impenetrable systems to protect his data and communications. He also strengthened measures to protect his people, providing them with the most modern weapons and equipment. During this time, Rebecca, despite the temporary truce, continued to collect information about Pedro and his operations. She knew that her chance to win would come when Pedro made a mistake. She decided to use all available means to monitor his actions and prepare for a new blow. One of these means was an undercover agent whom Rebecca introduced into Pedro's organization. This agent, Manuel, worked for Pedro for a long time and earned his trust. He provided Rebecca with valuable information about Pedro's plans and operations, helping her stay one step ahead. Manuel learned that Pedro was planning a large operation to transport drugs through the Caribbean Sea to the United States. This was an important operation that could bring Pedro huge profits and strengthen his position in the market. Rebecca decided this was her chance to strike the finishing blow. She organized a joint operation with the U.S. Coast Guard and international partners to intercept the cargo and arrest Pedro's men. The operation was carefully planned and coordinated. On the day the cargo was on its way, Rebecca's agents and the Coast Guard began an operation to seize it. But Pedro was ready. He knew about the impending operation thanks to his informants and developed a plan for a counterattack. He set up several false routes to confuse law enforcement and prepared his forces to protect the real cargo. When Rebecca's agents and the Coast Guard intercepted one of the decoys, they encountered fierce resistance. Pedro's people were ready for battle and gave a serious rebuff. At this time, the real cargo, under the protection of well-armed guards, continued its movement along a different route. Rebecca's operation was unsuccessful. Although they managed to capture several false cargoes and arrest several people, the real cargo reached its destination safely. Pedro was once again one step ahead, but he knew that this success was only temporary. After this operation, Pedro decided that it was time to strike at Rebecca herself. He knew that her main weakness was her loyalty to her team and loved ones. Pedro devised a plan to intimidate her into retreating. He began by attacking targets associated with her team. Several agents were killed and their families were threatened. This caused a wave of fear and paranoia among the agents, many of whom began to doubt their safety. Rebecca realized that Pedro had started hunting her and her team. She decided to take drastic measures to protect her people and continue the fight. She contacted international organizations to obtain additional support and resources. Meanwhile, Pedro continued to strengthen his empire. He knew that every new day brought new threats, but he was ready to fight. In his heart there was always a hatred of injustice and a desire to escape poverty, and now he was ready to defend everything he had built until his last breath. The hatred and determination in Pedro's heart made him even more cruel and ruthless. His attacks on Rebecca's people created chaos and fear, but she did not retreat. Rebecca knew that every operation, every arrest could bring her closer to her goal, to catch Pedro. Meanwhile, Pedro decided to strengthen his presence in the drug market. He knew that to do this he needed to not only protect his current routes, but also find new ones. He turned his attention to Africa, where the drug trade was gaining momentum. With the help of his allies in Europe and Asia, Pedro began to establish new connections and create new supply channels. One of Pedro's key partners in Africa was Samir Njuma, an influential crime boss in West Africa. Samir controlled a significant portion of the drug trafficking passing through the region and was interested in expanding his activities. Pedro offered him mutually beneficial cooperation, which included the supply of drugs, weapons, and financial support. With Samir's help, Pedro began sending drugs through Africa to Europe and Asia, using sea and air routes. These operations allowed him to increase profits and strengthen his influence on the international stage. But Pedro understood that every new deal and every new partner adds new risks and threats. During this time, Rebecca continued to gather information about Pedro and his operations. Her agent Manuel was able to infiltrate Pedro's African network and began to supply valuable data on new routes and partners. Rebecca decided it was time to strike again. She organized an international operation to intercept one of Pedro's large cargoes, which was heading from Africa to Europe. The operation was carefully planned and involved coordination between law enforcement agencies in several countries. The day the cargo was set to travel, Rebecca's agents and their international partners began an operation to seize it. But Pedro was ready. He knew about Rebecca's plans thanks to his informants and developed a plan for a counterattack. He set up several false routes to confuse law enforcement and prepared his forces to protect the real cargo. When Rebecca's agents and their associates intercepted one of the decoys, they encountered fierce resistance. Pedro's people were ready for battle and gave a serious rebuff. At this time, the real cargo, under the protection of well-armed guards, continued its movement along a different route. Rebecca's operation was unsuccessful. Although they managed to capture several false cargoes and arrest several people, the real cargo reached its destination safely. Pedro was once again one step ahead, but he knew that this success was only temporary. After this operation, Pedro decided that it was time to strike again at Rebecca. He knew that her main weakness was her loyalty to her team and loved ones. Pedro devised a plan to intimidate her into retreating. He began by attacking targets associated with her team. Several agents were killed and their families were threatened. This caused a wave of fear and paranoia among the agents, many of whom began to doubt their safety. Rebecca realized that Pedro had started hunting her and her team. She decided to take drastic measures to protect her people and continue the fight. She contacted international organizations to obtain additional support and resources. Meanwhile, Pedro continued to strengthen his empire. He knew that every new day brought new threats, but he was ready to fight. In his heart there was always a hatred of injustice and a desire to escape poverty, and now he was ready to defend everything he had built until his last breath. To strengthen his position, Pedro began to attract new technologies. He hired the best cybersecurity and artificial intelligence experts to create systems that would help him predict the actions of his enemies and protect his operations. This allowed him to further increase his efficiency and reduce risks. Soon, Pedro decided to strike again at Rebecca. He organized a series of explosions at facilities associated with its operations. These actions were meant to demoralize her team and show that he was ready to do anything to protect his empire. The explosions caused chaos and fear, but Rebecca did not back down. She knew that her only chance to defeat Pedro was to continue fighting, despite all the threats. Pedro and Rebecca continued their cruel game of cat and mouse. Each new day brought new attacks, new victims, and new strategies. Both understood that their confrontation could only end when one of them was destroyed. Pedro knew that Rebecca was his main threat. He knew that as long as she lived and continued her hunt, his empire would not be safe. Therefore, he decided to hire the best assassins to eliminate her. These men were professionals, ruthless and efficient, willing to complete any task for the right price. Pedro contacted Dmitry Volkov, the leader of a renowned international group of mercenaries who specialized in eliminating high-profile targets. Dmitry was known for his coolness and professionalism, and his team consisted of former special forces and operatives. Pedro offered Dmitry a generous sum for the murder of Rebecca and her closest associates. Dmitry and his team began to carefully plan the operation. They studied all aspects of Rebecca's life, her habits, travel routes, and security. They knew it would be a difficult task as Rebecca was an experienced agent and always took precautions. But Dmitry was confident in his people and their abilities. The operation began early in the morning as Rebecca was heading to work. She was traveling in an armored car with guards, but Dmitry's mercenaries were ready. They set up an ambush on one of the narrow sections of the road, where it was easiest to attack. An explosive device planted in advance disabled Rebecca's armored car, forcing her to stop. The security immediately became combat-ready, but Dmitry's mercenaries acted quickly and decisively. A fierce firefight ensued, during which most of Rebecca's guards were killed. Rebecca, using her skills and experience, was able to escape from the car and take refuge in a nearby building. She understood that her life was in danger, but she was ready to fight to the end. Dmitry and his men began to comb the building, methodically and mercilessly destroying everything in their path. At this time, Rebecca contacted her team, who immediately went to help. She knew she had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Using her knowledge of tactics and terrain, Rebecca set several traps for the mercenaries, delaying them and ambushing them. But Dmitry was an experienced fighter. He understood that Rebecca would not give up without a fight, and he was preparing for a protracted fight. During the shootout, Rebecca managed to wound several mercenaries, but she herself was wounded in the shoulder. Despite the pain, she continued to fight, knowing that her life depended on her every move. Finally, Rebecca's reinforcements arrived. Her team burst into the building, starting a shootout with Dmitry's mercenaries. Chaos ensued, and in the confusion, Rebecca was able to escape. She knew that she urgently needed to leave the battlefield and go to a safe shelter. Realizing that the operation had failed, Dmitry gave the order to his men to retreat. They quickly left the building, leaving destruction and chaos in their wake. Rebecca was injured but alive. She knew that this incident was a direct blow to Pedro and that he would not stop until he got his way. Returning to her hideout, Rebecca realized she needed to take drastic measures. She decided it was time to go on the offensive and strike back. She began to develop a plan to capture key figures in Pedro's organization in order to weaken his influence and force him to make a mistake. Pedro, upon learning of the failure of the operation, was furious. He understood that Rebecca would become even more cautious and decisive. He knew that eliminating her had become an even more difficult task, but he was not going to back down. Pedro decided that he needed to find a new approach and strike a blow that Rebecca would not be able to anticipate. Pedro couldn't afford to show weakness. He understood that now he needed to act even more decisively and ruthlessly. The failure of the operation against Rebecca showed him that it was necessary to change tactics and use more cunning methods. Pedro decided that the next attempt to eliminate Rebecca should not only be sudden, but also carefully planned. He turned to his longtime ally, a hacker named Lorenzo, who had exceptional skills in cybercrime. Lorenzo could hack any security system and penetrate the most secure databases. Pedro's plan was to use Lorenzo to gain information about all of Rebecca's movements and communications. The hacker had to hack into her email, phones, and surveillance systems. This would allow Pedro to gain a full understanding of her plans and prepare a new operation to eliminate her. Lorenzo quickly completed the task. He managed to hack all of Rebecca's devices and gain access to her secret files. Pedro now knew her every move, every message, and every place where she appeared. This gave him a huge advantage. Using the data obtained, Pedro developed a new plan. He decided to use disinformation to lure Rebecca into a trap. He fed her false information about a supposedly large drug deal that was about to take place at one of his properties. This place was carefully prepared for an ambush. Rebecca, considering the information reliable, decided to use this chance to capture Pedro. She gathered her team and began preparing for the operation. They devised a plan of attack, thinking they could take Pedro by surprise and finally capture him. The day of the operation arrived. Rebecca and her team arrived on the scene, ready to fight. But when they entered the building, they were greeted not by drugs and dealers, but by empty rooms and silence. Suddenly, the doors slammed shut and the building was filled with Pedro's men, armed to the teeth. A fierce firefight began. Rebecca and her team were trapped, unable to escape. Pedro's people acted coordinatedly and mercilessly, trying to destroy everyone without exception. Rebecca realized that they had fallen into a carefully planned trap. However, she was not going to give up. Using her skills and experience, she began to organize a defense. Her team, although it suffered losses, began to counterattack, using any available cover. In the midst of the battle, Rebecca was able to reach the communications device and call for reinforcements. Pedro watched what was happening through surveillance cameras. He saw Rebecca and her team fighting for their lives and realized that eliminating her had become even more difficult than he had imagined. But he had no intention of backing down. He ordered his men to continue the attack no matter what. Rebecca's reinforcements arrived a few minutes later. They burst into the building, starting a fierce firefight with Pedro's men. In the chaos and confusion, Rebecca was able to organize a counterattack and break through the enemy's defenses. Her team acted smoothly and efficiently, pushing Pedro's men out of the building. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, Pedro ordered his men to retreat. He knew that another failure could cost him dearly. He decided he needed to step back and reconsider his methods. Rebecca and her team were victorious in this battle, but they suffered significant losses. She knew that Pedro would not stop and would continue to try to eliminate her. She decided it was time to go on the offensive and strike back, which could be decisive. Pedro, in turn, realized that his enemies were becoming more and more dangerous. He began to prepare for a new stage of the struggle, knowing that even more brutal and merciless clashes awaited him. Pedro retreated to his refuge, holding his anger and determination. He knew that his attempts to eliminate Rebecca had only escalated the situation. Now he needed to strike a blow that would once and for all break her resistance and establish his power in the underworld. At this moment, Pedro decided to attract even more brutal and experienced mercenaries, those who were ready to do anything for a large sum of money. He became involved with a group of international hitmen known as the Shadows, who were known for their ruthlessness and professionalism. These people asked no questions and left no witnesses. Pedro gave them a mission: to eliminate Rebecca and all of her closest associates, including informants and undercover agents. He wanted this strike to be fast, precise, and uncompromising. The Shadows began their hunt. They acted secretly, carefully planning their every action. Their first target was one of Rebecca's closest associates, Agent Mark, who was involved in financial investigations against Pedro. Mark was tracked down and killed in his own home, leaving only traces that led to Pedro. The next target was Agent Sarah, who was responsible for coordinating operations against Pedro. Shadows entered her apartment and ambushed her. They waited for her to return home and struck when she least expected it. Sarah was killed quickly and quietly, leaving her body as a warning to others. Rebecca was furious and horrified. She understood that Pedro would not stop until he destroyed everyone who stood in his way. She tightened security and ordered her people to be ready. But even this could not prevent the next attack. The Shadows continued the hunt, eliminating Rebecca's agents and informants one after another. Their actions were fast and deadly, leaving no time to react. Soon, Rebecca's entire department was in danger of being destroyed. Rebecca knew she had to strike back or her team would be destroyed. She decided to use the latest resources and information to deal a powerful blow to Pedro's empire. She contacted international law enforcement agencies and organized a major operation to seize several of Pedro's key assets. The operation began with simultaneous raids on Pedro's warehouses, laboratories, and logistics centers in several countries. Rebecca personally led one of the raids to show that she did not give up and was ready to fight to the end. During the raids, dozens of Pedro's people were arrested and huge quantities of drugs and weapons were seized. This was a serious blow to his empire, which showed that Rebecca did not intend to retreat. Pedro, learning about the losses, was furious. He knew that Rebecca had gone on the offensive and that he needed to take drastic measures. He decided to use his entire arsenal to regain control and show who was in charge. Pedro ordered his men to launch a series of attacks on key law enforcement-related installations and infrastructure. These attacks were meant to create chaos and fear, showing that Pedro was willing to do anything for his empire. The attacks began with explosions at several police stations and law enforcement offices. The explosions were carefully planned and synchronized to cause maximum damage and paralyze the police. At the same time, Pedro's men began to ambush patrols and detainee convoys, initiating brutal firefights and freeing their own. Rebecca knew the situation was getting out of control. She knew that Pedro was becoming more desperate and dangerous. She needed to find a way to stop him before it was too late. In a desperate attempt, Rebecca decided to use an old government connection. She turned to her former colleague, who now held a senior position in the Ministry of Defense. She told him everything that was happening and asked for help in organizing an operation using military force. The colleague agreed to help, realizing that Pedro posed a threat not only to law enforcement, but also to national security. He organized a special operation with the participation of elite units that were supposed to deal a decisive blow to Pedro's empire. The operation began with a large-scale invasion of several key Pedro installations. Military forces used all available means, including helicopters, armored vehicles, and special forces. This was a real assault aimed at destroying Pedro's entire infrastructure. At this time, Pedro, realizing that his empire was collapsing, began to prepare for the last battle. He gathered all his remaining men and fortified his main refuge, preparing to defend himself to the last. He knew that this was his last chance to hold on to everything he had built. The assault began early in the morning. Military forces surrounded Pedro's hideout and launched a massive attack. The smell of gunpowder was in the air and explosions were heard. Pedro's men fought desperately, but their forces were insignificant compared to the power of the war machine. In the midst of the battle, Pedro realized that it was all over. He knew that he could not hold on to his empire, but he was determined to fight to the end. He picked up his weapon and walked to the front line, ready to face his fate. Pedro understood that his empire was collapsing, and that the victory of Rebecca and her allies was inevitable. In a shelter surrounded on all sides, he made his final decision. He knew that he could not escape capture, and that his enemies would do anything to break his spirit and show the world his fall. Pedro climbed to the roof of his fortified complex, which overlooked the unfolding battle. He watched as his men fought desperately to hold their ground, but knew it was only a matter of time. The smell of gunpowder and burning equipment was in the air, and explosions and screams were heard in the distance. Pedro knew that his death should be symbolic, that it should leave a mark on the hearts of those who supported him and those who hated him. He pulled out a photo of his family from his pocket, his mother and father, who had always been a source of strength and motivation for him. He looked at their faces and remembered how it all began, with a dream to escape poverty and injustice. He took out his pistol, which he always had with him. This was the weapon with which he fought through many battles and survived many dangerous situations. Pedro knew that it was with this pistol that he would meet his death. Raising the weapon to his temple, Pedro took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a moment. At that moment, his whole life flashed before his eyes: his childhood on the streets, his first steps in the criminal world, his rise to the top of the drug business, and numerous battles for his survival. He understood that every step he took, every decision led him to this moment. Taking one last look at the chaos around him, Pedro clutched the gun tightly and said in a quiet voice, "I was what I was supposed to be." Then he pulled the trigger. The sound of the shot drowned out all other sounds of the battle. Pedro fell onto the roof of his shelter, leaving behind only a bloody stain and a pistol that rolled to the side. At that moment, everything around froze. His men, seeing that their leader had fallen, began to surrender or retreat. Rebecca and her allies heard the shot and knew the battle was over. Rebecca went up to the roof to make sure Pedro was dead. She saw his body lying in a pool of blood and felt mixed feelings. It was a victory, but a bitter victory. Pedro was her greatest enemy, but he was also her greatest challenge, an adversary who forced her through many trials. Soon news of Pedro's death spread throughout the world. His death became a symbol of the fall of a great empire, but also a warning to all who sought to follow his path. His name remains in history as one of the most dangerous and influential drug lords, but also as a man who could not escape his end. After Pedro's death, his empire quickly fell apart. Without their leader, his people lost morale and organization. Rebecca and her allies began a massive operation to seize Pedro's remaining assets, arresting his closest associates and dismantling his criminal networks. The remnants of Pedro's cartel tried to resist, but without his strategic mind and leadership, they could not hold out. Many of them were arrested, and those who escaped arrest fled or died in internecine wars for the remaining inheritance. Rebecca was finally able to catch her breath. She knew her work wasn't over yet, but Pedro's death was a huge victory. This moment became a turning point in her career and life. She suffered great losses, but her determination and perseverance led to success. Rebecca continued to work, leading international operations against the remaining drug cartels and criminal organizations. She became known in law enforcement circles as an implacable fighter against organized crime. Her methods and strategies became a model for many other agents and operatives around the world. Meanwhile, changes began in Colombia and other countries where Pedro had influence. The authorities have launched active reforms aimed at combating corruption and drug trafficking. However, Pedro's legacy continued to influence these regions. Many remembered him as a fierce, yet charismatic leader who managed to achieve incredible heights despite his background and circumstances. People in the poor areas where Pedro began his life recalled his charitable projects and the support he provided. To some, he was a hero. To others, he was the embodiment of evil. But one thing was clear. His story left an indelible mark on everyone who knew him or heard about him. Several years passed, and Rebecca, despite her successes, still felt the weight of the losses she had experienced. She often thought about Pedro, about how their paths had crossed and how this confrontation had changed them both. She knew that her work would never be finished, but every day she dedicated to fighting crime was a tribute to those who fell in this fight. The story of Pedro Montalvo remained in textbooks and chronicles as an example of how far a person driven by hatred and lust for power can go. His life and death became a lesson for all who choose the path of crime, showing that even the most powerful empires can collapse, and their leaders can be vulnerable. Thus ended the story of one of the most dangerous drug lords in the world. But the fight against crime continued, and new heroes stood up to defend the law, inspired by Rebecca's example and her determination to see the matter through to the end. The story of the fourth criminal, Michael Chandrell, was born into a poor family in one of the most dangerous areas of Chicago. From a very early age, he was surrounded by crime and violence. His father was a petty criminal who was constantly in jail, and his mother struggled to provide for the family while working several low-paying jobs. However, there was always not enough money, and the children were often left without food. At school, Michael quickly realized that the children around him were divided into two types: those who were afraid and those who were afraid. He decided not to become a victim and began to build his reputation. At first, these were small fights, but soon his actions became more deliberate and cruel. Teachers and school psychologists noticed his aggressive behavior, but due to a lack of resources, they were unable to help him properly. By the age of 14, Michael was already involved in street gangs. He quickly rose through their hierarchy thanks to his cruelty and ruthlessness. His special talent was eliminating competitors. Michael never hesitated to kill, nor did he worry about the moral consequences of his actions. By the age of 18, Michael had become a key figure in one of the most dangerous gangs in Chicago. He carried out orders to eliminate competitors for money. He carried out every order flawlessly, which brought him fame and fear among other bandits. His brutal methods included using torture to obtain information and intimidate others. Michael lived by the principle of trust only yourself. He did not make friends and avoided affection, realizing that in his world this could turn into weakness. He often repeated, "It is better to be dead than weak." His whole life was aimed at maintaining his status and fulfilling the gang's missions. However, despite his reputation and success, Michael never felt safe. He knew that any day could be his last. There was no room for pity or regret in his world. Michael accepted this as a given and continued on his bloody path, becoming one of the most dangerous and wanted killers in America. Michael continued his criminal career, methodically eliminating enemies and competitors. His skills and brutality made him an indispensable enforcer for the gang. Elimination orders came in regularly, and he carried them out with surgical precision. One day, Michael received a task that was different from all previous ones. The gang decided to expand its territory and seize control of key areas of the city that were controlled by another powerful criminal group. This required eliminating the leaders of competitors, and it was Michael who was entrusted with this dangerous mission. The task required weeks of preparation. Michael carefully studied the habits and routes of his targets, creating a detailed plan of attack. He managed to eliminate several key figures, sowing chaos and fear among competitors. Michael's gang quickly took advantage of the situation and seized control of new territories. With each new success, Michael became more and more confident in his strength and untouchability. However, the successes attracted the attention of not only the police, but also the FBI. The authorities began a large-scale investigation, the goal of which was to destroy the gang and its leaders. Michael knew it was time to be more careful. Despite the increasing risk, Michael continued to accept orders to eliminate competitors. He learned to be even more secretive and careful, avoiding traps and surveillance. However, one day his luck changed. Michael received an order to eliminate an influential businessman who collaborated with rivals of the gang. The task seemed simple, but the information turned out to be false. As Michael prepared to complete the mission, he was surrounded by armed FBI agents. A shootout ensued and Michael managed to escape but was seriously wounded. The injury slowed Michael down greatly, and he had to go into hiding, avoiding any contact with the gang. At this time, he began to realize that his old life was gradually destroying him. He decided to leave the city and try to start a new life elsewhere. Michael went to Texas, where no one knew him. He tried to live a quiet and peaceful life, but his past would not leave him alone. One day, he met a woman named Sarah who worked at a local diner. Sarah was kind and caring, and Michael, despite his internal barriers, began to get close to her. Sarah helped Michael see that life could be different. She convinced him that he had a chance for a new life if he left his past behind. Michael decided to try to change his destiny. He sold his guns and started working at an auto repair shop, trying to remain inconspicuous. However, the past caught up with him again. The gang learned of his location and sent men to force Michael to return. They threatened to kill Sarah if he did not fulfill the new order. Michael faced a difficult choice: plunge back into a world of violence or try to protect his new life. Michael decided to fight. He gathered all his old skills and knowledge to protect Sarah and his new existence. He managed to lure the bandits into a trap and neutralize them one by one. In this brutal battle, he proved to himself and Sarah that he could change his destiny. Michael continued his criminal career, methodically eliminating enemies and competitors. His skills and brutality made him an indispensable enforcer for the gang. Elimination orders came in regularly, and he carried them out with surgical precision. One day, Michael received a task that was different from all previous ones. The gang decided to expand its territory and seize control of key areas of the city that were controlled by another powerful criminal group. This required eliminating the leaders of competitors, and it was Michael who was entrusted with this dangerous mission. The task required weeks of preparation. Michael carefully studied the habits and routes of his targets, creating a detailed plan of attack. He managed to eliminate several key figures, sowing chaos and fear among competitors. Michael's gang quickly took advantage of the situation and seized control of new territories. With each new success, Michael became more and more confident in his strength and untouchability. However, the successes attracted the attention of not only the police, but also the FBI. The authorities began a large-scale investigation, the goal of which was to destroy the gang and its leaders. Michael knew it was time to be more careful. Despite the increasing risk, Michael continued to accept orders to eliminate competitors. He learned to be even more secretive and careful, avoiding traps and surveillance. However, one day his luck changed. Michael received an order to eliminate an influential businessman who collaborated with rivals of the gang. The task seemed simple, but the information turned out to be false. As Michael prepared to complete the mission, he was surrounded by armed FBI agents. A shootout ensued and Michael managed to escape but was seriously wounded. The injury slowed Michael down greatly, and he had to go into hiding, avoiding any contact with the gang. At this time, he began to realize that his old life was gradually destroying him. He decided to leave the city and hide somewhere else. Michael went to Texas, where no one knew him. He tried to live a quiet and peaceful life, but his past would not leave him alone. One day, he met a woman named Sarah who worked at a local diner. Sarah was kind and caring, and Michael, despite his internal barriers, began to get close to her. Sarah helped Michael see that life could be different. She convinced him that he had a chance for a new life if he left his past behind. Michael decided to try to change his destiny. He sold his guns and started working at an auto repair shop, trying to remain inconspicuous. However, the past caught up with him again. The gang learned of his location and sent men to force Michael to return. They threatened to kill Sarah if he did not fulfill the new order. Michael faced a difficult choice: plunge back into a world of violence or try to protect his new life. Michael decided to fight. He gathered all his old skills and knowledge to protect Sarah and his new existence. He managed to lure the bandits into a trap and neutralize them one by one. In this brutal battle, he proved to himself and Sarah that he could change his destiny. Sorry for the confusion. Let's fix this and make the necessary changes to history. After a shootout in which Michael had difficulty escaping the pursuit of FBI agents, he and Sarah decided that it would be best to move to another, safer place. They chose a small town in Texas, where no one knew their history, and began a new life. Michael worked at a local auto repair shop and Sarah got a job at a cafe. However, the calm turned out to be deceptive. One evening, when Michael was late at work, Sarah returned home alone. Unknown persons entered their home through an unlocked back door. Sarah came face to face with them. They demanded information about Michael's location, threatening her life. Sarah refused to cooperate in an attempt to protect her honor and Michael's safety. In desperation, she tried to escape, but one of the attackers fired, mortally wounding her. When Michael returned, he found Sarah lying on the floor in a pool of blood. This was a real blow for him. She died in his arms, having managed to say the last words about love and that he should not retreat and continue the fight. Sarah's death was the point of no return for Michael. He buried her in a local cemetery and, seized by a thirst for revenge, returned to his former life. He vowed to find and destroy those who took the person he loved most from him. This tragedy again turned him into a ruthless and dangerous man, ready to do anything for revenge. Michael spent several days in deep grief after Sarah's death, holed up in his home, lost in the darkness of his thoughts. He knew that he could not remain inactive for long. His enemies were still at large, and every moment he lost brought them closer to defeating him. Taking hold of Sarah's old laptop, Michael began collecting information. His goal was to find out who was behind the attack. As the days turned into nights, his apartment filled with notes, maps, and photographs. He unraveled connections, returned to old contacts, using every possible resource to collect data. His efforts were ultimately successful. He discovered that a faction of his former gang was behind the attack, seeking to clear out any possible threats to their new leadership. The information led Michael to a warehouse on the outskirts of town where the group usually met. Realizing that going it alone would be suicide, Michael decided to prepare properly. He assembled his arsenal, tested every weapon, and prepared several means for silent entry and exit. Every element of his plan was thought out to the smallest detail. On the appointed night, Michael crept up to the warehouse. He used the nighttime to ensure his presence went unnoticed. Under the cover of darkness, he neutralized the guards at the entrance using a silencer. As he moved inside the building, he encountered several armed guards who were also neutralized without fanfare. Approaching the central hall of the warehouse, Michael found what he was looking for. A group of high-ranking gang members, including the new leader, gathered to discuss future plans. Hiding behind one of the containers, he listened carefully to their conversation, collecting evidence and details that could help him in the future. Suddenly, one of the gang members sensed someone's presence. They began to search the warehouse. Michael understood that he would no longer be able to hide. He resolutely came out of cover and opened fire. The firefight was short, but brutal. Michael was able to eliminate most of those present, but several were able to escape, including the new leader. Wounded but not broken, Michael left the place, knowing that his enemies now finally understand that he is alive and will seek retribution. On the way to his shelter, Michael felt the adrenaline leaving his body, giving way to pain and fatigue. Despite his physical exhaustion, his soul burned with determination to continue the fight. The next day, realizing that his current location was no longer safe, Michael decided to move to another location that he had prepared in advance for such a situation. It was an old, abandoned house in a wooded area where he could hide while his wounds healed and while he planned his next steps. Using his medical knowledge gained from years on the streets and in conflict, Michael treated the wounds himself. He knew that his physical condition required rest, but the threat over his head did not allow him to relax completely. He spent several days alone, recuperating and contemplating his next steps. Michael knew that to end the gang once and for all, he would have to not only destroy their leaders, but also destroy their base of operations, which would deprive them of resources and influence. He began to formulate a plan that included not only directly confrontational methods, but also more subtle ones such as infiltration and sabotage. At the same time, Michael began to collect information about the remaining gang members. He used his contacts on the streets and, in some cases, hacked into computer systems to gain access to the data he needed. He learned that the gang was planning a major deal with another criminal group, which could significantly increase their strength. Deciding that this would be his moment to strike, Michael began preparations. He acquired the necessary equipment, including explosives and high-tech listening devices. He also decided that he would need some support this time. Michael contacted several old friends whom he knew to be reliable and capable fighters with the necessary skills for such an operation. When everything was ready, Michael and his team went to the location of the transaction. They took positions in advance, each knowing their role and tasks. As the deal began, Michael gave the sign and the group intervened. They quickly disarmed the guards while Michael headed straight to the leader's meeting place. The ensuing clash was immediate and violent. Flashes of fire lit up the night as if in slow motion, each shot etched in Michael's memory. From this night, a new chapter of his struggle began, which required even more strength and courage. Michael and his team burst into the warehouse where the deal was taking place. A fierce firefight ensued. Bullets whistled in the air. The roar of shots echoed throughout the room. Michael, with precision and composure, eliminated his enemies one by one. His team acted coherently. Everyone knew their role and performed it without delay. When the bulk of the guards were neutralized, Michael headed towards the room where the gang leaders were supposed to be. He knew that the fate of the entire operation was being decided here. Bursting inside, he saw the new leader of the gang and several of his associates. Michael instantly opened fire, killing those who did not have time to hide. The leader of the gang, Victor, found himself behind a massive table. A shootout ensued between him and Michael. Victor was a skilled marksman and was not going to give up without a fight. Both exchanged shots, taking cover behind furniture and partitions. Finally, Michael shot Victor, wounding him in the shoulder. Victor fell but continued to resist, trying to reach the gun. Michael approached Victor, knocking the weapon out of his hands. He looked into his eyes, full of rage and fear. Michael said, "This is for Sarah." And without hesitation, he fired, ending the life of his enemy. After this decisive victory, Michael and his team quickly left the scene of the shootout, knowing that the police would be there soon. They fled, each heading to a pre-agreed shelter. Michael returned to his abandoned house in the woods to heal new wounds and consider his next steps. Despite the success of the operation, Michael knew that the fight was not over yet. There were other gang members left who could try to take revenge. In addition, he knew that his actions attracted the attention of not only the criminal world, but also law enforcement agencies. He had to be even more careful and attentive. Several weeks passed and Michael continued to monitor the situation, gathering information and planning next steps. He couldn't afford to relax. Enemies could appear at any moment. He also kept in touch with the team to ensure he was prepared for any eventuality. One evening, while Michael was sitting in his hideout, he received a call from one of his old friends, Jack, who was part of his team. Jack reported that the remaining gang members were planning a major arms and drug trafficking operation. This was a chance to strike the final blow and finish what we started. Michael gathered his people and began to prepare for a new operation. He knew it would be dangerous, but he had no other choice. For him, this was not just a fight for survival, but also an opportunity to avenge Sarah's death and end the endless war. The day of the operation arrived. Michael and his team arrived at the transaction site, an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. They took up positions, waiting for the right moment to attack. When the deal began, Michael gave the sign and his men sprang into action. A fierce firefight ensued. This time, the enemies were better prepared and organized, but Michael and his team fought with incredible determination. Every shot was accurate. Every step was thoughtful. Ultimately, they managed to break the enemy's resistance. Michael found the leader of the rest of the gang and captured him. He knew that this man could give him information about other gang members and their plans. But this time, Michael decided to do things differently. He handed the leader over to the police, giving himself a temporary respite and the opportunity to focus on the next steps. The fight for justice and revenge for Sarah continued. Michael didn't know how much longer he would have to fight, but he was ready to go to the end. His enemies had to fear his determination and ruthlessness. After successfully completing the operation at the abandoned plant, Michael and his team returned to their hideouts. Michael knew that his decision to turn the leader over to the police was risky, but it gave him the opportunity to temporarily relieve pressure from the bandits. He hoped that this would also force the rest of the gang to reconsider their plans and go underground. Several days passed. Michael continued to follow the news and monitored the gang's activities through his informants. He learned that the remaining gang members, realizing the seriousness of the situation, began to look for a way to escape. However, among them there was one person whom Michael knew well, an old acquaintance named Thomas, who had once been his colleague. Thomas has always been ambitious and cruel, and now he leads the remnants of the gang, seeking revenge. He put a bounty on Michael's head, hoping to attract more mercenaries to his side. Michael understood that he was now a target for anyone who wanted to make easy money. One evening, as Michael was returning to his hideout, he noticed that he was being followed. It was Thomas with his new group of mercenaries. Michael prepared to attack, realizing that open confrontation was inevitable. He quickly walked around the building and took up a position, preparing for defense. Thomas and his men tried to surround Michael, but he acted quickly and decisively. He opened fire, forcing his opponents to seek cover. With every minute, the firefight became more and more fierce. Michael used his skills and experience to neutralize Thomas's mercenaries one by one. Finally, Michael and Thomas were left alone. They exchanged several shots before Michael was able to hit Thomas in the leg, causing him to fall. Michael approached him, holding him at gunpoint. Thomas, writhing in pain, looked at Michael with rage and hatred. But Michael did not hesitate to shoot, ending Thomas's life. Now that the gang's leadership had been completely destroyed, Michael knew that his path to revenge was complete. But he also understood that in the world of crime there will always be new enemies and threats. Freed from immediate danger, Michael decided to hide for a while and lie low. He went to more remote areas of the country where he was harder to find, but he remained vigilant, continuing to monitor the news and remaining ready for new challenges. Michael knew that his life would forever be associated with violence and crime. He continued to live in the shadows, always ready for the next challenge, with the knowledge that there was no place for peace and security in this world. Every day he plunged deeper into darkness, becoming part of the world that he once decided to leave. Several months passed, and Michael again found himself in the thick of criminal events. He learned that other criminal groups began to put pressure on his former gang, trying to occupy the vacated territories. Michael decided to take advantage of this chaos. He returned to the city to gather the remaining people loyal to him and organize a new group that could resist new enemies. Now Michael was not just surviving, he was building his empire. With cruelty and cunning, he began to seize control of the street gangs, expanding his influence. Every step was carefully thought out, every attack flawlessly executed. Michael was no longer just seeking revenge. He was creating his own power. The world of crime continued to change, but Michael was always one step ahead. His name became a symbol of fear and respect, and his enemies knew that he would stop at nothing. Michael finally plunged into the dark side, leaving a trail of blood and destruction, proving to everyone that in a world of violence, there is no place for weakness and regret. Michael strengthened his new empire, methodically expanding his influence into territories previously controlled by competitors. His actions were cruel and ruthless, but it brought results. He quickly gained respect and fear among street gangs and larger criminal organizations. However, Michael understood that maintaining power would be even more difficult than gaining it. One night, while Michael was studying new data about competitors' movements, he received an unexpected message. An anonymous informant offered to meet him, claiming to have information that could change the course of the gang war. Michael didn't trust such meetings, but his curiosity and desire to stay one step ahead took over. Michael arrived at the meeting place, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. He took every precaution, taking with him several reliable people. Waiting for him inside the warehouse was a hooded man whose face was hidden in shadow. This man introduced himself as John and stated that he had previously worked for one of the major criminal organizations, but was now ready to cooperate with Michael. John said that a large shipment of weapons would soon arrive in the city, which competitors planned to use to seize Michael's territories. He proposed a plan to intercept this cargo and use it to further strengthen Michael's power. Despite his suspicions, Michael realized that this opportunity could be decisive. On the night of the deal, Michael and his men were ambushed. They attacked the convoy with weapons, neutralized the guards, and seized the cargo. This was a huge blow to competitors and seriously strengthened Michael's position. Now he had enough resources to not only defend, but also attack. Michael began to expand his operations, leaving his enemies no time to recover. He used the captured weapons to attack key points of his competitors, forcing them to retreat and lose control of the territory. Within a few weeks, his power extended to a large part of the city. But the larger his empire became, the more enemies he made. Michael soon learned that his rivals had teamed up to deal him a crushing blow. They devised a plan to trap him and eliminate him once and for all. They lured him to a meeting, promising to discuss a truce. Michael, sensing a catch, carefully prepared. He arrived at the meeting with a strong guard and an escape plan. As expected, the meeting turned out to be a trap. A fierce firefight ensued, and Michael barely managed to escape alive. He realized that now his life was hanging by a thread. Competitors will not stop until they destroy it. Michael decided it was time for decisive action. He developed a daring plan that was supposed to put an end to all his enemies at once. He organized a large-scale operation into which he invested all his resources. His goal was simple: to destroy the main headquarters of his competitors and force their leaders to flee. Michael knew that this would be the final decisive battle. The day of the operation arrived. Michael and his men attacked several enemy key points simultaneously. The fighting was brutal and bloody. Michael personally led the attack on the competitor's main base. He fought with cold determination, knowing that everything was at stake. In the midst of the battle, Michael encountered the main leader of the united competitors. Their fight was fierce and merciless. In the end, Michael prevailed, but the cost was high. Many of his men were killed, and he himself received several serious wounds. After the victory, Michael realized that his path could not lead to peace. He destroyed his enemies, but knew that new ones would definitely appear. His life became an endless war, with no room for weakness or regret. He remained the king of the underworld, but that throne was surrounded by blood and violence. Michael continued his struggle, realizing that he had become what he had once run from. His name became a symbol of fear and respect, and no one could challenge him without risking losing everything. In a world where only the strongest survive, Michael has become a legend, whose story is intertwined with the bloody pages of crime chronicles. After Michael's decisive victory, his power in the criminal world strengthened. He became the undisputed leader, controlling most of the city's key areas. However, as his influence increased, his life became more and more dangerous. Enemies continued to appear, and each new day brought new threats. One day, Michael learned that a new gang had arrived on his territory, ready to challenge his authority. This group was organized and well-armed, and their leader was a former military man named Richard. He was known for his tactics and brutality, making him a formidable opponent for Michael. Michael decided to be proactive. He gathered his best forces and began planning an attack on the new enemy. Intelligence reported that Richard and his men were at a former military base on the outskirts of the city. Michael knew that attacking such well-defended territory would be difficult, but he could not allow a new enemy to gain a foothold. On the night of the attack, Michael and his men entered the base. They moved quietly and carefully, avoiding detection. But soon they were noticed, and a fierce firefight began. Richard was well prepared, and his men fought with ferocity to defend their territory. Michael moved forward, destroying one enemy after another. His experience and skills helped him overcome the resistance, but he knew that the real fight lay ahead. In the central building of the base, he ran into Richard. A fierce fight ensued, in which both opponents showed all their skills. Richard proved to be a worthy opponent. He was cool and tactful, skillfully using cover and trying to confuse Michael. However, Michael was driven not only by a thirst for power but also by revenge for Sarah, and this gave him strength. He was eventually able to gain the upper hand and disarm Richard. Michael grabbed Richard by the collar and looked into his eyes, full of hatred and rage. He understood that eliminating Richard would not only eliminate the threat, but would also become a symbol of his unconditional dominance in the criminal world. Without further ado, Michael ended the fight by killing Richard. Richard's death marked a new stage in Michael's life. He returned to his headquarters victorious, but knew that there were still many challenges ahead. His power was strong, but the world of crime is never stable. Every day could bring new challenges and new enemies. A few weeks after Richard's death, Michael began to notice strange things. His people reported new groups emerging on the outskirts of the city. These groups acted secretly, avoiding direct confrontations. They spread rumors and stirred up discontent among the smaller gangs, pushing them to rebel against Michael. Michael understood that this could be the beginning of a new war. He tightened his security measures, inserted his spies into potentially hostile groups, and began searching for the roots of this new threat. He soon learned that behind all these actions was a man named Victor, a former ally of Richard who decided to avenge the death of his leader. Victor was a smart and cunning opponent. He did not seek open conflict, preferring to act from the shadows, destroying Michael's empire from the inside. Michael knew that to win, he would have to change his ways. He began a campaign to discredit Victor, spreading false information and pitting his people against each other. Michael was soon able to identify Victor's location. He organized a covert operation to capture him. After infiltrating Victor's base, Michael and his men eliminated the guards and captured Victor alive. Michael decided to use Victor for his own purposes, forcing him to give information about all his allies and plans. After much interrogation, Michael learned that Victor was planning a large-scale uprising that was to take place in a few days. He immediately took action to prevent this plan. Using information received from Victor, Michael attacked key points of the rebellion, destroying the enemy's plans before they could be realized. This victory strengthened Michael's position and showed everyone that he is not only a fierce leader, but also a skilled strategist. However, he understood that the world of crime did not tolerate a long lull. New enemies and threats will appear, and he will always have to be on alert. Michael continued his reign, becoming an increasingly experienced and calm leader. His story became a legend in the underworld, but he knew that every day was a new battle, and he was ready to face it. After successfully suppressing the uprising and consolidating his power in the city, Michael knew it was time to move on. Staying in one place became increasingly dangerous, especially given the number of enemies who wanted to eliminate him. He decided to move to another city to expand his influence and begin a new stage of his criminal career. Michael chose Los Angeles, a city of opportunity and endless possibilities for those willing to take risks. Los Angeles was known for its complex and intricate criminal network, where numerous gangs and criminal groups operated. Michael knew that this city would provide him with many opportunities to make money and expand his influence. The move was carefully planned. Michael took with him only his most trusted people and the necessary resources. In Los Angeles, he rented a luxurious house in a prestigious area so as not to attract unnecessary attention and create the illusion of a legitimate business. At first, Michael acted cautiously, studying local gangs and criminal organizations. He quickly realized that to successfully infiltrate, he needed to gain the trust of some key figures in the Los Angeles underworld. He started with small deals and operations, gradually showing his competence and cruelty. Michael soon met an influential crime lord named Marcus, who controlled much of the drug trade in the city. Marcus was impressed by Michael's skills and offered him cooperation. Michael saw this as a chance to strengthen his position and agreed. They began joint operations, including drug smuggling and distribution. With each successful case, Michael's authority grew, and his name became more and more famous among the criminal circles of Los Angeles. However, as often happens in the criminal world, success also attracted new enemies. One day, Michael learned that a group of competitors were planning an attack on their operations. These competitors were not only brutal, but also well organized, making them a serious threat. Michael knew that open war could lead to disastrous consequences, so he decided to act cunningly. He launched a series of disinformation operations to confuse competitors and force them to act at random. At the same time, he began planning an attack on their main warehouse, where their main resources were stored. The night of the attack was carefully prepared, and Michael and his team delivered a powerful blow, destroying the warehouse and paralyzing the actions of competitors. After this blow, Michael's position became even stronger. He became a key figure in the Los Angeles criminal world, expanding his influence and controlling more and more territories. But he knew that it was always lonely at the top, and that there could be a new threat lurking around every corner. A few months later, Michael began to think about legalizing part of his income. He realized that for long-term success, he needed to create the appearance of a legitimate business. He invested in real estate, nightclubs, and restaurants, creating a network of legitimate businesses that served as a front for his real activities. However, despite all the efforts to create a legal shell, Michael never forgot about his main activity. He continued to control his criminal operations, strengthening his influence and expanding his power. Los Angeles became his new fortress, and he was ready to defend it at any cost. Michael understood that one cannot relax in the world of crime. Every day brought new challenges, and he was ready to face them. His name became a symbol of fear and respect, and no one dared to challenge him. Michael continued to live by his own rules in a world where only the strongest survive. After successfully establishing control in Los Angeles, Michael continued to strengthen his position. His legitimate businesses flourished, serving as a cover for shady operations. He understood that to maintain power it was necessary not only to control the criminal world, but also to maintain the appearance of a legal business. One day at one of his clubs, Michael met a man named Antonio, an influential politician with close ties to the city council. Antonio offered Michael a mutually beneficial partnership, political cover in exchange for financial support, and access to some services that only Michael could offer. Michael understood that such a partnership could significantly strengthen his position and expand his capabilities. He agreed, and soon their cooperation began to bear fruit. Antonio helped Michael avoid police attention and provided information about possible threats. In return, Michael financed his political campaigns and provided security in the right areas. However, such cooperation attracted the attention of other criminal groups. They saw in Michael not only a threat, but also a possible ally or, conversely, an obstacle to their plans. Soon Michael began to receive offers of cooperation and threats from various gangs. Michael decided to take advantage of the situation and began to play on the contradictions between the factions. He entered into temporary alliances, helping some bandits in the fight against others, and then broke these alliances when it was profitable. This allowed him not only to maintain control, but also to weaken his competitors. One day, Michael learned about a large shipment of weapons that was supposed to arrive at the port of Los Angeles. This batch could significantly strengthen the position of any gang that received it. Michael decided that this load should become his. He organized an operation to seize the weapons using his men and information from Antonio. On the night of the operation, everything was going according to plan, but suddenly the situation got out of control. It turned out that several groups had learned about Michael's plan and decided to take advantage of the moment to strike. A fierce firefight ensued, in which Michael barely managed to maintain control. Despite the difficulties, the operation was successful and Michael was able to obtain the weapon. However, this incident showed him how dangerous playing on contradictions can be. He realized that he needed to be even more careful and anticipate the moves of his enemies. Michael continued to develop his criminal and legal enterprises, always staying one step ahead of his competitors. His name became a legend in Los Angeles, and no one dared to challenge him. However, he knew that there were still many challenges and threats ahead, and that in this world one could not relax for a second. Several months passed, and Michael received information about a new threat. An organization known for its cruelty and uncompromisingness has arrived in the city. These people were ready to do anything to seize power and oust Michael. Their leader, Jason, was ruthless and smart, and Michael knew this would be a tough test. Michael began to prepare for the inevitable confrontation. He strengthened security measures, introduced spies into the ranks of the new organization, and began to look for the weak points of Jason and his people. He knew that this battle would be one of the most difficult of his life, but he was ready for it. The night Jason decided to strike, Michael was ready. He set up a trap, luring Jason's men to an abandoned building where his men waited in ambush. A brutal firefight ensued, in which Michael and his team gained the upper hand. However, Jason managed to escape, and Michael knew that this was only the beginning of the war. Now he had a new enemy who would not stop until he destroyed him. Michael continued to fight, knowing that every day could be his last, but he was ready to face any challenge to protect his empire and maintain power. Michael realized a long time ago that life in Los Angeles would not be easy. After his encounter with Jason, he began to act more carefully and strategically. All his activities were now based on information, intelligence, and covert operations. He knew that open war would lead to heavy losses and tried to avoid direct clashes. One day, Michael received an unexpected offer from a man named Victor, who introduced himself as a former intelligence agent. Victor offered Michael his services in exchange for a share in his business. Victor was an expert in information warfare and covert operations, and his skills could significantly help Michael in the fight against new enemies. Michael decided to take a chance and accepted Victor's offer. From that moment, they began to work together. Victor created a complex network of spies and informants who helped Michael obtain information about his competitors' plans and prevent their attacks. Thanks to these actions, Michael was able to strengthen his position and avoid many pitfalls. One such operation led them to the discovery of a large smuggling network that was transporting weapons and drugs to Los Angeles. Victor and Michael developed a plan to destroy this network and seize its resources. They decided to carry out the operation in 3 stages. First, to collect all possible information, then to penetrate the network structure, and finally, to deliver the decisive blow. Victor introduced his people into the smuggling network and began collecting data on its activities. They learned that the network's main base was in the port of Los Angeles. Michael and Victor began to prepare for the operation, carefully thinking through every step. On the night of the operation, Michael and his men infiltrated the port using information received from Victor. They moved quietly and carefully, avoiding guards. When they reached the central warehouse, where the network's main resources were stored, Victor gave the signal to attack. The operation went without a hitch. Michael and his team took over the warehouse, neutralizing the guards and seizing huge stockpiles of weapons and drugs. This was a powerful blow to the smuggling network, and its activities were paralyzed. After this successful operation, Michael and Victor continued to work together. They began planning new attacks on competitors using information and covert operations. Michael understood that now his strength lies not only in the number of people and weapons, but also in the information he receives. However, the successes did not go unnoticed. Soon, Michael's opponents banded together to oppose him. They began to act more secretly and cautiously, trying to avoid direct clashes. Michael knew that this would only make his task more difficult, but he was ready for new challenges. One day, Victor told Michael that he had discovered information about a secret meeting between the leaders of rival factions. This was the chance to strike a decisive blow and destroy the enemies in one fell swoop. Michael and Victor began preparing the operation, which was to become their most difficult and dangerous mission. On the night of the meeting, Michael and his men entered the abandoned factory where the meeting was to take place. They took up positions and began to wait. When the leaders of the factions gathered, Victor gave the signal to attack. A brutal firefight ensued in which Michael and his team gained the upper hand. However, in the midst of the battle, Victor was wounded. Michael rescued him and brought him to safety, but realized that now they had less time to recover. Enemies will not retreat and will look for new ways to destroy his empire. Michael and Victor continued to fight, despite all the difficulties and dangers. They knew that there was no room for weakness in this world, and every day could be their last. Their struggle for power and survival continued, becoming more and more cruel and ruthless. Michael did not know what awaited him ahead, but he was ready for any challenge. He knew that only the strongest would be able to survive and maintain their power in a world ruled by violence and betrayal. Several weeks have passed since a fierce shootout at an abandoned factory. Victor slowly recovered from his wound, and Michael continued to strengthen his position. He knew that his enemies would not give up trying to destroy him, and decided that the time had come to launch a preemptive strike. Michael received information that the leaders of rival factions began to gather forces for a new attack. He understood that he needed to act quickly and decisively. Michael and Victor devised a plan to destroy these leaders before they could unite and strike. To do this, Michael decided to use old tactics, disinformation, and sabotage. He began to spread rumors about his plans and movements to confuse his enemies. Victor, meanwhile, continued to gather information about the leaders' whereabouts and their plans. The operation began early in the morning. Michael and his team split into several groups, each of which had to attack a specific target. Victor, despite his condition, insisted on participating in the operation, leading one of the groups. Michael's first group attacked the house where one of the leaders was hiding. The suddenness and accuracy of the strike allowed them to quickly neutralize the guards and eliminate the target. The second group, led by Victor, infiltrated the warehouse where another leader was planning a meeting with the Allies. They set up an ambush and successfully completed the operation, killing everyone present. The third group, led by one of Michael's trusted men, attacked a nightclub that served as a cover for the activities of the third leader. As a result of the surprise attack, the club was destroyed and the target was eliminated. These blows greatly weakened Michael's enemies. Deprived of their leaders, the groups began to disintegrate. Michael used this moment to seize their territories and resources. He knew that this was only a temporary lull, and he needed to be prepared for new challenges. One night, as Michael was studying reports of recent operations, Victor brought him some disturbing news. One of the remaining rival gang leaders, Carlos, has teamed up with an international criminal organization. They were planning a large-scale attack on Los Angeles to regain control of the city and eliminate Michael. Michael knew he was facing the toughest battle of his life. He began to prepare for defense, strengthening his positions and mobilizing all available people. Victor suggested using connections in the police and among politicians to gain additional support. Time passed and the tension grew. Michael didn't know exactly when the attack would begin, but he was prepared for any outcome. He ordered his men to be on standby around the clock and prepare for any eventuality. Finally, the day came when Carlos and his allies began their attack. The enemies acted quickly and decisively, using all available resources. Michael and his men fought with incredible courage, defending every sou and every quarter. The city turned into a battlefield where every mistake could cost a life. Shootings occurred everywhere, and the streets of Los Angeles filled with the sound of gunshots and sirens. Michael understood that their survival depended on speed and precision. He personally led the central part of the defense, coordinating the actions of his men and sending reinforcements to the most dangerous areas. Victor, despite his injury, actively participated in the battle, helping to repel enemy attacks. Carlos, realizing that Michael could not be taken simply by force, decided to use more cunning tactics. He sent several groups of his mercenaries to bypass Michael's main forces, trying to infiltrate his headquarters. However, thanks to information from Victor and well-organized intelligence, Michael was ready for this. When a group of mercenaries entered the building, they were met by Michael's heavily armed men. A fierce battle ensued, during which the mercenaries suffered heavy losses. Michael personally led the defense of his headquarters, setting an example of courage and determination for his men. Meanwhile, fierce fighting continued on the streets of the city. Carlos, seeing that his plan was failing, decided to take one last desperate step. He gathered all his remaining forces and directed them in a decisive attack on Michael's central positions. This was the last attempt to turn the tide of the battle. Michael and his men fought to the death. They knew that everything depended on this battle: their lives, their power, their future. Each fought with incredible fury, repelling the attacks of their enemies. In the midst of the battle, Michael noticed Carlos, who was trying to break through to their position. Michael, without wasting any time, rushed towards him. Their fight was short but brutal. Carlos was a strong and experienced fighter, but Michael, driven by a thirst for revenge and a determination to protect everything he had built, was stronger. Ultimately, Michael was victorious, disarming and killing Carlos. With the death of Carlos, enemy attacks began to weaken. The leaders of the international criminal organization, seeing that their plan had failed, began to retreat. Michael and his men pursued them, delivering decisive blows and clearing the city of any remnants of the enemy. When the battle was over, Michael realized that he had won one of the most important victories of his life. Los Angeles remained under his control, and his enemies were defeated. However, he also realized that this victory did not bring peace. In the world where he lived, there would always be new threats and new enemies. Michael decided to strengthen his position even more. He began reforms within his organization, increasing discipline and improving the training of his people. He also continued to collaborate with Victor, who proved his worth and loyalty. Together they began to make plans for the future, realizing that every day could bring new challenges. Los Angeles had regained relative calm, but Michael knew it was only a temporary lull. New battles and new trials awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them. His name became a legend, and everyone knew that Michael would stop at nothing to maintain his power and protect those loyal to him. Now that the city was under his control, Michael began to think about expanding his influence beyond Los Angeles. He understood that his strength and capabilities could be used to create an even more powerful and influential organization. But for this, he needed to act carefully and thoughtfully. Michael began making plans to take control of other major cities. He knew that it would be a long and difficult journey, but he was ready for any difficulties. His struggle for power continued, and he was determined to emerge victorious. Michael, pondering his next steps, decided to expand his influence to other major cities. The first target was San Francisco, a city known for its complex and intricate criminal network. Michael knew that for a successful takeover, he would need a carefully thought-out plan and trusted allies. Together with Victor, who had fully recovered from his injury, Michael began collecting information about key players in the criminal world of San Francisco. They learned that the city was controlled by several powerful factions, each of which had its own spheres of influence and methods of operation. To destroy this balance of power, Michael decided to use divide-and-conquer tactics. Michael sent several of his best men to San Francisco to begin infiltrating local gangs and spreading discord. They skillfully manipulated information, creating conflicts and mistrust between gang leaders. Michael and Victor carefully monitored the development of the situation, preparing the ground for the decisive blow. When the conflicts between the factions reached their peak, Michael decided to strike the first blow. He chose one of the weaker gangs and offered its leader protection and alliance in exchange for loyalty. The leader, desperate and seeing no other way out, agreed. From that moment on, the campaign to capture San Francisco began. Michael and his allies began to act quickly and decisively. They attacked the opponent's key points using the tactics of sudden and lightning strikes. At the same time, Michael continued to spread misinformation, increasing chaos and panic among his enemies. Each attack was carefully planned and carried out with maximum efficiency. Soon, one after another, local factions began to fall under the onslaught of Michael and his men. San Francisco fell into chaos, and many gang leaders began to look for ways to leave the city or make an agreement with Michael. He used this to his advantage, forming temporary alliances and establishing control over new territories. However, among the local criminal leaders, there was one person who was not going to give up without a fight. His name was Louis, and he was known for his cruelty and cunning. Louis organized resistance and launched a counterattack in an attempt to regain control of the city. He ambushed, attacked Michael's convoys, and spread fear among his men. Michael understood that Louis posed a serious threat. He decided to act decisively and personally led the operation to eliminate Louis. Victor developed a plan in which they would lure Louis into a trap using false information about the location of an important cargo. On the appointed day, Michael and his men took up positions, preparing for the decisive clash. When Louis and his men arrived on the scene, they fell into a trap. A fierce firefight ensued, in which Michael and his team showed incredible courage and determination. Michael, fighting his way through the ranks of enemies, finally reached Louis. Their fight was brutal and merciless. Despite desperate resistance, Michael turned out to be stronger. In the final blow, he was victorious, eliminating the last major threat to his control of San Francisco. Louis's death marked the end of major resistance. Michael and his men continued to strengthen their position, securing control of the city. Now San Francisco was under his rule, and his influence extended throughout the city's criminal network. But Michael was not going to stop there. His eyes were on other cities and opportunities. He knew that there were still many challenges and dangers ahead, but he was ready for them. Together with Victor and his loyal men, Michael continued his fight, strengthening his influence and becoming an even more powerful player in the world of crime. Now his goal is Las Vegas, a city known for its casinos, wealth, and hidden criminal connections. Michael recognized that Las Vegas presented a unique challenge, but also saw great opportunity. He began gathering information and planning his next steps, preparing for the next phase of his ruthless campaign. After successfully capturing San Francisco, Michael turned his attention to Las Vegas, a city known for its casinos, wealth, and complex criminal connections. He recognized that Las Vegas presented a unique challenge, but also saw it as a huge opportunity to expand his empire. Michael and Victor began to collect information about the criminal structure of Las Vegas. The city was controlled by several powerful groups, each of which had its own spheres of influence in the gambling, drug, and illegal entertainment industries. Michael knew he had to act carefully and strategically so as not to attract too much attention or provoke open conflict. The first step was to introduce their people to key points in the city. Michael sent his best agents to start working in casinos and clubs, collecting information and making useful contacts. Victor, using his connections, established contact with some corrupt police officers and officials, which allowed Michael to gain access to important information and avoid unnecessary attention. Michael also decided to use the tactics of disinformation and sabotage that he had successfully used in the past. His men began to spread rumors and innuendo, sowing distrust among local faction leaders. This created a tense situation, and Michael's competitors began to suspect each other of betrayal. When the tension reached its peak, Michael decided to strike first. He chose one of the groups that controlled important transport routes for drugs and weapons. Victor developed an operation plan that included surprise attacks on the group's warehouses and convoys. During the night, Michael and his men attacked key points, capturing warehouses and destroying several convoys. This greatly weakened the group's position and wreaked havoc among its members. The leader of the group tried to organize a counterattack, but Michael was ready for it. He used his resources and information to prevent any attempts to regain control. The success of the first operation strengthened Michael's position and showed other groups that he was a serious player. Some of the leaders began to look for ways to negotiate with Michael to avoid conflict. He used this to his advantage, forming temporary alliances and increasing his influence. However, Michael knew that his main enemies were still ahead. There was one powerful faction in Las Vegas known for its brutality and influence in the casino industry. Its leader, Antonio, was not only a smart strategist, but also a cruel man, ready to do anything to maintain his power. Michael decided that the moment had come for the decisive battle. He began preparing an operation to eliminate Antonio and take over his business. Victor developed a plan that included several stages. First, gathering information about Antonio's schedule and movements, then organizing several sabotages to divert attention, and finally, a decisive attack. Michael and his men began to act. They staged several small attacks on Antonio's facilities, creating the illusion that these were random incidents. In the meantime, they had gathered enough information about Antonio's movements and schedule to plan a precise attack. On the night of the decisive operation, Michael and his team entered Antonio's luxurious mansion. They moved quickly and silently, neutralizing the guards and avoiding surveillance cameras. When they reached the central hall, a fierce firefight ensued. Antonio, realizing that the situation was getting out of control, tried to escape. But Michael personally pursued him, and after a short fight, was able to neutralize the enemy. Antonio's death marked the end of major resistance in Las Vegas. After this, Michael and his men quickly established control over Antonio's businesses, including casinos and transportation routes. Las Vegas was now under Michael's rule, and his influence spread throughout the city's criminal underworld. But Michael knew this was just the beginning. He continued to strengthen his position, improving security and infiltrating his men into key locations in the city. He understood that there were still many challenges ahead, and he was ready for them. Las Vegas became a new part of Michael's empire, and he was not going to stop there. His next goal is to expand his influence to other major cities and create a powerful criminal network that no one can destroy. Michael continued his ruthless campaign, becoming an increasingly powerful and dangerous player in the world of crime. Michael, having strengthened his position in Las Vegas, decided that the next step would be to expand his influence to other major cities on the West Coast. He understood that his organization must become not only powerful, but also flexible in order to successfully confront new challenges and threats. While Michael was planning his next steps, Victor informed him of a potentially lucrative opportunity in Seattle. In this city, Several groups fought for control over drug trafficking and illegal casinos. Michael decided it was time to act. Together with Victor, he began to collect information about the criminal situation in Seattle. It turned out that the main players were two large gangs. One controlled drug trafficking, the other controlled illegal casinos and prostitution. These gangs were constantly in conflict with each other, and Michael saw this as an opportunity. The first step was to send his men to Seattle to begin infiltrating both factions and gathering information. Michael knew that in order to successfully capture the city, he had to act carefully and strategically. He decided to use his proven tactics, disinformation, and sabotage. Michael organized several small operations to create tension between the two factions. He spread rumors of betrayal and infidelity, sowing mistrust among gang leaders and members. Gradually, the conflicts between them intensified, and Michael knew that the time for the decisive blow was approaching. When the situation in Seattle reached a critical point, Michael decided to act. He gathered his best people and began planning an operation to eliminate the leaders of both groups. Victor developed a plan that included several stages. First, an attack on drug warehouses, then on key points of illegal casinos. On the night of the operation, Michael and his team infiltrated Seattle. The first group attacked drug warehouses, eliminating guards and destroying supplies. The second group simultaneously struck the casino, creating chaos and panic among the enemies. These attacks weakened the positions of both gangs and sowed even more mistrust between them. After the first successful attacks, Michael decided to strike the decisive blow. He organized an ambush at a meeting of the leaders of the two factions, who planned to discuss ways to a truce. On the night of the meeting, Michael and his men attacked, neutralizing the guards and eliminating the gang leaders. This led to the final collapse of both groups. The death of the leaders and the destruction of their infrastructure allowed Michael to quickly gain control of Seattle. He began making connections with corrupt officials and police officers to ensure the security of his new territory. Victor continued to help him, organizing intelligence and counterintelligence to prevent any attempts at revenge by the remaining gang members. Having secured power in Seattle, Michael began to strengthen his position. He invested in legal businesses to create the appearance of law-abiding activity and reduce attention from law enforcement agencies. His men continued to monitor the situation in the city, preventing any attempts by competitors to regain control. Now that Seattle was under his control, Michael began planning to expand his influence to other cities. He understood that every new city brings new challenges, but he was ready for them. His goal was clear: to create a powerful criminal empire that would control the West Coast and protect its interests. Michael's next target was Portland. This city had its own characteristics and problems, but Michael knew that with the right strategy, he could establish control here too. He began gathering information and planning his next steps, preparing for the next phase of his ruthless campaign. Moving on to Portland, Michael continued to act cautiously and strategically. He knew that there were several powerful factions in this city that controlled various aspects of criminal activity. He decided that it would be best to start with small operations to weaken the influence of competitors and pave the way for a major blow. Michael sent his men to Portland to begin infiltrating local gangs and gathering information. He understood that every little thing could be important and carefully planned his actions. Victor, as always, was nearby, helping with organization and intelligence. Michael's first goal was to eliminate one of the leaders of the local gang, who controlled a large part of the drug traffic. They ambushed his convoy, eliminating him and most of his men. This created a power vacuum and wreaked havoc among his followers. Michael then began to act against another group that controlled prostitution and illegal gambling. He used the same tactics: disinformation, sabotage, and surprise attacks. Gradually, his men infiltrated the ranks of the gang, creating tension and mistrust among its members. Michael knew that in order to finally seize power, he needed to eliminate all competitors. He decided to arrange a meeting with the leaders of the remaining factions, proposing a truce and joint management of the city. It was actually a trap. On the night of the meeting, Michael and his men took up positions around the meeting place. When the faction leaders gathered, they were ambushed. A fierce firefight ensued, during which Michael and his team eliminated all key enemies. This was the decisive blow that allowed Michael to take complete control of Portland. After this victory, Michael began to strengthen his position in the city. He established control over key points and began to establish relationships with local authorities. His empire continued to grow, and with each new city his power became more unchallenged. Michael knew there was still a lot of work and danger ahead, but he was ready for it. His goal is to create a continuous criminal network that will control the entire West Coast. He continued to act decisively and ruthlessly, always one step ahead of his enemies. His struggle for power continued, and every day brought new challenges. But Michael knew that in this world only the strongest survive, and he was ready to prove that he was one of them. His name was becoming a legend, and no one dared to challenge him. Michael continued his ruthless campaign, strengthening his empire and protecting it from all threats. Michael continued to strengthen his criminal empire, expanding his influence into new territories and strengthening his control over already captured cities. However, with each new success, the risks also increased. In the world of crime, there is never complete security, and enemies are always looking for an opportunity to strike. One night, Michael received disturbing news from Victor. One of their trusted men was arrested by the police and was under pressure to reveal information about Michael's activities. Victor said that this man, Johnny, may not be able to withstand the torture and make a deal with the authorities. Michael realized that the situation was becoming critical, and he needed to act quickly. Michael and Victor began planning an operation to rescue Johnny and destroy any evidence that might point to their activities. They knew that the police were holding Johnny in a secret location, and they needed to find out its location. Victor used his connections to obtain information about police movements and possible locations of detention. A few days later, Michael found out where Johnny was being held. He gathered his team and prepared for a daring operation to free him. At night, they entered the territory of the police base where prisoners were kept. Everything was planned down to the smallest detail to avoid unnecessary attention and minimize risks. However, when they got inside, it turned out that it was a trap. The police learned of Michael's plans in advance and set up an ambush. A fierce firefight ensued. Michael and his men fought desperately, but the enemy's numbers were too great. During the battle, several people from Michael's team were killed and Michael himself was captured and arrested. Michael was taken to the interrogation center, where the chief police detective, James Carter, who had long been trying to catch Michael and destroy his empire, was waiting for him. Carter knew that Michael was a key figure in the criminal world and was willing to do anything to get information from him. Michael found himself in a difficult situation. He knew that if the police got their way, his empire would collapse and many of his people would end up behind bars. Carter began interrogating, using all possible methods to break Michael, but Michael was cool and steady, realizing that any information he gave out could be fatal for his people. Meanwhile, Victor and those remaining loyal to Michael began planning his rescue. Victor used all his connections and resources to find out where Michael was being held and how to arrange an escape. He also assembled a team of the most dedicated and experienced fighters ready to do anything to save their leader. A few days later, Victor managed to find out where Michael was. The plan was daring and risky, but they had no other choice. At night, Victor and his team entered the interrogation center. They acted quickly and decisively, neutralizing the guards and moving towards the cell where Michael was being held. Michael, hearing the noise and realizing that salvation was near, prepared to escape. When Victor and his men broke through to him, A short but fierce battle ensued with the guards. They were eventually able to free Michael and escape from the interrogation center. However, their escape did not go unnoticed. The police launched a large-scale operation to find the fugitives, and Michael understood that returning to normal life would become impossible. They took refuge in one of the secret shelters, where Michael began to plan his further actions. Realizing that his arrest was a serious blow to the reputation and security of his organization, Michael decided to change his tactics. He began implementing new security measures, beefing up security, and keeping a close eye on insider threats. Victor and his team continued to operate in the shadows, preventing any enemy attempts to take advantage of the situation. Now that the police knew of his existence, Michael knew that his every move would be closely watched. He began to use more complex schemes and methods for carrying out operations in order to minimize risks and not fall into the trap again. Meanwhile, Carter did not give up trying to catch Michael. He knew that he could not easily stop his activities and continued to look for weaknesses in his organization. Michael continued to strengthen his empire, realizing that the war with the police had just begun. Several months have passed. Michael adapted to the new conditions, using all his resources and connections to maintain control of his empire. He knew that there were still many challenges ahead, but he was ready for them. His struggle for power continued, and every day brought new challenges and dangers. Michael understood that only the strongest survive in this world, and was determined to prove that he was one of them. His name still evoked fear and respect, and no one dared to challenge him. Michael continued his ruthless campaign to defend his empire and strengthen its position. Michael continued to strengthen his empire but realized that tension was growing every day. The police, led by Detective Carter, did not stop hunting, and internal threats and betrayals became his constant headache. Despite all his efforts to strengthen his position, Michael felt that his time was coming to an end. One day, Victor told Michael about new information. It turned out that Carter had received support from federal agencies and was preparing a major operation to capture Michael's entire network. Michael realized that this could be the final blow and decided that it was time to act decisively. Michael began carefully planning his escape. He understood that he had to leave everything behind and find a new place to start a new life. Victor agreed to help him organize his escape, providing false leads and diverting the attention of the police. At night, when Carter's operation was in full swing, Michael and Victor secretly left the city, heading in an unknown direction. They used fake documents and complex routes to escape persecution. Michael knew he had to start all over again, but now he was ready for it. A few months later, Michael and Victor settled in a small town in South America. Here, no one knew about his past, and he could start a new life without fear of persecution. Michael decided to leave the criminal world and go into legal business, using his skills and experience to create a legal company. Life in the new place gradually improved. Michael and Victor opened a small company, importing and exporting goods. They started from scratch, but gradually their business began to flourish. Michael enjoyed the peace and new opportunities that his new life opened up for him. Years have passed. Michael became a respected businessman in his city. His company was expanding, and he no longer thought about the past. Victor was always there, supporting him and reminding him of what they had been through. They both knew that they had finally found the peace and quiet they had been looking for so long. Michael understood that his old life was left behind. He found his place in the new world, where he could live without fear and violence. His name no longer evoked fear, and he could calmly enjoy each day. Michael knew this was his second chance, and he wasn't going to waste it. The story of Michael, a former ruthless criminal leader, ended on a bright note. He was able to move on from his past and start a new life, where he found peace and tranquility. Victor, his loyal friend and comrade in arms, was always by his side, and together they created a future they could only dream of. Michael enjoyed a quiet life in South America. His business flourished and he was able to leave the past behind him. He and Victor became respected people in their new city, and it seemed that all the bad things were far behind them. One evening, as Michael and Victor were returning home from a successful business meeting, they noticed something strange. Several unfamiliar cars were parked outside their house. Michael felt uneasy, but decided not to show it to Victor. They slowly drove up to the house, carefully examining the surroundings. As soon as they got out of the car, armed men appeared from the darkness. These were mercenaries sent by Michael's old enemies. They left him no chance to escape. Michael and Victor were surrounded. Michael realized that they had been found, and that this was the end. He looked at Victor and nodded, making it clear that they would fight to the last. A short but brutal firefight ensued. Michael and Victor fought desperately, but their numerical superiority was too great. As a result, Michael was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Victor tried to help him, but he himself was mortally wounded. Michael, lying on the ground and feeling his life running out, looked up at the starry sky. He knew it was the end, but in the last moments of his life he felt no fear. He did everything he could, and now it's time to meet his fate. The mercenaries, convinced of the death of Michael and Victor, quickly left the scene. The enemies finally got their way. They destroyed the man who had remained elusive for so long. Local residents were shocked when they learned about what happened. For them, Michael and Victor were respected people, and no one knew about their past. The city mourned the loss of its new heroes, not knowing the whole truth about their past lives. Thus ends the story of Michael Chandler, a man who was a ruthless crime leader, but was able to find peace and quiet in a new life until his past caught up with him. His legend remained in the past, but his memory lived on in the hearts of those who knew and respected him. Criminal History 5. In one of the poorest and most dangerous areas of the city, a boy named Michael grew up. His childhood was far from cloudless. Michael grew up without a father, and his mother worked constantly to make ends meet. Often he had to be left alone, and he learned early to take care of himself. From a very young age, Michael was exposed to cruelty and violence on the streets. He had to defend himself from older guys and fight for his place in this world. At school, he was an outcast, often got into fights and had problems with teachers. His academic performance left much to be desired, and he eventually dropped out of school without graduating. Life on the street strengthened his character. Michael quickly realized that in order to survive, he needed to be strong and merciless. He started hanging out with local gangs and soon became part of them. He liked the feeling of power and respect that being part of a criminal group brought him. Over the years, Michael began to realize that in order to rise higher, he needed to take on more serious matters. He took the path of trading on the black market. At first, these were small transactions, but over time he became one of the most influential and dangerous players in this shadow business. Michael specialized in selling weapons and drugs. His connections and brutality allowed him to evade justice and maintain control of his area. He quickly became a wanted criminal, but this only added to his adrenaline and further strengthened his position. Michael was known for his ruthlessness. Anyone who stood in his way inevitably met his death. He did not spare anyone, be it competitors or even his subordinates. In the world of crime, his name has become synonymous with fear and danger. So the years passed, and Michael continued his ascent to the top of the criminal world. He was always one step ahead of the police and competitors, thanks to his intelligence, cruelty, and willingness to do anything to achieve his goals. Michael became a legend, an example of how far a person can go if he has neither fear nor conscience. Michael's story is the story of a man who chose a dark path and did not turn away from it, no matter what. His life is full of violence, betrayal, and a constant struggle for survival in a world where there is no place for the weak. Michael has reached new heights in his criminal business. His influence spread far beyond his home region, and he began collaborating with international criminal organizations. Every step was carefully thought out, and every move brought him more power and wealth. One day, Michael received an offer that could change everything. He was offered a deal to supply a large shipment of weapons to another state. It was a risky operation, but the potential for reward was enormous. Michael agreed without hesitation, realizing that this was a chance to strengthen his position and expand his sphere of influence. He began to plan the operation with the same care with which he approached everything else. Michael knew he couldn't make a single mistake. He gathered the best people from his organization and developed a detailed plan, taking into account all possible risks and escape routes. On the night of the operation, everything went according to plan, but suddenly, something went wrong. One of his men turned out to be a traitor and gave information to the police. Michael was trapped, surrounded by special forces and FBI agents. A shootout ensued, in which many of his subordinates died. Despite this, Michael managed to escape. He was wounded, but his will to live and instincts helped him elude pursuit. He hid for a while, realizing that now a real hunt had begun for him. Michael could not return to his old life. He knew that now his every move would be under close surveillance, and any wrong move would lead to his arrest or death. However, this did not stop him. He began to act even more carefully, moving from city to city, changing his appearance and using fake documents. At this time, he began to build new connections and look for those who could help him regain his lost influence. Michael understood that he could not trust anyone, but he was willing to take risks in order to once again become a major player in the world of crime. Every day was a fight for survival. Michael knew perfectly well that at any moment he could be betrayed or discovered, but his spirit remained unshaken. He was preparing for a new round of his criminal career, knowing that this time he would have to be even more cruel and calculating. Michael began building his team again, selecting people who were as ruthless and dedicated as he was. He knew that now he was facing not just a return, but a real war for his place in the sun in the world of crime. His name began to appear again in news reports as one of the most wanted criminals. Michael knew that sooner or later he would have to face the police and his enemies, but he was ready for this. Every step brought him closer to his goal, to become the most powerful and elusive crime boss. There was no turning back for Michael now. He was ready to go to the end, knowing that his life would always be full of dangers and trials. But that's what made him stronger, and that's what kept him at the top of the criminal world. Michael successfully regained some of his position on the black market. His new subordinates proved loyal and skilled, allowing him to regain control of significant flows of weapons and drugs. His name again inspired fear and respect, and the police and intelligence services could not catch him. One of the key steps in his comeback was establishing ties with major international cartels. Michael understood that in order to stay on top, he needed to work with the most powerful players in the world of crime. He made several profitable deals that brought him not only money, but also the necessary protection and support. However, there have always been obstacles on the path to success. One of his competitors, John Raymond, also claimed leadership in the criminal world. John was no less cruel and skillful than Michael. They often clashed in shady affairs, and each such meeting threatened to escalate into a bloody war. Michael knew that an open confrontation with John could be the end of him. Instead, he decided to use cunning. Using his connections and resources, Michael began to spread false information, causing dissension among John's allies. He bribed people, instilled mistrust, and created chaos in the ranks of his competitor. While John was busy with internal problems, Michael was expanding his influence. He began new deliveries to other regions, strengthening his position and increasing revenues. His operations became increasingly complex and well thought out. He invested money in technology, hired the best specialists, and left no chance for his enemies. But Michael's life remained full of dangers. The police intensified their efforts to nab him, and his every move was closely monitored. He used every possible method to stay one step ahead, changing places of residence, using front men, and creating false tracks. In his personal life, Michael also did not know peace. He had a family, but he tried to keep them out of his affairs. His wife and children lived in constant fear, not knowing whether he would return home alive. Michael understood that his lifestyle put them at risk, but he had no choice. One day, Michael received information about a large shipment of drugs that John planned to smuggle through his territory. This was an excellent opportunity to strike at the enemy and at the same time strengthen our positions. Michael carefully prepared the operation, recruited his best men, and set up an ambush. When the cargo arrived, a fierce firefight began. Michael personally led the operation, setting an example of courage and determination for his men. He managed to capture most of the cargo and eliminate several of John's key men. It was a victory that further strengthened his influence. But the war was far from over. John was not going to give up, and a retaliatory strike soon followed. Michael once again finds himself at the center of a brutal power struggle. He understood that each new day could be his last, but he was not going to retreat. His life became a constant battle, and he was ready to go to the end to maintain his power and influence. Michael continued to increase his influence and resources. Defeating John Raymond allowed him to expand his territory and strengthen his position on the black market. However, he understood that now his enemies would become even more dangerous and determined. Over the next months, Michael carefully planned his actions. He orchestrated several major deals with international cartels, strengthening his drug and weapon supply network. His people became more professional and dedicated, which made him feel more confident. But the real threat was creeping from within. Suspicions and intrigues began in his organization. Michael knew that there were traitors among his subordinates and decided to eliminate this problem before it got out of control. He organized a secret investigation, entrusting it to his closest assistant, who was loyal to him from the very beginning. While the investigation took its course, Michael continued to develop his criminal operations. It has invested heavily in new technology to stay one step ahead of the police and competitors. Its operations became more secretive and secure. Michael used all his influence to protect himself and his organization from external threats. Meanwhile, his family remained in the shadow of his criminal empire. Michael tried to protect them from danger, but it became increasingly difficult. His wife, Sarah, began to suspect that their lives were under constant threat. She tried to persuade Michael to leave the criminal world, but he knew it was impossible. Too many enemies and too much blood was shed. One evening, the investigation yielded results. Michael's closest aide reported that the traitor was one of the high-ranking members of his organization, Jason. He passed information to the police and competitors, jeopardizing all their operations. Michael could not allow this betrayal to go unpunished. He arranged a meeting with Jason, making him believe that it was a normal meeting. At the meeting, Michael personally exposed the traitor and dealt with him without hesitation. This served as a lesson for everyone else. No one dared to betray Michael, knowing that this would entail inevitable punishment. After eliminating the traitor, Michael decided to strike a decisive blow against his enemies. He gathered his best men and began planning a series of operations against rival gangs. Each operation was carefully thought out and calculated down to the smallest detail. Michael knew that this war would be brutal, but he was ready to make any sacrifice to achieve his goal. The first operation was successful. Michael destroyed the warehouse of his main competitor, depriving him of a significant part of his resources. The next few months became a nightmare for his enemies. Michael did not give them a moment's peace, attacking their facilities, eliminating key people, and destroying their networks. His ruthlessness and determination paid off. Michael soon became the undisputed leader of the black market. His enemies were defeated or retreated, recognizing his superiority. But Michael knew that he couldn't relax. In his world, there will always be those who want to take his place. And he was ready to face new challenges as he continued his path to the top of the criminal world. Michael stood at the top of his criminal empire, but he was haunted by the feeling that his real trials were just beginning. In a world where every day could be his last, Michael decided to take a step that would change the course of his life forever. One day he received information about a secret FBI operation, the goal of which was the complete destruction of his organization. The informant said that the FBI has a deep mole that passes on all the key information. Michael knew that this was a serious threat and decided to take a desperate step. He initiated a fake operation to catch the mole. The fake deal involving a large shipment of weapons and drugs was carefully planned. Michael personally made sure that everything looked believable. He entrusted this information only to a narrow circle of his people, suspecting that the mole was among them. When the day of the operation arrived, everything went according to plan. Michael's men arrived at the meeting place, expecting their partners, but instead they found themselves surrounded by FBI agents. A fierce firefight ensued, and Michael, watching from cover, realized that his plan had worked. Among his men was an undercover FBI agent who leaked all the information. Michael personally exposed and interrogated the traitor, finding out that the FBI was planning an even larger operation. He learned that during this operation, the FBI planned to attack his main supply chains, collaborating with international intelligence agencies. Realizing that he could not act alone, Michael decided to seek help from one of his old enemies, cartel leader Pablo. They had long been rivals, but Michael knew that Pablo respected power and could appreciate the benefits of a temporary alliance. The meeting took place on neutral territory, and Michael offered Pablo a deal to join forces against the FBI and their international allies. Pablo, seeing this as a chance to get rid of the common enemy and strengthen his position, agreed. Preparations for a large-scale operation began. Michael and Pablo gathered the best resources and people, developed a detailed plan, including diversions, decoys, and precision strikes on key points. On the day of the operation, Michael and Pablo launched a series of strikes against FBI agents and their allies, disrupting their coordination and ruining their plans. They used everything from technological tricks to brutal force. The fighting was fierce and bloody, but Michael and his allies emerged victorious. After this successful operation, Michael strengthened his position not only in the black market, but also in the world of crime. His name became a legend, and his enemies now thought twice before challenging him. However, Michael understood that the calm would be temporary. Together with Pablo, they decided to continue their cooperation, creating a powerful alliance that controlled a significant part of the international black market. Michael now had not only influence, but also a powerful ally. He knew that the future would be full of new challenges and dangers, but he was ready for it. Michael continued to develop his empire while protecting it from external and internal threats. His life became an endless series of complex operations, dangerous deals, and a constant struggle for survival. But he never forgot that every step brings him closer to even greater power and control over a world in which there is no place for the weak. Michael and Pablo controlled a significant portion of the black market, but their new alliance attracted the attention of powerful enemies. One such enemy was Victor Carlos, the powerful and brutal leader of one of the largest cartels in South Africa, America. Victor was known for his ruthlessness and desire for absolute power. He saw the alliance between Michael and Pablo as a threat to his dominance and began preparing plans to eliminate them. Michael knew that a confrontation with Victor was inevitable. He decided to launch a preemptive strike, but he had to act carefully. Together with Pablo, they began to collect information about Victor and his operations. Their intelligence discovered that Victor was planning a large supply of drugs through secret channels that were not yet known to Michael and Pablo. They developed a bold plan to seize this cargo and use it as leverage to put pressure on Victor. Michael personally led the operation, realizing that any wrong step could lead to disaster. They prepared several false leads to confuse Victor and his men and began to act. On the appointed day, Michael and his team attacked Victor's convoy. The firefight was brutal, but thanks to precise planning and surprise, they were able to capture the cargo and escape without significant casualties. Now they had not only a valuable product, but also an important trump card in the confrontation with Victor. Victor was furious. He began searching for Michael and Pablo using all his resources, but Michael was ready. He began to spread misinformation, framing Victor and his people. This created tension within Victor's cartel, and his allies began to question his leadership. Meanwhile, Michael decided to strengthen his connections with other criminal organizations. He began negotiations with Asian triads and the Russian mafia, offering them favorable terms of cooperation. His charisma and reputation allowed him to enter into several important alliances, which further strengthened his position. But Victor was not going to give up. He found a way to hurt Michael. Victor orchestrated the kidnapping of Sarah, Michael's wife, and their children, demanding the return of the stolen cargo and renunciation of all claims to his territory. Michael faced a difficult choice: risk the lives of his family or give in to Victor. Michael knew that giving in to Victor would only temporarily solve the problem and would lead to more violence in the future. He decided to act decisively and quickly. Using his new connections and resources, he devised a plan to save his family while eliminating Victor. The operation began with targeted strikes on Victor's key targets, diverting his attention. Michael personally led a group that infiltrated Victor's secret hideout where his family was being held. The battle was fierce, but thanks to the support of his new allies, Michael managed to save Sarah and the children. Victor was cornered. His powers were significantly weakened, and Michael decided to strike the final blow. Together with Pablo and their allies, he organized a large-scale operation to destroy Victor's remaining facilities. In the last battle, Michael personally faced Victor. The battle was brutal and intense, but in the end, Michael was victorious. With Victor's fall, Michael and Pablo strengthened their position and became even more powerful. Their influence spread throughout the continent, and they now controlled a significant portion of the international black market. But Michael knew the peace would be temporary. In the world of crime, there will always be new enemies and new challenges, and he was ready to meet them, continuing his path to the top. With Victor destroyed and their position strengthened, Michael and Pablo became the uncrowned kings of the black market. Their influence extended far beyond their regions, and they controlled the main supply channels for drugs and weapons. However, the world of crime was full of surprises, and Michael knew that peace would be short-lived. One day, Michael received a mysterious message from an unknown sender. The message contained information about a new player who was quickly gaining power and influence. This man, known as the Shadow, operated in the shadows and was virtually elusive. His operations were so elaborate that no one could figure out who he was or where he came from. The Shadow began to seize the territories and supply channels that belonged to Michael and Pablo. Each of his operations was masterfully performed, and Michael soon realized that he was confronting not just a competitor, but a real criminal genius. It was a challenge that could not be ignored. Michael decided to start his own investigation. He sent his best people to search for information about the Shadow. Weeks passed with scant results. Shadow left behind only shadows and rumors. Nobody knew what he looked like or where he could be found. However, Michael was not going to give up. He began to use his connections and resources to get on the trail of the shadow. Soon he managed to find a trail leading to an old abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Michael decided it was time for decisive action. He gathered a team and went to the factory. Inside, they discovered a whole network of tunnels and rooms where, apparently, the shadow conducted its operations. But the shadow itself was elusive. Michael knew this was just the tip of the iceberg. One day he received another mysterious message. This time, Shadow proposed a meeting. The meeting place was carefully chosen, an abandoned warehouse on the border of the city. Michael knew it could be a trap, but he couldn't miss the chance. When Michael arrived at the scene, he saw a man in the shadows. He slowly emerged into the light, and Michael was surprised to recognize him as an old acquaintance, his former friend and partner Thomas, who had disappeared without a trace many years ago. Thomas, whom everyone thought was dead, turned out to be the Shadow. Thomas told his story. He faked his death to start a new life and create his own criminal empire. Thomas was a genius of strategy and tactics, and his skills allowed him to remain elusive and influential. Michael was shocked, but knew this was not the time for sentimentality. Thomas proposed an alliance to combine their forces and create the most powerful criminal empire in the world. Michael understood that an alliance with such a genius as Thomas could open up new horizons but also carried enormous risks. After long negotiations, they decided to join forces. The union of Michael, Pablo, and Thomas has become the most powerful force in the criminal world. Their operations became even more large-scale and carefully planned. They controlled virtually every aspect of the black market, from drugs and weapons to human trafficking and money laundering. However, as their power grew, so did their threats. Authorities at all levels began to increase pressure, and competitors looked for any opportunity to strike. Michael knew that new challenges and trials awaited him ahead. But now he not only had a powerful ally, but also a true strategic genius who could help him survive this ongoing war for power and survival. Together they began a new stage in their criminal career, ready for any twists of fate and new dangers that awaited them on the path to absolute power. The union of Michael, Pablo, and Thomas turned them into an unstoppable force in the criminal world. Their influence spread across several continents, and now they controlled not only the black market, but entire cities. However, this also attracted the attention of the most powerful forces in the world, international intelligence agencies, which began to prepare a coordinated operation to eliminate them. Michael and his allies knew that difficult times lay ahead. They began developing a plan to protect themselves and evade justice. Using their resources and connections, they created a network of safe houses around the world and also prepared complex schemes to launder money and cover their tracks. However, in addition to external threats, an internal problem also appeared. Cracks began to appear in their alliance. Thomas, despite his genius, was an ambitious man and prone to solitary action. Pablo, in turn, believed that Thomas was taking too many risks, and this could lead to their death. One day, Michael learned that Thomas was negotiating with competitors behind his back, trying to conclude new deals and strengthen his position. This jeopardized the entire alliance. Michael decided to act quickly and decisively. He organized a secret meeting with Thomas, where, in the presence of Pablo, they discussed the current situation. The tension in the room was palpable. Michael knew that any mistake could lead to disaster. He offered Thomas an alternative to divide the zones of influence so that everyone could control their part of the empire without interference from others. Thomas accepted the offer, but latent enmity remained between them. Michael understood that this alliance was no longer reliable. He began preparing for a possible war with Thomas, creating additional lines of defense and recruiting new allies. Meanwhile, international intelligence agencies intensified their activities. They carried out a series of raids and arrests, trying to find the weak link in Michael's organization. Despite this, thanks to the measures prepared in advance, Michael and his men were able to avoid most of the traps. During this time, Thomas began to implement his plan to strengthen his influence. He organized several successful operations, which increased his authority among criminal circles. Michael watched this with caution, realizing that sooner or later a collision was inevitable. Pablo, seeing that tension was growing, decided to act as a mediator. He suggested organizing a meeting of all the key players to discuss the future of their empire. Michael agreed, realizing that this could be their last chance for a peaceful resolution to the conflict. There was a lot of tension at the meeting. Each of them knew that any mistake could lead to bloodshed. Pablo came up with a proposal to create a council that would make all key decisions in order to avoid conflicts and competition within the alliance. Michael supported this proposal, realizing that this could be a chance to maintain unity and avoid a devastating war. Thomas agreed, albeit reluctantly, seeing this as an opportunity to maintain his influence and control. The council began its work, and at first everything went smoothly. But it soon became clear that the differences in the approaches and ambitions of the participants still created tension. Michael knew that new challenges lay ahead. One day, Michael received information about a major intelligence operation aimed at destroying their network. This operation was so carefully planned that it threatened to destroy their entire empire. He assembled a council and proposed a bold plan. Instead of defending himself, they should launch a preemptive strike against key locations of the intelligence services and their allies. The plan was risky, but with the stakes so high they had no other choice. Michael, Pablo, and Thomas began coordinating their actions, drawing on all their resources and connections. They developed a detailed plan of attack, which included surgical strikes, sabotage, and diversionary maneuvers. The operation began simultaneously in several countries. Michael personally led one of the key missions, showing his men determination and readiness to go to the end. The attack was swift and powerful. They destroyed several intelligence bases, destroyed important documents, and disabled key systems. Despite the success of the operation, Michael knew it was only a temporary solution. New threats and challenges awaited them ahead. In a world where every day could be his last, he knew he must always be one step ahead to protect his empire and his allies. Now that their enemies have suffered significant losses, Michael, Pablo, and Thomas begin to prepare for the next stage of their struggle for power. They knew that many more battles lay ahead of them, and each of them was ready to face any challenges in order to maintain their influence and power in this endless and dangerous world. The success of the operation against the intelligence services allowed Michael, Pablo, and Thomas to temporarily stabilize their empire, but it also brought them even more attention and hatred from their enemies. The intelligence services were not going to give up, and soon began to prepare a new, even larger-scale operation to eliminate them. Michael, anticipating new threats, decided to strengthen security and diversify his activities. He began introducing new technologies such as encrypted communications and the use of drones for reconnaissance. He also expanded his network of informants, which allowed him to always be aware of the plans of his enemies. Meanwhile, Pablo proposed using their influence to introduce them into legal business. This could give them cover and additional sources of income. Michael agreed, and they soon began investing in legitimate businesses such as construction companies, logistics firms, and even media. However, despite all efforts, the conflict within their union continued to grow. Thomas, who still sought absolute power, began to secretly organize his own operations, which displeased Michael and Pablo. During this period, Michael learned that one of his closest allies, an old friend named Alex, had been captured by the intelligence services. Alex was a key figure in the organization, and his capture could lead to the leak of important information. Michael understood that he needed to act quickly and decisively. He developed a plan to free Alex, which included several stages. First, they had to find out where he was being held, then organize a diversion, and finally, carry out a lightning-fast operation to free him. Michael personally led this operation, realizing that success or failure depended on his actions. They found out that Alex was being held in a secret prison at a military base. On the night of the operation, Michael and his team infiltrated the base using distracting explosions and sabotage teams. The operation was successful and they were able to free Alex. However, during the mission, Michael was seriously injured. He had to be evacuated and taken to a secret shelter where he received treatment. While Michael was recovering, Pablo and Thomas began to take on more responsibility. This led to new conflicts and disagreements. Pablo sought to strengthen the legal business, while Thomas continued to insist on expanding criminal activities. When Michael returned to business, he realized that the situation was becoming increasingly unstable. He decided to hold a meeting with Pablo and Thomas to resolve conflicts and develop a new strategy. However, this meeting quickly turned into a tense argument. Michael proposed a compromise. They would continue to develop their legitimate business, but at the same time maintain and strengthen their criminal operations. Pablo agreed, but Thomas, who had already begun to make his own plans, saw this as a threat to his power. One night, Thomas decided to take action. He gathered his men and tried to seize control of Michael and Pablo's key facilities. A bloody struggle for power began. Michael and Pablo, having learned of the betrayal, teamed up to confront Thomas. The battles were fierce and lasted for several days. Michael, despite his recent injury, personally participated in the battles, showing his men an example of courage and determination. Eventually, they managed to put down the rebellion and capture Thomas. Michael understood that Thomas was not just a competitor but a serious threat. He made a decision that gave him not only a feeling of victory, but also the bitter realization that in the world of crime there is no place for pity. Thomas was executed and his men either defected to Michael or were exterminated. After this, Michael and Pablo strengthened their position and began to restore order in their empire. However, Michael knew that the peace would be temporary. New threats and challenges awaited them ahead, but now he was ready for any challenge. He understood that in order to survive and maintain his power, he would have to be even more cunning and merciless. It was at that moment that Michael realized that his journey was just beginning. In a world where every day could be his last, he had to stay one step ahead, always ready for new battles and challenges. His life became an endless battle for survival and power, and he was ready to go to the end to maintain his place at the top of the criminal world. After eliminating Thomas and strengthening his alliance with Pablo, Michael realized that for long-term survival, they needed to not only defend themselves, but also proactively develop their operations. He began to look for new, unexpected ways to expand his empire, penetrating into areas that had previously remained untouched. Michael decided to turn his attention to cybercrime, realizing that modern technology could open up new horizons for his business. He hired the best hackers and IT specialists to create a highly effective team of cybercriminals. This team began hacking banking systems, stealing data, and creating complex money laundering schemes through cryptocurrencies. At the same time, Michael decided to infiltrate the legal political system. He began sponsoring candidates for local elections, providing them with financial support in exchange for loyalty and protection of his interests. His men soon occupied key positions in local government, giving Michael an additional layer of protection and influence. However, not everything went smoothly. One of the hackers working for Michael decided that he could make more money if he sold information to intelligence agencies. Michael quickly learned of this and decided to act quickly and decisively. He organized an operation to eliminate the traitor in order to prevent information leaks. Meanwhile, Pablo proposed expanding their influence on the medical market by smuggling rare and expensive medicines. Michael supported this idea, and they began establishing contacts with large pharmaceutical companies using shell companies. This allowed them to obtain exclusive drugs and sell them at inflated prices on the black market. However, a new threat soon appeared. A group of mercenaries known as the Shadows emerged and began attacking Michael and Pablo's facilities. These mercenaries were highly professional and acted with frightening efficiency. Michael realized that someone powerful and influential was behind them. He began his own investigation and found out that behind the Shadows was an international corporation that wanted to take control of the market run by Michael and Pablo. This corporation had enormous resources and connections, and it was not going to stop at anything to achieve its goals. Michael decided to strike at the corporation itself. Using his cybercriminals, he launched an attack on their servers and financial systems. At the same time, his men began to collect information about the corporation's leadership in order to find weaknesses and use them against the enemy. As a result of a complex and carefully planned operation, Michael managed to deal a serious blow to the corporation. They disabled key systems, caused financial losses and splits in leadership. This temporarily weakened the corporation, but Michael knew they would seek revenge. He decided to strengthen his forces by forming an alliance with several independent criminal groups that were also suffering from attacks by the Shadows. Their combined efforts allowed them to create a powerful front against the corporation and mercenaries. Michael also continued to develop his legal and illegal operations, increasing his control over new territories and industries. He understood that every new day brings new challenges, but he was ready to face them with determination and intelligence. Now that his empire was stronger and more diverse than ever, Michael knew that to maintain power he would have to not only defend himself, but also continue to attack, anticipating the moves of his enemies. New battles awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them, deciding to stop at nothing on the way to his goal: absolute power in the criminal world. Michael and Pablo successfully struck a blow against the corporation, but they knew that the respite would be short-lived. Soon, a new threat appeared on the horizon: an international criminal organization known as the Order of the Phoenix. This organization, led by a mysterious leader named Felix, was famous for its cruelty and cunning. Felix began to actively invade the territories of Michael and Pablo, offering allies and enemies those who were ready to betray them. He used blackmail, bribery, and violence to expand his influence. Michael realized that this confrontation would be much more difficult and dangerous than all previous ones. Michael decided to launch a preemptive strike. He gathered his best people and sent them to search for information about the Order of the Phoenix. They soon discovered that Felix was planning a major arms deal involving high-ranking officials. Michael decided to disrupt this deal and deal a blow to Felix's reputation. On the night of the deal, Michael and his team were ambushed. They attacked the meeting place, starting a fierce firefight. Felix turned out to be a cunning and skillful opponent, but Michael managed to capture him. Instead of killing Felix, Michael decided to use him for his own purposes. He offered Felix a deal: cooperation in exchange for freedom and a significant share of the profits. Felix, seeing this as an opportunity to strengthen his position, agreed. But Michael knew he couldn't be trusted. He infiltrated his people into the Order of the Phoenix to monitor Felix's every move. Meanwhile, Michael decided to expand his operations into new areas. It began investing in artificial intelligence and cybersecurity technologies to better protect its operations and anticipate the actions of its enemies. He also began developing a network of safe havens and logistics routes to ensure the smooth running of his empire. While Michael and his allies were strengthening their position, friction began within the Order of the Phoenix. Felix's people began to suspect him of betraying and undermining the interests of the organization. Michael used this to his advantage, fueling resentment and spreading rumors. Soon, a split began in the Order of the Phoenix. Several high-ranking members of the organization decided to overthrow Felix and offered Michael an alliance. Michael, realizing that this was a chance to finally eliminate the threat, agreed. He organized a joint operation with the rebels to overthrow Felix and seize control of the Order of the Phoenix. The operation was successful, and Felix was arrested. Now Michael and Pablo controlled another powerful organization, which further strengthened their position. But Michael knew that the dangers did not end there. In the world of crime, there is always a new contender for power. He continued to develop his operations, strengthen his connections, and monitor possible threats. Every day brought new challenges, and Michael was ready to face them. His empire became one of the most powerful and influential in the world, but he knew that peace was an illusion. He was ready for new battles and challenges, realizing that the path to absolute power would never be easy. Michael remained one step ahead of his enemies, always ready for new battles in an endless war for survival and dominance. Michael and Pablo strengthened their position, but their increased power attracted the attention of many enemies. Enemies began to unite to topple them from the top of the criminal world. These were both old competitors and new contenders for power who saw Michael and Pablo as a threat to their ambitions. The first signal of an impending threat was information about a secret meeting of several major criminal leaders. These leaders, who had previously been at odds with each other, decided to join forces for a common goal: to destroy Michael and Pablo. Michael realized that it would be incredibly difficult to resist such a coalition. To prepare for a new round of struggle, Michael began to strengthen his security network and strengthen ties with loyal allies. He organized several meetings with the leaders of criminal groups who remained loyal to him and Pablo. It was important to show that their empire remained strong and ready for any challenge. However, the enemies also did not sit idly by. They began to take active measures trying to weaken Michael and Pablo. At the same time, several attacks were carried out on their warehouses, as well as attempts to bribe and recruit their people. Michael knew that there might be traitors among his circle and began an internal investigation. It soon became clear that one of his closest advisors, George, was secretly collaborating with his enemies. Michael was forced to act quickly. He collected evidence of betrayal and eliminated George to prevent further information leaks. This was a warning to everyone else. Betrayal will not go unpunished. Meanwhile, a coalition of enemies has prepared a large-scale operation to capture key facilities of Michael and Pablo. They hired elite mercenaries and received the support of corrupt officials. Michael and Pablo found themselves in the middle of a brutal war where every mistake could be fatal. Michael decided to launch a preemptive strike. He developed a plan that included a series of sabotage and attacks on key enemy targets. At the same time, he began to spread disinformation to confuse his enemies and force them to act rashly. The first operation was successful. Michael's men blew up a coalition weapons depot and destroyed several mercenary bases. These actions disorganized the enemies and gave Michael and Pablo some time to strengthen their positions. However, the enemies were not going to give up. They struck back by attacking one of Michael's key facilities, a laboratory where drugs were produced. As a result of the attack, the laboratory was destroyed, and Michael suffered significant losses. Realizing that he needed to act decisively, Michael decided to seek help from his new allies, international criminal organizations with whom he had previously established contacts. He offered them mutually beneficial cooperation in exchange for help in fighting the coalition of enemies. International allies responded to Michael's call. They provided him with people, resources, and information, which greatly strengthened his position. Soon, a large-scale operation began to destroy the coalition of enemies. Michael and his allies began striking key enemy targets, destroying their supply chains and financial resources. In one of the decisive battles, Michael personally led an attack on the main coalition base. The battle was fierce and bloody, but thanks to excellent preparation and support from the Allies, they managed to capture the base and eliminate several key coalition leaders. The victory was not final, but it gave Michael and Pablo the necessary time to strengthen their positions and redistribute their forces. The enemies suffered significant losses and were forced to retreat to regroup. Michael knew the fight was not over yet. He continued to develop his operations, strengthen Allied ties, and prepare for new attacks. His empire became increasingly complex and powerful, but also vulnerable to new threats. Over time, Michael and Pablo felt that their methods needed to be revised. Faced with constant tension and many enemies, they decided to implement innovative approaches to maintain and expand their criminal empire. They understood that, in order to stay at the top, they need not only to defend themselves, but also to constantly develop. The first step in this direction was the involvement of experts from various fields. Michael and Pablo began collaborating with former military strategists, cybersecurity specialists, and financial geniuses. This allowed them to strengthen their defenses and develop new ways of doing business. One such expert was Julian, a former intelligence agent who possessed unique skills and knowledge. Julian suggested that Michael and Pablo create a shadow network of informants that would penetrate all levels of their enemies. This network would allow them to obtain first-hand information and anticipate the actions of their opponents. At the same time, Michael began investing in new technologies. He created laboratories to develop artificial intelligence that could analyze huge amounts of data and predict the behavior of their enemies. This gave them a significant advantage, allowing them to respond to threats faster and more effectively. In addition, Michael and Pablo decided to legalize part of their assets by investing money in legal businesses. They began to buy large companies, were engaged in construction and real estate, which allowed them to legalize income and create additional channels for money laundering. However, despite all these measures, the enemies did not sleep. Michael soon learned of a new coalition that was forming against them. This coalition included both old enemies and new contenders for power. They used advanced technology and hired the best specialists to overthrow Michael and Pablo. Realizing that the fight ahead was serious, Michael decided to use asymmetrical methods. Instead of direct confrontation, he began to conduct covert operations aimed at undermining the coalition from within. He used his informant networks to sow discord and mistrust among his enemies, causing them to suspect each other of treason. One of these operations was a large-scale cyber attack on the coalition's financial systems. Michael's hackers broke into bank accounts and transferred huge sums of money to fake accounts, causing a financial crisis for his enemies. This created an atmosphere of panic and forced the coalition to spend resources on restoring what was lost. Meanwhile, Pablo began to be active on the political front. He used his connections and influence to manipulate local authorities and create legislative obstacles for his enemies. This greatly complicated their activities and gave Michael and Pablo additional time to strengthen their positions. However, despite all the successes, Michael knew that new challenges awaited him. The coalition of enemies was a serious threat, and they were not going to stop. Every day brought new challenges, and Michael knew that in order to survive, he needed to be prepared for any eventuality. And then, on one of these days, he received a message from his informant. The coalition was planning a large-scale operation aimed at capturing his main base. Michael knew that this could be the decisive moment in their confrontation. He gathered his best men and developed a defense plan. This time he decided to act differently. Instead of simply defending himself, he decided to turn his base into a trap for his enemies. Michael and his team have prepared many surprises for attackers, ranging from hidden mines to automatic defense systems. When the coalition launched the attack, they did not expect such resistance. Their every action was accompanied by unexpected traps and counterattacks. As a result of the fighting, the coalition suffered huge losses and was forced to retreat. This victory strengthened the position of Michael and Pablo, but they understood that the fight was not over yet. Enemies will look for new ways to overthrow them, and they must be prepared for new challenges. But Michael was confident that with the help of his allies and innovative approaches, he could survive and keep his empire at the top of the criminal world. Despite the best efforts of the police, Michael and Pablo remained elusive. Their organization became so powerful and well protected that law enforcement could not approach them. The use of advanced technology and strategic maneuvers allowed them to always be one step ahead. However, a new threat has appeared on the horizon, an international coalition of intelligence agencies who have decided to join forces to eliminate their criminal empire. This coalition included agencies from different countries that had enormous resources and unlimited powers. Michael knew that fighting such a powerful organization would require not only cunning and determination, but also an unconventional approach. He began to develop a plan that included several stages. The first of them is the introduction of double agents into the ranks of the coalition of intelligence services. With the help of Julian, a former intelligence agent, Michael was able to recruit several intelligence officers who began feeding him information about the coalition's plans and operations. This gave Michael a huge advantage. He knew when and where he would be attacked and could prepare in advance. The second stage of the plan was the development of diversionary maneuvers. Michael began to create false leads and organize fictitious operations to confuse the intelligence agencies. This allowed him to gain time and redirect the enemy's attention to false targets. One of these maneuvers was a large-scale operation to transport a large shipment of drugs across the border. Michael made sure that the intelligence services received information about the location and time of the operation. When they arrived at the scene, only an empty truck and a few forged documents awaited them. This diverted the coalition's attention and forced them to reconsider their plans. Meanwhile, Pablo continued to develop his legal business. He began buying up large companies and investing in innovative projects. This not only legalized their income but also created additional channels for money laundering. Michael supported this strategy, realizing that legal assets could provide a reliable cover for their operations. The third stage of the plan was a large-scale cyber attack on the financial systems of a coalition of intelligence agencies. Michael's hackers broke into bank accounts and transferred huge amounts of money to fake accounts. This caused chaos and a financial crisis for their enemies, forcing them to waste resources on rebuilding what they had lost. But the biggest threat is yet to come. A coalition of intelligence agencies decided to carry out a decisive operation aimed at capturing Michael himself. They developed a complex plan that included several simultaneous operations in different directions. Michael, thanks to his intelligence, learned about this and prepared. The day the attack began, Michael and his team were ready. They turned their bases into impregnable fortresses, equipped with automatic defense systems and hidden traps. Every attempt to penetrate was met with fierce resistance. Michael personally led the operation, demonstrating coolness and determination. While the fighting was fierce, Michael took the opportunity to strike back. He organized several sabotage groups that attacked key targets of the coalition of intelligence services. This created further chaos and disorganization among the enemies. As a result of the fighting, the coalition of special services suffered huge losses and was forced to retreat. Michael and Pablo won a victory that strengthened their position and showed everyone that they were invulnerable. However, Michael understood that this was a temporary respite. The enemies will not stop and the fight will continue. Now Michael has decided to take the next step. He began to develop a plan to create a new level of security, which included not only physical protection, but also psychological impact on enemies. He brought in the best psychologists and propaganda specialists to create information campaigns that would undermine the morale of his enemies and sow discord among them. These measures allowed Michael and Pablo not only to strengthen their empire, but also to create an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty among their enemies. Michael knew there were still many challenges ahead, but he was ready to face them with renewed strength and determination. In a world where every day could be his last, he continued to stay one step ahead, always ready for new battles and challenges. Victory over the coalition of intelligence agencies gave Michael and Pablo a temporary reprieve, but they knew it was only a matter of time before new enemies began to act. Michael decided to strengthen his empire not only from the outside, but also from the inside. One of the first steps was the creation of a special internal security department that would identify and neutralize traitors and spies. This department was headed by a former Special Forces soldier named Alexei, who had unique skills and experience in intelligence and counterintelligence. Alexei began by conducting a large-scale audit of all employees of the organization. New security procedures were introduced, including regular polygraph tests and monitoring of employee activities. This has significantly reduced the risk of information leaks and betrayal. At the same time, Michael and Pablo began actively working to improve their cyber operations. They have invested in new technologies and hired top cybersecurity talent. This allowed them not only to protect themselves from hacker attacks, but also to carry out complex operations themselves to hack enemy systems. However, despite all efforts, tensions within the organization grew. The enemies were not going to give up, and one day, Michael learned about a new threat. A large international criminal organization known as the Black Sail began active action against them. Black Sail was distinguished by its cruelty and willingness to take any measures to achieve its goals. Michael decided to act proactively and launched a preemptive strike. He developed a plan to introduce his agents into the ranks of Black Sail. One of these agents was Mark, a former military man who was ready to do anything for the success of the mission. Mark successfully infiltrated Black Sail and began transmitting information about the plans and operations of this organization. Thanks to this data, Michael was able to prevent several attacks and land several painful blows on his enemies. However, he understood that something more was needed for complete victory. At this time, Pablo proposed a new strategy. He proposed using psychological warfare techniques to destroy Black Sail from the inside. Michael supported the idea, and they began to develop a complex information campaign aimed at undermining the morale of their enemies. This campaign involved spreading disinformation, bribing key figures, and creating false leads to sow distrust and panic among Black Sail members. As a result, internal conflicts and splits began in the organization. Mark, continuing his work, managed to bring to light one of the leaders of the Black Sail, who was ready to betray his own for his own benefit. Thanks to his testimony, Michael and Pablo were able to deal a decisive blow to the Black Sail. They organized a large-scale operation during which key enemy targets were destroyed and their leaders were arrested. The victory over Black Sail further strengthened the position of Michael and Pablo. Their empire became virtually invulnerable, but they knew that peace would be temporary. There will always be enemies, and the struggle for power will never end. Michael decided to go even further and began to develop a global strategy for expanding his empire. He began to establish contacts with international criminal organizations, offering them mutually beneficial cooperation. This allowed him to expand his influence into new regions and create a powerful network of allies. Meanwhile, Pablo continued to develop a legal business, which allowed them to legalize a significant part of their income and create new sources of profit. They began to invest money in the development of technology, medicine, and energy, which gave them additional leverage and protected them from possible attacks from the authorities. However, Michael knew that the real struggle was yet to come. He continued to prepare for new challenges, strengthening his empire and developing new areas of activity. Every day brought new challenges, but he was ready to face them with determination and composure. Time passed, and despite all the successes, Michael realized that his empire was still vulnerable to new threats. The enemies became more cunning, and their methods became more sophisticated. Michael realized that it was time to go beyond the usual criminal schemes and find a completely new approach in order to maintain his influence and power. One of these steps was the idea of creating an independent state on a remote island. Michael searched for a long time for a suitable place and finally found an abandoned island in the Pacific Ocean. This island would be an ideal refuge and center of operations for his empire, protected from external threats and government interference. The project to create a state was called Operation Utopia. Michael brought together the best architects, engineers, and security specialists to develop the island's infrastructure. They began building a modern city with high-tech defense systems, autonomous energy sources, and hidden bunkers. While construction was underway, Michael did not stop his operations. He began to actively develop cooperation with large international corporations and invested in scientific research. This allowed him to legalize part of his income and create additional protection for his empire. But soon, a new threat appeared. A powerful organization called the Syndicate arose on the horizon, which began to actively act against Michael and his allies. The Syndicate was distinguished by its ruthlessness and high technological equipment. Their leader, known as Simon, was a former military strategist with unique skills and experience. Simon decided that the only way to destroy Michael was to hit his new projects. He learned of Operation Utopia and began planning an attack on the island. Michael, anticipating the threat, began to prepare for defense. He introduced his people into the ranks of the Syndicate and received information about the upcoming attack. Instead of simply defending himself, Michael decided to launch a preemptive strike. He developed a plan that included a series of sabotage and attacks on key Syndicate facilities. On the night the attack was planned, Michael and his men were ready. They set a trap, turning the island into an impregnable fortress. The defense systems worked perfectly, and the Syndicate suffered huge losses. Simon was captured, and Michael decided to use his knowledge and experience for his own purposes. After defeating the Syndicate, Michael decided to expand his operations into new territories. He began to develop connections with criminal groups in Africa and South America, which allowed him to control important transport routes and resources. In parallel with this, Michael continued to develop Operation Utopia. The island has become a thriving center with developed infrastructure and modern technologies. This allowed him to create an independent base for his operations and protect himself and his people from external threats. However, Michael knew that the power struggle would never end. Every day brought new challenges, and he had to be prepared for any eventuality. In a world where every day could be his last, he continued to stay one step ahead of his enemies, always ready for new battles and challenges. A new stage of his empire was just beginning. Michael was determined and willing to use all his skills and resources to maintain his power and influence in this endless and dangerous world. The FBI managed to deal a serious blow to Michael's empire. In a carefully planned operation, intelligence agencies arrested many key members of his organization. This came as a real shock to Michael and Pablo. They realized that an even more difficult and dangerous struggle for survival awaited them. Michael was left virtually alone, and his resources were severely depleted. Realizing that returning to his former strength required radical measures, he decided to act quickly and decisively. The first priority was to restore a network of contacts and loyal allies. While on the run from law enforcement, Michael began using his connections in the criminal world to find new people willing to take risks. He contacted former enemies, offering them cooperation in exchange for protection and new opportunities. Among them was an old acquaintance, Ricardo, the leader of a large cartel in South America, who also had problems with the law. Ricardo agreed to help Michael on the condition that they combine their efforts and resources to create a new, more powerful organization. Michael, realizing that this may be the only chance for recovery, agreed. The first results soon began to appear. The restoration of the network was in full swing, and Michael regained some of his lost positions. They began to use more secretive and complex schemes for their operations in order to avoid another blow from the FBI. One of these steps was the creation of a completely autonomous operations management system. Michael hired the best programmers and cybersecurity specialists to develop this system. This allowed them not only to effectively coordinate their actions, but also to protect themselves from hacker attacks and surveillance by intelligence agencies. However, despite all efforts, the FBI was not going to back down. They launched a large-scale operation to search and arrest Michael himself. Realizing that he needed a place where he would be safe, Michael decided to return to his island, which had now become a real fortress. On the island, Michael continued to develop his operations while working to strengthen the defenses. He understood that the next blow could be even more powerful, and decided to attract additional forces for defense. He entered into agreements with several international criminal organizations, offering them safe haven and resources in exchange for protection and support. Meanwhile, the FBI continued to gather information. They found one of Michael's loyal men who was willing to make a deal for his own safety. This man provided the intelligence services with key information about the location of the base on the island and Michael's plans. The FBI began preparing for a large-scale operation to seize the island. Michael learned about this thanks to his informants and realized that the time for decisive action had come. He gathered all his allies and began developing a defense plan. The day the FBI operation began, the island turned into a battlefield. Michael and his people were ready for any development of events. Defense systems, hidden traps, and trained fighters met FBI agents. A fierce firefight ensued during which both sides suffered significant losses. Michael personally led the defense of the island, demonstrating determination and composure to his men. In one of the battles, he collided with the agent who led the operation. This battle was decisive. Michael was able to defeat the agent and capture him. Realizing that they would not be able to stay on the island for long, Michael decided to use the captured agent for negotiations. He offered an exchange: the agent's life in exchange for the FBI's retreat and safe exit from the island. After lengthy negotiations, the FBI agreed to Michael's terms, realizing that continuing the operation could lead to even greater losses. Michael and his people left the island and went to a new, unknown place. Despite all the trials, he managed to maintain the core of his organization and was ready to start all over again. Now he knew that the fight would be even more brutal, but he was determined and willing to use any methods to survive and restore his empire. Every day brought new challenges, and Michael continued to move forward, always one step ahead of his enemies. His story is not over yet, and new battles and trials await him in the endless war for power and survival. After successfully escaping from the island, Michael and his closest associates found refuge in one of the remote corners of South America. They decided to lay low for a while and rethink their next steps. The FBI and international intelligence agencies were not going to give up, and Michael knew that something drastic was needed to maintain his freedom and safety. Michael decided that the only way out would be a complete disappearance from the criminal scene and legalization. He began to actively look for ways to legalize his assets and ensure a safe future for himself and his people. He soon stumbled upon an opportunity that could change everything. Through his connections, Michael learned of a small country in Eastern Europe where corruption was rampant and powerful figures were willing to turn a blind eye to the past in exchange for large investments. He contacted the right people and began negotiations to relocate and invest in the local economy. Michael and his people began to gradually transfer their assets to this country. They invested in real estate, construction, and technology, which allowed them not only to legalize their income, but also to receive protection from local authorities. Thanks to these steps, Michael was able to create a new image, a successful businessman and philanthropist. Meanwhile, the FBI continued the hunt, but Michael was always one step ahead. He used all his skills and resources to cover his tracks and avoid traps. Gradually, the pressure from the intelligence services began to ease, and Michael began to see light at the end of the tunnel. In parallel with this, Michael and Pablo began to actively engage in charity work. They built schools, hospitals, and infrastructure, which not only improved the lives of local residents, but also strengthened their position in society. Local authorities and residents saw them not as criminals, but as benefactors, which significantly reduced the risk of betrayal and outside interference. Over time, Michael realized that his dream of creating an independent state on the island could be realized in a different form. Instead of a criminal empire, he decided to create a legal business empire that would continue to generate profits and give him the opportunity to control his future. He continued to develop his projects, focusing on innovation and sustainable development. Thanks to his efforts and investments, Michael was able to create a powerful corporation that successfully operated within the law and generated significant profits. A few years later, Michael and Pablo became famous businessmen and philanthropists. Their past was gradually forgotten, and their present and future were full of prospects. Michael finally felt that he had achieved his goal. He had created an empire that was invulnerable to enemies and legitimate in the eyes of society. Michael's story, which began with criminal ambitions, ended with the creation of a legal and successful business empire. He managed to survive the endless struggle for power and survival, turning his knowledge and experience into a tool for creating a new, better future. Now he could live in peace, knowing that his legacy would live long and successfully. Michael and Pablo turned their criminal ambitions into a legal and successful business empire, but even with their new status, they did not forget about the past. They realized that their knowledge and experience could be used not only for personal gain, but also for the betterment of society. Michael began actively developing educational programs for youth, providing scholarships and educational opportunities for children from poor families. He believed that by giving young people a chance for a better future, he could change the world for the better. Pablo, for his part, focused on medical projects, funding hospital construction and scientific research. Together, they became symbols of change and progress in the country where they settled. Their efforts did not go unnoticed. The international community recognized their contributions, and they began receiving invitations to global economic forums and conferences. This gave them the opportunity to influence world politics and business. A few years passed, and Michael finally felt like he could relax a little. He started a family and spent more time with loved ones, enjoying quiet evenings and a quiet life. Pablo also found his happiness by starting a family and actively participating in public life. However, the past sometimes made itself felt. The remaining enemies were still out to get Michael, but his new connections and resources allowed him to quickly and effectively neutralize the threats. He learned to anticipate dangers and take preventive measures. One sunny day, Michael was sitting on the veranda of his house, watching the children playing. He remembered how it all began, with an endless struggle for power and survival, with dangers and losses. But now, looking at his calm and happy present, he realized that he had made the right choice. His life, full of dramatic twists and turns, has led him to this moment of peace and contentment. Pablo came to visit and joined Michael on the veranda. They looked at each other and smiled, realizing how much they had been through together. Their friendship and union had withstood all the tests, and now they could enjoy the fruits of their labors. Without words, they raised their glasses of wine and silently celebrated this achievement, each immersed in their own thoughts about the past and the future. Michael and Pablo completed their long and difficult road to success, turning from the most dangerous criminals into respected businessmen and philanthropists. Their story has become a legend, an example of how you can change your life and the world around you if you believe in yourself and go to the end, no matter what. They had a bright future ahead of them, and they were ready to face it with an open heart and a confident outlook.